taped?
Yep.
All right. morning, everyone. If we could please have you take your seats. We're about to begin our program momentarily. Thank you so much.
everyone. Good morning, everyone. You can do better than that. Welcome to the National Action Network Saturday Action Rally. It is my absolute pleasure and honor to introduce to you now our president and founder of the National Action Network, Reverend Dr. Al Sharpton.
No justice. No justice. No justice. What do we want? Justice. What do we want? Justice. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. 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 Fist bump the person next to you. Tell them you love them. Certainly, we are happy as we gather now for the last day of the convention, and I was listening as many of our conventioneers, I think they're going to bring the speakers to the platform. I was listening as many of our conventioneers were on the radio. We're live on radio and live on Impact Television, and many of our delegates are coming down from other sessions. And as I was listening to them talking with Attorney Hardy about this week, how many of y'all have really enjoyed the convention? I think it's important that we all understand and are clear about when we named it National Action Network, that's what we meant. Action Network. And I think that it is clearly about leaving here, going down various chapters, dealing with action. We are going to hear this morning from several speakers because of the importance of today and what we're doing. And I think that as we prepare to our closing sessions this afternoon, and I'm pulling all of the workshops I want in the room together. We've been crowded here every day, but I want everybody to understand that we leave here this afternoon with a real agenda and a real action agenda. So as we hear, as you that are here in the auditorium, those that are in the workshops, but more importantly, as importantly, I should say, we want people that are watching live on Impact Television around the country and that are listening to us on the show to hear from some of the speakers that we've had invited to be here. Then we're going to have our civil rights leaders. We have some of our partners that are going to speak, and then all of us will bring the whole general group together. I missed yesterday during the day. I was in Washington at the ceremony celebrating the confirmation of the first black woman. And let me say that, as she said yesterday, it took 232 years, but we're there. What was not said, and y'all know me, I'm going to say what should have been said, is it took 232 years, but we got there, one, because of Joe Biden kept his word, and he should be given credit for that. but second, because he kept his word to a black man named James Clyburn. I want to be very clear that political engagement, I heard some of the chapter leaders, somebody from, where's our Nashville, Tennessee chapter leader, you spoke, I heard you this morning, and Asbury Park, New Jersey, and I heard you slip in, you running for city council. I'll be listening. Y'all be politicking on the side. But I think that we need to have the Clyburn mode of politics, and that is that you make someone commit something to support them. I will never forget, I was sitting in the South Carolina presidential debate, and in the debate, they went for a break. And during the break, I'm sitting up front with the DNC chair at the time, Perez, and in the break, Jim Clyburn, who was the congressman of South Carolina and the whip and all, got up and went to the back. I didn't know what he was doing. And he come back out and sat down, and I later found out he went in the back and said to Joe Biden, who was running there, I thought you told me and committed to me that if you get an opening in the Supreme Court, that you will appoint a black woman. He said, I did. He said, well, go out there and say that during the debate. He said, that ain't a private conversation. And Joe Biden went out national debate and made that announcement. Now, some of the opponents probably thought he was grandstanding, but he was defense standing against Clyburn, because Clyburn get in your chest, you got to answer it or run. And he announced it that night. The next morning, we had the National Action Network South Carolina Ministers Breakfast. Reverend Nelson Rivers, our head of religious affairs nationally. And the candidates came, Senator Klobuchar, all of them came, and Biden repeated it again. And Jim Clyburn said to me, you got to always make folks say out in public so you can hold them publicly accountable. So the reason yesterday happened was because of the gentleman from South Carolina, Congressman Jim Clyburn. And I told the folk in the White House yesterday, I won't tell who I told Cedric Richmond, I'm not going to mention his name, that they should have had Clyburn on that stage, because our young people, not Clyburn need that, he got every award in the world, but our young people need to understand that our officials are not there doing nothing. You hear all this cynicism. I heard a lot of y'all in the sessions over the last 2 days, Janice talking about how we're going to drive people out to vote. If we don't let them understand that our representatives are doing something, they don't think they're doing nothing. So it may not mean anything to Jim, but they need to know that that is not just happening out of the goodness of somebody's heart. And I think the president ought to be given credit for what he does, but I think our representatives ought to be given credit for what they make happen. So I want to start today by giving you the majority whip of the Congress, the gentleman from South Carolina, and what you ought to know is that he is also an activist extraordinaire, never stopped being that. He started in the civil rights movement in the low country of South Carolina. That's where he met his wife, going to jail. So y'all are not something new to him. He could teach y'all some activism. And I think it is important and imperative that we understand it. Let's start by hearing Congressman James Clyburn.
Thank you. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. And thank you, Reverend Al, for your long friendship. And thank you so much for the role you played in getting us to this day. Let me begin by recognizing two of my great friends, Mark Mario, with whom I spent a little time on yesterday, or was it day before yesterday, before escaping Washington to come up here and be with Jackie Gordon night before last, and being out on Staten Island all day yesterday, trying to make sure that we have a Congress that will respond to the dreams and aspirations of all Americans. And so, thank you. Wade Henderson, others from what I call the civil rights community. But I want all of you to know that I kind of cringe when I hear people say, define the civil rights movement by the 60s. No, no, no. There's been a civil rights movement since 1619. I've studied history all of my life, and I don't think that we did so much in the 1960s that it ought to take away from what those World War II veterans did when they returned home in the 1940s. What they did that made Harry Truman sign the executive order back in 1958 to integrate the armed services. What they did in order for us to be a part of the building block. And that's what this is all about. It didn't start with us, and it must not end with us. And that's why we're here. Now, I want to thank Amy Klobuchar, I'm sorry, Senator Klobuchar, my good friend Al Green, Representative Al Green from Texas, for the relationships I've had with them over the past few years, and say a little bit to you about how things happen. You know, when I wrote my memoirs, I call it Blessed Experiences. It was a take on two things. One, my father's fondness for the hymn, Blessed Assurance. But it was also because I was told during an argument with one of my professors when I was a sophomore in college at South Carolina State. I was having a little debate from William Howell, who was a professor from Wilson, North Carolina, was one of my favorite professors, but I love arguing with him. And one day he stopped the class. He said, "Now, young man, let me tell you something. You will never be any more, nor will you be any less than what your experiences allow you to be." And so I wrote in the introduction to that book that all of my experiences have not been pleasant, but I've considered all of them to be blessings. And among those pleasant and unpleasant experiences has been the ones I've had with you in this room. Going through those unpleasant journeys, trying to build a foundation upon which we can pass along some pleasantries to our children and our grandchildren. We are making sacrifices because somebody sacrificed for us. And when I called Nelson Rivers a few days before my late wife's homegoing services, and I reminded him of some of the very blessed experiences I've had with him ever since he graduated high school. I met Nelson when he was a senior in high school. And one of his teachers, Lucia Whipper, called me and says, I've got a young man that's about to graduate from Burke High School. And this young man needs the opportunity to go to college. The way is not clear for him to do so, but I think you can have a little hand in helping to make the way clear. Somebody made the way clear for me, and it was time for me to help make the way clear for somebody else. He went to Wilberforce University. I think it was 33 people I put on the bus that day. And guess what? 28 of them graduated from college. That's what we're doing, trying to open doors of opportunity for our young people. We can't guarantee success, but we should do everything that we can to remove the stumbling blocks that are there that would hinder them. We heard it early. Part of our role in life is to turn stumbling blocks into stepping stones. And that's what it's all about. And about 3 or 4 years ago, when we started talking about infrastructure, I was listening. And all those people were talking about, well, we're going to do infrastructure, but we're going to do traditional infrastructure. I called Amy Klobuchar, and I said to her, now, I'm going to put a group together over here in the House, and ain't no infrastructure bill going out of here if it's only going to be traditional. I want to see roads and bridges. I want to see water and sewage. I want the railroads to get fixed, and I want the ports to get deepened. But I also want broadband in every home. Y'all remember what we used to call the internet? We called it the information highway. I told Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Schumer, I said, we got to treat the information highway the same way we treat the interstate highway. And I'm glad to say to you tonight that if every state were to do its part, and that's where you and I come in, to make sure our states do its part, we know that it'll take around $95 billion to build out broadband in every home and every business in this country. And when we pass that bill, we got $65 billion in that bill already. We are 2/3 of the way, and we got to make our states go the other 1/3. And I know it can be done. How I know it? Because the governor of South Carolina called me. He said, I'm so pleased with what y'all did. He said, and I'm going to promise you that within 3 to 4 years, every residence, every business in South Carolina will be connected to the internet. And if South Carolina can do it, New York can do it. Pennsylvania can do it. New Jersey can do it. We can do it. And I want to thank, while I'm thanking Amy Klobuchar, before I sit down, I want to thank Al Green. Because one of the things that has not been talked about much here, and Reverend Al, like me, can relate to this one. Emily lost a 25-year battle to diabetes. She at one time was a 4-shot-a-day diabetic. I saw the bills when she called my attention to what it was costing. Every month, her insulin bill was from $1,300 to $1,800 every month. So when I sat down with Al Green and my friends in the house, I said, we got a bill that we put in Build Back Better. I don't know if it's ever going to get out of the Senate. But I know this. We got to do something about the cost of insulin. Insulin has been around for 100 years. There's no reason for us to be charging people $1,300 and $1,500 a month for insulin. Nobody eligible for Medicaid can afford to pay that kind of money. We've got to bring the cost down. This week, we passed the bill in the House, and the Senate to the Senate as a standalone bill. Thanks to Al Green, we capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Yeah. All of this, when you hear people saying, what is it the Congressional Black Caucus are doing? Open your eyes. Pick up the newspapers. Get off of all those misinformation that's floating around. And before I take my seat, I got to deal with one more. Back when we were getting ready to try to rescue this economy, you know, I chair the Select Subcommittee on COVID-19. I hold hearings every other week, reining in the cost of fraud and abuse that some of the big guys have been doing, just taking the money. That's how we're going to pay for some of this stuff. That money we're getting back from them. But I need to deal with this. Several months ago, when we found out that the HBCUs, now I'm a graduate of South Carolina State, y'all. We got 8 HBCUs in South Carolina and 7 of them in my district. And I got very upset when I saw the other day people tweeting, we ain't done nothing for HBCUs. We're cutting money for HBCUs. I don't know who put that out there, but let me tell y'all a little thing that happened. We were debating the Rescue Act, and somebody asked, where can we get some money to send to the HBCUs so they can be able to pay their cost mortgages? They have built these dormitories with capital financing. They have built science buildings with capital financing. Now they got no students, no tuition. They got to service these mortgages. How much money can we put in for these mortgages? Jim Clyburn, what you suggest? I said, I don't want to put no money in there to service them mortgages. They look at me like I was crazy. I want to wipe the mortgages off the books. And that's what we did. $1.6 billion to forgive every one of those mortgages. So no HBCU. No HBCU has got a capital financing bill to pay. Why? Because your Congressional Black Caucus, with our friends in the Congress, got it done. I want to ask one question. How many people tweeted that? No. And if I had all the time here this morning, I would walk through some other stuff. But I ain't got all the time. So I'm going to yield my time back to my friend, my good friend, the one who was really behind the emotions. People ask me, we understand the endorsement, but there was so much emotion. Where did you get it from? I said, Al Sharpton. And that's no joke, because he and Nelson Rivers called me and told me, now we're going to have this little breakfast with our ministers the morning after the debate. We want you to come because we got a little recognition we want to give you. I told him I'd be there, and it was going to be just an hour or two before my endorsement. And when I got there, looking for some trophy or something, Nelson Rivers was presiding. And he called Reverend Al to the mic. And he got up and said, today, we're going to establish a National Action Network Award in honor of your late wife, Emily. That's what they said. And the reason we wanted you to be here today, because we want you to be the first recipient. Yeah. That was 1 hour before my endorsement. How could I be anything but emotional? 58 years with a wonderful woman from Low Country, South Carolina, a Gullah Geechee woman. And I want to thank him publicly. Thank you, Reverend Al. Thank you, Nelson. You are among my blessed experiences.
Congressman James Clyburn. And let me tell you, his wife, we only will give that award in consultation with Congressman Clyburn, but we will continue to memorialize and give that award because she was the backbone of a lot of progress by standing by Congressman Clyburn. And when Nelson Rivers, who's now head of religious affairs for us nationally the last several years, came on board, he told that story about him and Clyburn going way back. And we are glad to have that. And I want all of you, I know our youth take over at noon, I want y'all to start tweeting what he said about the Black Caucus. He said nobody tweeting it, y'all should put that on Twitter. And I want to give that to our young people this afternoon. I looked over at Ashley, my younger daughter, when Clyburn said that wasn't in the papers, because she's always on me when I'm traveling. Dad, don't be going through the airport with newspapers. People don't read papers no more. They're online. So I'm so glad Clyburn said that. Some people still do read newspapers. I read the papers and I read online, and half the stuff online ain't in the papers. And since I do radio show every day and television on the weekend, I got to know what all the sides are saying. And I got to check with Clyburn and say, now, is this correct or not? Because when I get on MSNBC arguing with Morning Joe, I got to know what I'm talking about. Let me now bring to you a U.S. Senator that was here when she ran for president and was the first senator to say, I'm going to be here and I'm not running for president, I'm coming back to NAN. But let me say something that shows me the kind of person that Amy Klobuchar is. When we faced, stand up Rachel Nordling, who's heads our communications for years, the best in the country. When we had the tragic killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis, and the family's here, Phalonis and them are in a shop, they're coming down. The family called and asked me to come and to Minnesota. And the reason they wanted me to come is they said, we don't want all this violence that we're seeing to be identified with George. So 2 days after the killing, and there had been some people had started looting already, I went and held a vigil in Minneapolis with the ministers. We were in the middle of a pandemic, and there were a lot of the flights were canceled. You couldn't fly into Minneapolis. I called Robert Smith, the black billionaire, and he sent me a plane, and so I could get to Minneapolis. Because if you remember, a lot of the airlines had stopped flying because of the pandemic. This is right after Memorial Day weekend, 2020. Second call I made was to Gwen Carr. Stand up, Gwen. She's the mother of Eric Garner. I said to her, I said, have you seen what happened in Minneapolis? She said, yes. I said, it reminded me of the police killing of your son, because your son died saying, I can't breathe, and that's what Eric Garner said. And I said, I got a private plane. I know you had been inside as everybody else, but would you go with me to Minneapolis? She said, my bags is already packed. And Gwen Carr and I flew to Minneapolis in that plane and held that vigil and tried to bring this back to justice. The first official that stood up and said this is wrong and we have to deal with this was Amy Klobuchar. She said, I've worked in the prosecutor's office and I know cases, and they were walking around talking about whether this can happen or not. She said, no, we need justice here. She was at the funeral. She's been in touch with the family. She's the real deal. Then when we had a second killing, right in Brooklyn Center, she was right there. So she's been a real die in the wool. Many of the candidates, we had so many folk running for president in 2020. In 2019, I think we had about 17 of them speak here at the convention. And they had, if they had 2 more candidates, we'd have had a caucus of National Action Network of just candidates. But she's been one that has been consistent and has been there. And I was not surprised when the staff said to me, the first senator to confirm to be there this year is Senator Klobuchar. And we're glad to bring you from the state of Minnesota, Senator Amy Klobuchar.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you so much, Al. Thank you so much to the National Action Network. I want to just say that Al was there from the beginning on George Floyd. He was there with giving solace to the family, but most important, he understood it didn't end there. It didn't end at the funeral, right? That was the beginning. And it was the beginning because there was a case. And I got to acknowledge my good friend Keith Ellison, the Attorney General of Minnesota, who didn't even have to take that case on, right? And he took it on. And he took it on in a way that brought people with him, as he always does, just like Al does. And Al never stopped coming back to Minnesota. And the result was Derek Chauvin, that former cop from Minneapolis, the guy that put his knee to the neck of George Floyd, that we all watched that horrific video. That guy went away for 22 years. That is the result of what happened here. And these cases aren't done, but we keep bringing them. And I want to just thank you for that pressure, because yes, it's about the sadness and the tears and the tragedy, but it's also about action, and action makes a difference. So I also want to thank this incredible two Congress people, three now, sitting next to me. Jim Clyburn, I was so honored when you called me about that broadband bill to lead it in the Senate. Al Green, thank you so much for that insulin work. We had a case of a restaurant manager in Minnesota, a guy who worked his whole life, and when he got off of his parents' insurance when he was 26 years old, he had to ration his insulin. And it was so hard, drop by drop, because he couldn't afford it, and he died. He died, and I have worked with his mom from the beginning on that issue, and to take it over the top in the House, it takes big leadership. And thank you as well, Congresswoman Maloney, for your work on that. So yesterday, Judge Jackson, soon to be Justice Jackson, was finally out in the sunshine. That sun and that blue sky, she had her rightful place and her rightful moment, as my friend Cory Booker described it, of joy. We were out of that Judiciary Committee cave. We were away from Ted Cruz. We were away from Tom Cotton and Josh Hawley and all their over-the-top, inappropriate questions. But she stood tall. And when Jim Clyburn talked to you about the Black Caucus, you know who else stood tall? The Black Caucus with her. Every minute they were there in that hearing room, whether it was Cory with his incredible defense of her honor, whether it was Joyce Beatty, the head of the Black Caucus, who testified. Wade testified as well and did an incredible job and bore witness to what she stood for. And then there was Judge Jackson herself. She was his pillar of strength. One of my guests at that hearing was a little girl, 11 years old, named Maddie Morgan. Black girl from Washington, D.C. Her dad saw me one day. He was driving by. He pulled over, got out of the car, and said, "My daughter Maddie wrote a letter to President Biden when he said he was looking for a black woman to serve as a justice on the Supreme Court, and she applied." And he gave me the letter, Al. Gave me the letter that she had sent, and in the letter she said, "You know what, I'm 11, and you want a judge that can serve a really long time? And I could serve like 80 years on the court." She also noted that she would be a much-needed voice for children, and then she ended by saying, "Guess what? I live 5 blocks from the court. I could walk to my job." So Maddie Morgan was there with us, Congressman, there with me, and she literally said to me, after hearing Judge Jackson, she said, "Well, if I was going to be snubbed, it couldn't be for a better person." In any case, what Maddie saw through her eyes, she saw that anything and everything is possible. 115 justices, only 6 have been women. It's kind of like the ratio in the U.S. Senate, by the way. In the history of the U.S. Senate, there have been 2,000 men and only 58 women. When I was on Trevor Noah's show one night, I gave him those ratios, and he said if a nightclub had numbers that bad, they'd shut it down. But that is what we're seeing. And you know what? Judge Jackson, and you all know this, first black woman in the history of America to be on that court. She's not shutting anything down. She's opening up the doors of that court. And when she walks into that court, her head will be held high. And little Maddie Morgan will know anything and everything is possible. That's what yesterday was about under that bright sunshine. So, to live up to the promise of this country, we need not just change on the Supreme Court, but I think you know that President Biden has nominated, and our crazy Judiciary Committee has somehow overcome the odds and confirmed more judges than we have seen in decades, with the highest percentage of people of color ever getting on the court. We have been willing to take on the powerful interests. And that's what insulin was about, actually. That's what that cap is all about. Because for too long, these pharmaceutical companies think they can get away with anything. Americans pay the highest price for prescription drugs than any country in the world. Yet it's our taxpayers that put in the research money. And that's why I think even going beyond insulin, and I've led this bill for years, we must give Medicare the power to negotiate better prices for drugs for our seniors and get rid of the provision that says Medicare can't do it that was put in by the pharmaceutical companies. And when Congressman Clyburn talked about broadband, that's about taking on powerful interests, because that's about getting the information, as he called it, the information highway, to everyone, not just to rich people. But it also means taking on the companies that are controlling that. Because right now you have monopolies. I do a lot in this area, right? You have monopolies that are controlling too much of what our kids see, right? And they're not doing enough to protect those kids. One mom from Brooklyn told me that it is like when she tries to control what her kids are seeing on Facebook and TikTok and these other platforms. She said it is like the sink is overflowing, the spigot's on, and she's sitting out there with a mop every day, just trying to mop it up. She has no control over what her kids see. And that's why I'm telling you this is going to happen this year. For the first time since the dawn of the internet, we're finally going to do something about putting some limits on what these tech companies can do. Last thing I wanted to talk about was voting. We had a tough road on that this year. You know that. But I just want you to know that we are never giving up. And I don't want to sugarcoat what is happening across the country right now. What happened in Georgia, you heard about the food and the water, right? You've heard about that. That is just the tip of the iceberg. We talk a lot about icebergs in Minnesota, sorry. That is the tip of the iceberg, because what else is happening? In that law that passed, when Reverend Warnock and when John Ossoff won their seats and the Senate flipped because they won Georgia against all odds, as did President Biden and Vice President Harris, what did they do? The Republicans came in and passed this law. Not only did it limit food and water, but it also said that you cannot register to people to vote during the runoff period, which is the actual election in Georgia. Do you know how many people registered to vote in the runoff period when Warnock and Ossoff won? 70,000 people. So they put in a limitation that said you can't do that anymore. They put back an old thing that they knew people messed up that said you have to put your birth date on the outside envelope. What date do people write? They write the day that they're filing their ballot. That's what they think they're supposed to do. Then they throw it out. They put all kinds of limitations in. That's just one state. In Texas, even in the last election, one ballot box for the entire Harris County, which includes Houston. That's like putting one ballot box in the middle of my entire state. Or what they did in Montana, where for 15 years they've had same-day registration. And they said, no, we're going to take that away. State after state after state. It is a concerted effort to limit the vote. And in the words of Reverend Warnock, some people don't want some people to vote. So that is why we will not give up this fight for election rights. It is still being waged state by state by state, and it is waged right now in the Department of Justice, because this is no longer Bill Barr's Department of Justice. And they're bringing cases all over the country with the leadership of Kristen Clark, who knows exactly what civil rights is all about. So I'm going to end with this, because I've been spending a lot of time on democracy this year because of my job with the Rules Committee. On January 6th at 4 a.m., after the insurrection, after people came in and didn't just attack the Capitol, that attack was was an attack on our democracy itself. At 4 in the morning, there were 3 of us, Vice President Pence, Senator Blunt, and myself, and then these 2 young women with the last of the mahogany boxes that contained the electoral votes that a young girl smartly had taken out of the Senate because they would have burned those ballots to the ground. And we walked that walk to where Congressman Clyburn and Congressman Green and Congresswoman Maloney were waiting for us. We walked through the strewn glass. We walked through columns that were covered with graffiti and covered with spray paint, and we made it to the House, and we finished our job. And 2 weeks later, under that beautiful blue sky, with Amanda Gorman, the poet, in her gold coat, and yes, I got to meet Lady Gaga, but on that stage, everyone was there, the leaders of both parties. And as I said that day, as we inaugurated Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and took back that platform where the columns still, they tried to get that spray paint off of it, they couldn't. They tried to fix the windows, they were just makeshift windows. As I said that day, this is the day our democracy picks itself up, brushes itself off, and goes forward as we always do. One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That is what we must do. So this fight did not end that day. This fight did not end that day. It continues. The fight for criminal justice reform, the fight for finally doing something about gun violence, the fight for economics, the fight for doing something for people, and remembering that we do justice for all. Thank you, Reverend Al. Thank you so much to Action Network. Okay.
Senator Amy Klobuchar. And I want to acknowledge her husband is with her. We got to know each other during the debates. I figure Senator Amy helps me in the Senate. I'll help you at home by acknowledging your husband, because you didn't. I had to cover for you because you got to live with him.
Yeah, okay. My husband is incredible. And I know that I kept talking about Al Sharpton. I know the room. But he's a nationally recognized death penalty expert, of course, opposed to the death penalty. He's written 7 books, and he's never going to get up till it goes away. Never give up on it.
I figured I would help you out. Plus, you know, there's some right-wing media here. You was praising me and didn't mention your husband. I don't want them starting no rumors about us. As I bring on the congressman, let me say one of the things, and I said it the other day when Congressman Jamal Bowman was here and others. I'm old enough to have, when I started in civil rights when I was 12, and 13 years old, Dr. King was killed. I was youth director here of Operation Breadbasket. And I remember we had a cycle, Congressman Clyburn, of the left in Greenwich Village, the white left. And one of the reasons why I've always been on my second go-round with this, of saying that I don't want people to become so purist that they judge everybody by what they consider progressive rather than what is going to be progressive for everybody. And I'm not looking for bosses on the left or the right. I'm not looking for better slave masters. I'm looking for freedom. And some of the folk that claim to be woke, I got a funny habit. I wake up every morning. When you wake up, you don't just lay up in the bed talking about how smart you are. You get up and you wash up, and then you go out and get something done. Half of the folk talking woke in the Congress are laying in the bed talking ideology rather than delivering goods and services. I don't care how woke you are if you don't get up and do something for me. Congressman Al Green been woke a long time before the expression was made, and is getting things done. And that is why we're glad to have him with us this morning. And all the speakers have referred to what he's done on insulin. I bring you the gentleman from Texas, Congressman Al Green.
Thank you for your very kind and warm introduction, Reverend. Friends, when the roll is called for those who will dwell in the pantheon of great leaders, Du Bois, King, Tubman, I assure you, friends, that the name Sharpton will be right there. He's not just a leader for today. He's not just a leader for us. He's not just a leader for this time. He is an all-time leader, and we ought to show him the love that he has earned for being there for us when we can't be there for ourselves. I sometimes think that there must be triplets because he seems to be ubiquitous. He is there in Texas and here in D.C. and there in Washington, other places. Give him a hand and show him some love, please, for all that he does to make life better, for people that he doesn't even know, that he'll never meet and greet. Never. What a man. What a blessing to have him as a friend. And to the Honorable Jim Clyburn. He is the E.F. Hutton of Congress. He seems to be the voice of God. When he speaks, not only do people listen, they sit up. He is the voice of reason, but he also has the sword of righteousness. And he swings, and when he swings, people listen. I want you to know this. If you like your Obamacare health care plan, you should love Jim Clyburn. You should love Jim Clyburn if you like your health care. Because before it was Obamacare, the plan for you to benefit from, it was in the caring hands of the Honorable Jim Clyburn. So that health care plan, if it benefits you, you ought to remember that before it became your plan, it was in his hands. Would you show him some love, please? He made the difference when it came to health care. You have it because he insisted and pushed for it and didn't let it go. Remember now, it was a close vote. He got the vote together and made it happen. And to the presidential candidate who has not stopped running, there's still a future. I love her dearly, and to her husband, I just want you to know I have a deep abiding affinity for her humanity. But let's give her some more love, please, for what she does. And to my colleague, we sit on the Financial Services Committee together, and if there's a person who is looking out for the consumer on that committee, it has to be the Honorable Carolyn Maloney. Give her a hand, please. She really looks out for the consumer. And to my friend, the Honorable Mark Morial, to Wade Henderson, all honorable people, Honorable Reverend Rivers, let me just have these quick comments, and I'll be as terse as possible. But I want to mention this to you, friends. When on yesterday, Judge Jackson said, "And still I rise," and then she said that she was quoting Maya Angelou, "Bringing the gifts my ancestors gave, I am the dream and hope of the slave." Tears rained from my eyes. To know that she was right. The dreams and hopes of the slaves standing in front of the White House, president standing behind her, African American female vice president standing behind her. It was a moment in time that should mark a new beginning in time. Because on that day, the first black woman to go to the Supreme Court stood there, but we know that she won't be the last. She won't be the last. And as I wiped the tears from my eyes, literally, it was a boo-hoo moment. As I wiped the tears from my eyes, I could not help but think of all of those people who suffered in the slave trade, who could only pray for freedom and a hope that at some point there would be opportunities beyond what they were forced to suffer. It just made my heart warm to see it happen. And I gotta tell you, I'll always remember President Biden for doing it. But I'll be like Reverend Sharpton. I won't ever forget that there was another hand involved. I won't ever forget that if not but for Jim Clyburn, there might not be a President Biden. I won't forget that. And I hope you don't forget that. He took a chance. Remember now, the polls were down. Right. It wasn't a sure thing. He could easily have gone another way. But he did the right thing and the righteous thing. And as a result, we now have the first black woman on the Supreme Court of the United States of America. So we got to remember him and forever thank him for this. Now, on the question of slavery, I want to mention this, and Jim is very much aware of what I'm about to tell you. Friends, we have a 9/11 Remembrance Day to remember what terrorism did to New York City and our country. We have a Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day to make sure that what happened to the Pearl of the Pacific will forever live in infamy. We have a Holocaust Remembrance Day to make sure that the evils of the Holocaust are never visited upon humankind again. But friends, we don't have and we need a Slavery Remembrance Day. A Slavery Remembrance Day, so that the truth about slavery can never be whitewashed, so that nobody can convince people that our real leaders were Robert E. Lee and a host of other people who wanted to keep us in chains. We need a Slavery Remembrance Day. We need to tell the story. The truth about who really wanted black people free. Nat Turner was a freedom fighter. Don't let people convince you otherwise. John Brown, a white man, was a freedom fighter. Don't let people convince you otherwise. We need a Slavery Remembrance Day so that we can let the world know that we understand what happened to our ancestors. We don't want it to happen again, but more importantly, we want to make sure that this country does what it should do and atone for the slavery that was committed, and we can't have the country that we want in this more perfect union until we atone. We've got to atone. Now, Slavery Remembrance Day is in no way related to any other day. It won't prevent us from celebrating any other day. By the way, it's not a holiday. It's just a day of remembrance for us. So I beg that you would remember that we do have H.J.Res. 64, the Slavery Remembrance Day legislation, that at some point in proper time we will take up in Congress. And when we do it, I would hope that we would remember that it was 1619, August 20th, when the White Lion landed in the colonies. And that's why we've chosen 1619, August 20th, as Slavery Remembrance Day. 1619, August 20th. That's the day that we're going to commemorate, not celebrate, commemorate what happened to Africans in the Americas. And finally, I want to tell you this. This is a special announcement, Reverend. I haven't announced this anywhere before. I don't plan to go back into the Rayburn office building until the name is changed. I don't plan to go back. Russell, Richard Russell, my office is in Rayburn, pardon the confusion. Richard Russell was a self-proclaimed white supremacist. Richard Russell fought civil rights legislation. Richard Russell, if he had his way, we would never have had a Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Richard Russell's name needs to come off of that building. Taxpayer dollars ought not support a building named in honor of a racist. They ought not do it. In due time, it will happen. But I just want you to know this. And others who have to go, I understand it. You work there, whatever, you got to go. But I don't work there. And I don't have reason to go there. And if I do get reason, I'm going to find reason not to go. I'm just taking a stand. And by the way, send me home. If you think that's wrong for me to do it, then send me home. But I'm a 74-year-old black man. I know what racism smells like. I know what it looks like. I know what it sounds like. I know what it tastes like. And I'm not going to tolerate that kind of racism in my lifetime. Those who tolerate racism perpetuate racism. I will not tolerate it. Get his name off the building.
Congressman Al Green. I have two more members of Congress, and then I want to bring on our national civil rights leaders to do our panel. But I want to acknowledge Gwen Carr, and I always acknowledge those families that have suffered. Because one thing about NAN is that even when the media is gone, we stay with those families. It never ends for them. I want to also acknowledge, sitting next to her, people have heard, many of you around the country knew of this case when it hit Netflix and other places, but many of us fought this case right here by ourselves. Many years ago, 5 young men were arrested and coerced into confessing to a crime they didn't do. Raping a young white woman in Central Park. And the media had a field day. There was a man, Senator Klobuchar, that took out full-page ads calling for these 5 young men to face the death penalty. His name was Donald Trump. And I went out and marched for these young men. One of their mothers called me and said, my son didn't do it, and convinced me that they were coerced. And they did cartoons, they did everything but drag me down Broadway. But I stood with those young men. They were convicted and did time in jail. And after 14 years, a convict in jail Congressman Clyburn, was talking to his cellmate and said, you know, those guys years ago, they didn't do that. I did it. And the cellmate used information to try to get himself out of jail. And he snitched on him to get himself out of jail. They did a DNA test because when them young men were cursed, they weren't using DNA, and found out that none of those young men matched the DNA of that girl, and the cell guy did. And after serving 14 years, they got out of jail. Some of them served 6 or 7. The one that served the most couldn't get a job. He done 14 years in jail, found innocent. And his mother brought him to me and said, we can't get him a job. We thank you for fighting for him, but he's out here. And I said, well, let him work here. He worked 3 years for National Action Network till the city settled his case. The city settled his case and gave them a big settlement. And you would think after he got all that money, he'd be gone and thank us for the 3 years. He's been to every Saturday rally since. Been to a stand-up, one of the Central Park 5, Carrie Weiss. Carrie Weiss. He's been to every rally since. He's been there, and we fought for a lot of victims, but none has been more faithful than him. Another has been one who's become a leader and a symbol in his own right in New York and around this country, and that is the show-enough brother of George Floyd, Brother Terrence Floyd. Stand up, Terrence. You need to get on up. You don't have to sit in the back at our convention. You know you family. Sit up here with Ashley and your friend. Come on. One of the outstanding fighters, not only for consumer rights, as Congressman Green said, but for all rights. And she, long before it became fashionable, she would come to National Action Network and support us and stand with us, even when some of her constituents said, you get along with Al Sharpton? She said, yes. And now some of her constituents is getting along with me because of her. I bring you to Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney.
Thank you, Reverend. It's such an honor to be here with the National Action Network and with the founder and president of it, Reverend Sharpton, who always speaks justice to power, just the people he's championed. He never backs away from truth and justice, and we are very fortunate when we are battling in our long march towards real equality and a perfect union. If there's a real injustice, you can get it on his national television show. And it goes to everyone helping to build momentum for us. I'm honored to be with my colleagues in government, Senator Klobuchar, Al Green, and I have to mention how grateful I am to the leadership of Jim Clyburn. He is number 3 in the Democratic leadership for our nation. And he's got so many titles, I can't repeat all of them. All you got to know is he's important and he can make a big difference. And one of the reasons, for the first time in this nation's history, the nomination of an African-American woman was approved by the United States Senate is because of the leadership and the deals and the work of Jim Clyburn. Thank you. And I want to thank him for the critical role that he played in nominating and electing a Democratic president. The fight was really hard, as no one knows better than Senator Klobuchar, who was right in the mix of it, with a lot of outstanding candidates. But it was when we went to South Carolina, and Jim Clyburn said to the nation, I'm for Joe Biden because he knows me and he knows the people I represent, and we know him and we trust him. That whole election turned towards a march for victory. So I want to thank him for this leadership that he brought to the nation and that he brings every day to the Congress of the United States. And I just want to, on a personal note, tell him that I'm opening up a community health center this week on Thursday, because in the American Rescue Plan that brought over $100 billion to New York City, a major portion was written by Jan Clyburn that said we needed a community health center in every community. That money is there, and I am translating it into health centers for vaccinations and treatment in every housing development I have the privilege of representing. So thank you, Jim Clyburn. I gotta say that not only did we just nominated Justice Jackson, but 2 weeks ago, Vice President Harris and President Biden signed into law the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act, which finally made lynching a federal crime. And about a month before that, we passed a bill, championed again by Mr. Clyburn, making Juneteenth a federal holiday. It's now a federal holiday. Now this represents a little progress. As Martin Luther King said, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. But we got to make sure that it bends and be part of that bending. So while we pass some bills that are important, we got to remember that it's not sufficient. Due to the repeal by the federal government of the government's preclearance power in Shelby versus Holder, it rolled back the voting rights protections that President Johnson and Martin Luther King wrote into law. So they rolled it back. And that deeply wrong and misguided Supreme Court means that states across this country have moved to restrict the right to vote through stricter voter ID laws, voter purging, unfair redistricting, and restricting mail and early voting. And as Senator Klobuchar pointed out, this is happening, not in our state, New York, thank God, but in a lot of states across this nation. And there is no question that these measures are meant disproportionately to impact people of color and put unnecessary barriers in place when they go to vote. And I feel one of the most important goals that we have, and I see one of our great civil rights leaders here, Wade Henderson, who on the national level helped us so much with the census count. We must get together, all of us, and pass the Freedom to Vote, John Lewis Voting Rights Act. We've got to do it this year. We got it through the House. We have to get it through the Senate. And this important law, so you understand it, it would restore preclearance so they couldn't pass these gerrymandering vote restricting laws. And it would allow the federal government to block new changes to election law that would inhibit in any way access to the ballot box. So passing this bill has got to be our top priority. And that isn't the only must-pass bill waiting in the Senate and being pushed by our good Senator Klobuchar. The Senate must also address police brutality and unfair policing practices in the criminal justice system by passing the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act, which I am proud to be an original sponsor, along with Mr. Green and Mr. Clyburn. Now, this important bill would prohibit at the federal level the kinds of racial, religious, and discriminatory practices by law enforcement agencies that took the life of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Eric Gardner, and many, many others, and it encourages states to do the same thing. It also is encouraging mandating dashboard cameras that have helped us in a lot of these cases, and body cameras for federal offices, as well as the use of federal funds to have these cameras at the state and local level for police officers. And among other improvements to the current policing practices, the bill will reform qualified immunity, ban law enforcement from the terrible chokeholds that kill, those chokeholds, and it would ban the no-knock warrants that killed Breonna Taylor. So we need to finally do the right thing for the man for whom the bill is named by passing the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. And we've got to get it on the Reverend's program. We've got to get our people behind it all around. Now, on a local level, because I represent New York, I was a teacher in East Harlem when I started my political life. We just passed this past week and signed into law a bill that I wrote on postal reform that basically saves the post office and the services that they provide people, the jobs, keeps it from being privatized, which many Republicans want, and puts it on a firm financial basis for generations to come so we can get our medications, our paychecks, our documents in the mail. And I'm pleased that with the help of Jim Clyburn and Senator Schumer and others, we were able to deliver $400 million to Harlem to build the 2nd Avenue subway up to 125th Street, building jobs, quality of life, economic development. That is so, so important in our quality of life. Let me just say that it is an honor to be here to support NAN, to support the work of Reverend Sharpton, who speaks so strongly for all of us on so many social justice issues. Thank you for inviting me today. It's been my honor to be here.
Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney. Our last elected official this morning, we've had Hillary Clinton, everybody this week, but I wanted on this morning, before we did the civil rights leaders giving their report, and then the rest of the day, Youth Day, and then our concluding tonight. But I had to go home to Brooklyn, one of the most thrilling and exciting people on the political scene that follows the legacy of Shirley Chisholm. Let us hear from my Congresswoman from Brooklyn, Congresswoman Yvette Clarke.
To Senator Amy Klobuchar, to my very distinguished whip, mentor, and dear friend, Jim Clyburn, to my homeboy, the Reverend Al Sharpton, and to all of the sisters and brothers here in attendance, good morning, great morning. It's wonderful to be back here at NAN and the convention. Let me thank you so much, Reverend Sharpton, for that kind introduction, and it's truly a pleasure and a sincere honor to share this moment and spiritual space, spiritual space with each and every one of you. Greetings to my sisters and brothers. You are the tip of the spear of our movement for justice, fairness, and equity. As we celebrate the 31st year of the National Action Network Convention, what an honor it is to be here with you this morning. As has been stated, I'm Congresswoman Yvette D. Clarke, and I proudly represent New York's 9th Congressional District in Central and South Brooklyn. Brooklyn, stand up. Brooklyn, stand up. That's right. Brooklyn's always in the house. Brooklyn is always in the house. Let me thank you for the privilege of speaking with you, my people, on this notable institution's convention. I know firsthand the value and importance of the work that we champion, that you champion, for the voiceless, the dispossessed, the marginalized, and the less fortunate. As a black woman and the only black woman in the New York congressional delegation, the importance of us coming together in this movement for justice and equity is not lost on me. I embody it, I feel it each and every day in Washington, D.C. I serve in a very historical seat, previously held by the first black woman to serve in Congress, the first woman and the first black woman to run for the United States presidency on a major party ticket, the Honorable Shirley Chisholm. We can't say her name enough. Come on, y'all. 50 years ago, she had the audacity. And that is in large part because of the selfless work and activism of Reverend Al Sharpton, his leadership in the National Action Network. It has taken on for the good of our black community, who sadly continue to suffer the political, educational, social, and economic injustice across our nation. Thankfully, our fight for justice is still going strong, and we are steadily marching towards the promised land envisioned by the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. I am so proud to bear witness to the historic confirmation of our new Supreme Court Justice, Ketanji Brown Jackson. I'm that sister right there. I was jumping like this. I was in the Senate confirmation hearing the vote. And I can tell you there is nothing more uplifting, and I can see it in all the sisters' faces right now, to see that sister dignified, integrity, ready, prepared. And they tried to throw everything at that sister. I said, you know, there was some Harvard grads on there hating on that panel. There's some white boys, I'm gonna just put it what it is, that still can't get over the fact that they were in college with her. Hello? They hated seeing her on campus, and now she's got a lifetime appointment. Lifetime appointment. 51 years old. She could be there for another 3, 4, 5 decades. And the white boys couldn't handle it. They could not handle it. So this historic moment in our American history was a personal honor to witness in the Senate. And as the representative of the people of the 9th Congressional District of New York, one of my greatest honors. Timing is everything. You don't know where the Lord is gonna put you at certain moments, and I am a witness, and I'm alive to experience with all of you this very historic milestone. It is also important to acknowledge that Justice Jackson was ushered in by not just the first vice president, but America's first black woman vice president, Kamala Harris. And I understand, Senator Klobuchar, that one of the clerks, or the main clerk for the Senate, is also a black woman who had to carry the news. Hello, black women were floating all throughout the space. And quite frankly, we are always in these spaces, but oftentimes not recognized.
That's right.
We're doing the work in the back rooms, we're serving others, but now we are in pivotal roles, and that is so, so very important after all that we have been through throughout the history of our nation. So let me remind you all that we are our sisters and brothers' keeper. And those before me reached back and pulled me up too, making me a direct beneficiary of the clear path forged by the fighting Shirley Chisholm, who was an outspoken and unapologetic advocate for women and people of color. Though her activism made her unpopular with her fellow members of Congress, everybody wasn't loving on Shirley Chisholm. Let's be real. Let's keep it real. She exemplified the need and the purpose of the civil rights movement, the Black Power movement, and ushered in the change to help make America the America Langston Hughes demanded and hoped for. Nan, the impact of your work is embodied in that dream. Your work is the pioneer of the plane. It is critical work that is steadily seeking a home where we can all truly be free. It is your guiding principles, rooted in developing young leaders, that we get to celebrate Youth and College Day. Come on, y'all. Intergenerational, we got to make sure they pick up that baton and run with it. The battle ain't over. We need our young people in this struggle. We need to seek new ways to empower our young people to make community engagement and influencing policy the norm and not the exception. And one of the leading civil rights organizations in the nation, your battle cry, no justice, no peace. Hello, say it one more time, no justice. No peace. That's what I'm talking about, is why we get to mark all of the historical nodes and advances in our ongoing battle for civil rights and adequate representation in these United States of America. And representation of our voices matters. And that is why I'm proud to champion the issues that impacted our community. It must never be lost on us that we stand on the shoulders of giants, women and men who fought for the empowerment and liberation of our people. And just like the Honorable Shirley Chisholm, Vice President Kamala Harris, and Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson are making historic strides in representation, their achievements will forever stand as an example, a blueprint for generations to come. And yet, despite these advances in representation at the highest levels, the United States still suffers from a legacy of blatant racism, de facto segregation, and ongoing injustices that continue to impact Black and brown lives. Although more than a century in the making, the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act has finally become law. Imagine that. Centuries. I was honored to bear witness to the official signing of the bill in the White House. And I don't know if many of you realize this, but one of the cases that the former, now deceased DA of Brooklyn, Ken Thompson, championed and won just before he became the DA was the conviction, the successful conviction of Emmett Till's murderers. So Brooklyn's got it going on, New York City's got it going on, and we have that bond and that connection with our sisters and brothers who are still down south while we live up south. It took the audacity of hope, despite the unimaginable pain of Emmett Till's mother, Mamie Elizabeth Till Mobley, to show the world what racism did to her son. It took heroes like, again, my dear friend, my colleague, Congressman Bobby Rush, who dedicated his life towards the pursuit of this moment. And it took the revolutionary journalistic work of Ida B. Wells, who documented the stories of the brutalities inflicted upon us. And I would be certainly remiss if, again, I did not mention that our Brooklyn DA, Ken Thompson, fought tooth and nail to reopen and investigate the murders into Emmett Till. It is through shared sacrifices and perseverance that we will continue to overcome our nation's extraordinary crisis in racial justice. The year was 1939 when Billie Holiday sang Strange Fruit to confront this hideous era of lynching. Black bodies swinging in southern breeze, strange fruit hanging from the poplar trees. The song's lyrics portray the everyday violence that was being inflicted on Black people, Black bodies, and Holiday dared to perform it in front of Black and white audiences alike. And thanks to her bold stance in the face of despicable hate, she made a statement that finally bore the righteous fruit, the rightful fruit, in the form of the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act. Look, y'all, our youth have to be engaged, have to be gassed up, because it cannot take another 60 years to see justice for our community. That is why we are duty-bound to keep pushing to pass the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. Come on, y'all, we can't get weary. We cannot get weary. We can't go back to business as usual, because we know at any moment in any part of this nation, we are at stake. This law will introduce unprecedented reforms to curb police brutality and end racial profiling, eliminate qualified immunity for law enforcement, and build greater trust between law enforcement and our communities. And this legislation is paramount to protecting the lives of people like George Floyd, like Eric Garner, Breonna Taylor, Tamir Rice, Ahmaud Arbery, Philando Castile, Tatiana Jefferson, Michael Brown, Sandra Bland, Amadou Diallo, Walter Scott, and the innocent young men like Trayvon Martin. Sadly, the list of innocent victims is so long, too long, and the journey for justice has been weary, but we can't relent. We gotta be gassed up, pumped up, lit, and ready to roll for the salvation of our people and, quite frankly, the salvation of our nation. But there can be no rest for the weary when we are talking and tasked with ensuring that the over-militarized police cannot just stop their unjust brutality upon our black bodies. Communities of color, especially the most vulnerable members of our society, deserve the same delivery of service and protection the mission delivered to other groups. We demand justice, fairness, and equity when it comes to policing. Uplifting Black and brown voices and our human experience in America is the justice we've been after for far too long. And until that day comes, my voice will continue to join Nan in shouting, no justice, hello, no peace. My hands remain on deck to ensure that discrimination against our community does not fly under the radar, that we don't accept it, we don't swallow it, we don't turn a blind eye to it, that these cases are seen, are heard, and the legacy of police brutality is brought to light, and we shatter it and end it once and for all. This is how we fight racism. We show up, we show out, and we continue to fight the battle. Our lives matter, and all those struck down unjustly by police brutality's lives matter too, and like Emmett Till, their cases cannot close without justice served. Organizations like the National Action Network, who champion racial equity through action, influencing policy and legislation, let me thank you. Let me just say thank you. Sometimes we feel like we just in it by ourselves. We're in this bubble on Capitol Hill, and I'm telling you, these folks, some crazy folk, walking around like they own and they're privileged and that we are less than they are. We got to deal with some voices on Capitol Hill that have no respect for our humanity. And they state it and they brag about it. So we got to stay in the battle. Millions of people who took to the streets saying that the names of victims and pushing their causes to help end racism and brutality, I honor you all. Together we will bring about justice from unjust actions. This is a historic moment and heightened time for our representation, and I'm grateful that the truth of our American lives is finally finding its rightful place in our society and our history. I'm in the fight for justice alongside you, with you, spiritually and otherwise. I am there to put my body on the line, and I am proud and thankful to be one of the voices uplifting the truth for racial justice in Congress. It is with a deep honor and privilege that I've been here to speak with you today at the 31st National Action Network Convention. This organization, inspired by the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. and presided over by the Reverend Al Sharpton, has for 31 years promoted nonviolent direct action and civil disobedience to bring about an America for both you and for me. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. And I know Rev is still gassed up. I see him all the time. This brother is everywhere. And where he is, you are also. Where he is, the National Action Network shows up and shows out, and we are just so very proud that you stand in the gap for us. I have no doubt that together we shall be on the mountaintop our ancestors envisioned. With so many historic moments, we are truly our ancestors' wildest dreams coming true. Thank you so much for having me. May you continue to have a successful and wonderful convention, and may all of you enjoy the fruits of our labor, justice, and prosperity in the years to come. No justice? No peace. No justice? No peace. God bless.
Congresswoman Yvette Clarke. I'm going to have our civil rights leaders come up. We're going to take a photo with the elected as they shift. We're still on the air, and I want all our civil rights leaders to come up. I should say leaders of civil rights organizations, because I saw a bunch of y'all getting ready to come up because y'all are civil rights leaders. I ain't talking about y'all.
You did all right. You saved
Thank you. We pause every year. Shh. We give a hand as our elected officials take their leave. We pause every year to have some of our allied civil rights leaders give a report. Shh. Give a report on what their organizations are doing and what we project to continue to do together. And we're going to take the next few minutes to do that, as they take their seats. And then we are going to then move out of the way and start our Youth in College Day. Let us begin with the Dean of Civil Rights Leaders from the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, President Emeritus Wade Henderson.
Good morning, NAN. Good morning, members of NAN. It's so good to see you all. Come on back. Good morning. Come on, let's hear it. I know you all got energy out there. This is such an honor. Let me say to Reverend Sharpton, what an extraordinary honor it is to be here at the 31st Annual Convention of the National Action Network. The National Action Network has become the center of political activity, not only for the African American community and the progressive community broadly, but for the civil rights community as well. Reverend Sharpton plays an important role in every campaign and advocacy effort taking place in Washington, D.C. and around the country. And as we fight the battles to ensure that the rights and privileges and the protections that we as African Americans are entitled to have, it is Reverend Sharpton who has helped lead the way. Now, I'm joined on this panel by some extraordinary individuals, and my colleagues have been leaders of their respective organizations and the broader movement for years. I'm so pleased and proud to be among them and to call them friends and colleagues, but their leadership has made a difference. They're going to talk about voting rights. They're going to talk about criminal justice reform. They're going to talk about perhaps education. But I've decided to take a different path because I want to draw some linkages between some of those issues and how we got here today. Now, you know, when Congresswoman Yvette Clarke invoked the name of Shirley Chisholm, think about how incredibly proud Mrs. C, as I called her, Mrs. C, Mrs. Chisholm would be at the confirmation of Ketanji Brown Jackson. She'd be jumping for joy, as the brother said, the first black woman in Congress, celebrating the first black woman appointed to the Supreme Court and sworn in by the nation's first black woman Vice President of the United States. Think about how over the moon Mrs. C would have been. She'd have been over the moon. And she would have been at that ceremony yesterday, just with her presence, making known the role of black women and black people in bringing about the moment of yesterday. Now, you know, we did a lot of recognition this morning, well-deserved, of Congressman Clyburn, who obviously helped make yesterday happen. It wouldn't have happened without him, and you've heard that, and everybody recognizes that. But guess who else made a difference in causing yesterday to happen? Reverend Raphael Warnock of Georgia and Senator Jon Ossoff of Georgia, who were elected in the special election on January 5th, the day before the insurrection took place in Washington, D.C. They were elected to the United States Senate in a special election led by black voters. It was black voters who formed the coalition that made Ossoff and Warnock United States Senators. And Ossoff and Warnock, by their election, gave control of the Senate to Democrats, who in turn were able to nominate a black woman to be on the Supreme Court. It would not have happened if Warnock had not been elected senator. It wouldn't have happened. Because the same thing that happened to Merrick Garland when he was left holding the bag, walking around the Senate trying to get Republicans to vote, the same thing would have happened to Ketanji Brown Jackson if she had been nominated. They wouldn't have gotten confirmed because the Senate would not have accepted that. There's something known as the filibuster. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you haven't heard much about that. Certainly haven't heard anything about it this morning. What the hell is a filibuster? A filibuster is nothing more than a procedural rule that is used in the Senate allegedly to protect minority rights, but it has become an abusive procedure that blocks progressive legislation from happening. Why don't you have the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act? It's the filibuster. Why don't you have the Voting Rights Act? It's the filibuster. You know, when I look at Corey Wise and Gwen Carr sitting here knowing the role that Reverend Sharpton played in their cases and thinking about the injustices that they've experienced and saying, well, can't we do something in Congress? The filibuster makes that impossible. Now, let me say this, colleagues. When we talk about criminal justice reform, get this in your mind. We have 25 of the country's largest police departments and sheriff's departments. over the past decade, those 25 largest police departments and sheriff's departments in the country have paid out over $3.2 billion to settle wrongful death and injury claims against innocent people. They have taxpayers' money, sister. Taxpayers' money. Taxpayers are on the hook for bad police behavior. We're the ones who are paying for those solutions. $3.2 billion spent over a period of 10 years for police cases. And we can't get the George Floyd bill passed? Why not? It's because of the filibuster. Now, when Congressman Al Green talked about Richard Russell, he's not going to go back into the Richard Russell building, which is one of the 3 Senate office buildings, because Richard Russell was a known white supremacist, and he was a champion of the use of the filibuster. My organization, the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, came into existence in 1950 to get rid of the filibuster, because we wanted to pass a hate crimes bill that made lynching a crime. Why couldn't you get an anti-lynching bill passed until this year? Baby, we've been working on that for 70, 80, 90 years. Why? It's the filibuster. So let me say to you, colleagues, we got to get rid of it. We got to get rid of it. And you can't get rid of it unless you're voting. And I would say this to you, every issue that we've talked about, voting rights, criminal justice, there's a national concern, and we have to deal with that. And that's what Reverend Sharpton, Mark Morial, Charles Steele, Damon Hewitt, Janice Mathis, my colleagues who are here, that's what we deal with at the federal level. But colleagues, I don't want you to get, don't be blinded by that. Issues are now happening at the states. And that's where we need to be on top of it. And if we're not on top of it, if we are not maximizing our votes, we are in trouble. Now, Reverend, I know I'm running over my time. I need one more minute, though. I do. I need one more minute. Look, we just launched. I know he's looking at me like I'm crazy. We just launched a new project called Black History is American History. The website is blackhistoryisamericanhistory.org. And why did we launch that effort? We launched it because Governor Glenn Youngkin of Virginia, on his first day in office, issued an executive order banning the teaching of black history and instruction because he felt that it involved divisive issues that would throw off the country. That's outrageous. And there was one example that was cited in the press event yesterday to make this clear. There's a young sister named Barbara Johns. She was a young high school student in 1951 in Farmville, Virginia. She led the walkout of students in her high school because of racial segregation and poor quality education. She led the effort. There was a lawsuit filed on her behalf that became part of the Brown versus the Board of Education case. I know you never heard of her. And let me say this, people in Virginia never heard of her. Okay, and the governor is trying to stop teaching of subjects like this because he doesn't want divisive issues to be presented to the country, okay? Now, let me say something to you, all right? Black history is American history. And when we were asked, well, why did you pick Virginia? I said, why did we pick Virginia? I said, wait a minute. 1619 began in Virginia. The first 2 presidents of the United States were enslavers from Virginia. Virginia was the home of the Confederacy during the Civil War, and Virginia led the effort to block the implementation of Brown versus the Board of Education. They closed the schools in Prince Edward County for 5 years rather than allow them to be integrated. That's why we started with Virginia. But it's going all over the country. So, Rev, I'm done. I know it's over. But let me just say, it's a privilege to be here. The effort that we are fighting is on the ground. It's in the states, not just at the federal level. And we need to make sure that we maximize every vote in our communities, black and progressive votes, to turn out in this next election. Please help. Thank you.
Wade Henderson.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Next, a brother beloved who works very closely with Nan all over the country. I've known and worked with him now for a couple of decades. And when he was mayor of New Orleans and when he came to New York, Ron Daniels hooked us up and we've worked hand in glove ever since. He is the president of the National Urban League and is the convener, really, of legacy civil rights organizations, the Honorable Mark Morial.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Nan.
Good morning.
I am honored to be here this morning, and Reverend, what do I have, 3 times 10? 5 minutes. I first want to say thank you to Reverend Sharpton for his indefatigable, tireless leadership and political savvy. Reverend Sharpton has been a driving force in our work, brothers and sisters, as legacy civil rights organizations, to work together. I just wrote a book, and in it there is a chapter called Ants versus Crabs.
That's right.
And we know what a crab does, and we have to understand that ants instinctively are one element of the animal kingdom that work together. And that because they work together, they are the strongest animal in the animal kingdom in terms of their ability to achieve beyond their weight. So I want to give Reverend Sharpton and ask you to give him a big, warm round of applause. Another thank you so much. And I secondly want to thank Reverend Sharpton for welcoming the National Urban League. In about 2.5 years, we will move to 125th Street. If you have watched the building going up 2 doors over from the Adam Clayton Powell building, that is our building. That is the National Urban League's new headquarters. It will include retail space. It will include 177 units of all affordable housing, as well as the new Urban Civil Rights Museum, as well as 100 Black Men of New York, Jazzmobile, and the New York office of the United Negro College Fund. So we're looking forward to it. And let the record show that our lead developer is a black firm from New York, BRP, led by Brother Meredith Marshall. A few things here. This panel is defined as measuring the movement. So I like to come every year on behalf of the National Urban League and give highlights about some of the work that we've done. So I share with you, and the National Urban League, we have 91 affiliates across the nation. We have 2,500 employees, 15,000 volunteers. We provide direct services to 2.5 million people a year. In 2020, we provided workforce and job training services to 75,000 people and placed 10,000 of them in jobs that pay a living wage. In the last 16 years, we have connected 248,000 people to jobs that pay a living wage. In the housing arena, in 2020, 12,000 people signed up and participated. This is in the middle of the pandemic, our home ownership buyer classes. 2,311 as a result of those classes, became homeowners purchasing homes with an average value of $175,000. In the civil rights movement, we must be, on one hand, tree shakers. On the other hand, we must be jelly makers. We have to not only be powerful advocates, our work is also to work with families and people to advance their work. Number two, on Tuesday of this week, the National Urban League, the coming week, will release its 2022 State of Black America report. We're doing it on the campus of Clark Atlanta University, one of our historically black universities, and we're doing it because we're leaning into and we'll have the students from Morehouse and Spelman and Morris Brown and Clark Atlanta University participating in that release. That release and that report will focus this year on something that everyone on this panel this morning has talked about, and that is this threat to democracy. So I want to just paint this quick picture about this threat to democracy and remind us of some interesting things. Back in 2016, there was a tremendous amount of talk about Russian interference in the 2016 election, Reverend. Russian interference in the 2016 election focused on one thing. It focused on suppressing black votes. What did it involve? It involved a sophisticated cyber security campaign where Russian operatives posed as Black Lives Matter operatives, where Russian operatives posted on Twitter, Facebook, and all across the internet messages that told black voters, do not vote. It is a waste of time. Politicians are sellouts. You should stay home. And to add insult to injury, they began posting 2 weeks before the election banners that said, wake up, now you can vote by internet. Text to this number and cast your vote. Vladimir Putin, who's invading Ukraine, is also a suppressor of black votes here in the United States of America. So these tactics about voter suppression include gerrymandering, which we see taking place. Right here in New York, a judge has sought to thwart our power by striking down the reapportionment plan adopted by the New York legislature. It includes voter suppression, where in 2020, 70% of voters across the nation voted other than going to the polling place on election day. They voted by mail, they absentee voted, they voted by dropping their ballots in drop boxes. Now, all across the nation, there are efforts to take away those methods of voting. The third has been a sophisticated misinformation campaign. January 6th, the big lie saying that there was illegitimacy around the results of the 2020 election. And the final tactic being used is intimidation of those that run elections all across the nation. Here's what I want all of us to understand. This is a sophisticated, well-funded, highly orchestrated campaign to stop us from voting. And we have to meet fire with fire. We have to meet fire with intelligence. And we have to meet fire with sustainability. Why didn't we pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, as Wade Henderson said, because of the filibuster. So here are 4 things that we must do to counteract it. To make, as John Lewis said, good trouble. First of all, we must be diligent in ensuring that everyone in our community is registered to vote. It is not acceptable, brothers and sisters, that in the last mayoral election in New York, less than 35% of the people turned out to vote. We are surrendering our power all across the nation. We must register, and we must vote, and we must check our registrations. Number 2, we must pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. We must pass it. And we must say to every single person running for election or re-election, where do you stand on the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act? I don't want you to just say you're going to vote for it. I want you to co-sponsor it. I want you to publicly speak about it. And we must ask them, where do they stand on the filibuster and the elimination and the reform of the filibuster? So all of these things, as we move ahead, we must, Reverend Sharpton, call the question on those that come around our communities on election time. Now, New York is a very different place. Most of the elected officials here are Democrats. Most of the elected officials here lean liberal or progressive. But in places like Ohio and Indiana and Georgia and South Carolina and Tennessee and Mississippi and Louisiana and yes, Texas, in Alabama, our communities are under the scourge of hard right-wing racist politicians on the rise. We have to maximize our vote here, maximize the participation of people that support our agenda in places like New York, sometimes to offset what is occurring in those states down south and in the Midwest. The civil rights movement took an acceleration 10 years ago. Reverend Sharpton, 2 things happened 10 years ago. The death of Trayvon Martin accelerated a new awakening and awareness and participation by a new generation of people, a new generation of young black people. But let the record reflect, Reverend Sharpton, it was the legacy civil rights organizations who were down in Sanford, Florida first, standing with the family and standing with Ben Crump. The second thing that happened 10 years ago was the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court dealt a blow to the Voting Rights Act with the Shelby case. And I can say it is my prediction that that Supreme Court will be remembered in history the same way the Supreme Court that issued the Dred Scott decision. The same way, Reverend Steele, the Supreme Court that issued the decision in Plessy v. Ferguson. Edward Douglas White, a member of that court, that Supreme Court, his statue was just taken down in front of the Supreme Court building in the state of Louisiana. It was taken down by the black woman, Burnett Johnson, who served as Chief Justice. She didn't ask for a vote of the court. She just went out there and took it down and put it in a closet. So the final thing I'll say is we will also on Tuesday launch our own nationwide civic engagement campaign known as Reclaim Your Vote. And I'll come up to Nan sometime this summer, Reverend, and talk more about that campaign because I know it'll complement what you're going to do, what Reverend Steele's going to do, the important protection work that Damon's going to do, the activism that Janice is going to do, and the work that the Leadership Conference is going to do, Wade, as we work together. We cannot sleep. the 2022 election. We cannot sleep the 2022 election. No justice? No justice? Thank you, Nan.
Mark Morial. I'm going to ask our civil rights leaders, we're way over time, and I want to respect our youth coming in, as well as we have a young choir that has to perform at Carnegie Hall. I want them to be able to do that. So I'm going to ask y'all to please keep your time, because I promised that we were going to do that so that our young people, we all talk about intergeneration, we cannot then squeeze their time out. And some of our elected officials went over time. Let us now hear, I'm going to do these three, and then I want to bring this choir on. Is that how we segue in? Somebody give me some instruction here. Is that what we're doing? Okay. Let me bring on from the acting president and executive director of the Lawyers Committee, Damon Hewitt. He will take 5 minutes.
Thank you, Rev. Good morning, Nan. Good morning, Black America. Good morning, all America. Damon Hewitt is my name. I'm actually no longer acting. I'm now a full-fledged president and executive director of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law. So there's no acting anymore. And I succeeded my good friend and colleague, Kristen Clark, who now leads the Civil Rights Division in the U.S. Department of Justice. Good. So I want to make just a few remarks to underscore points that you've already heard. Our democracy, as Brother Morial, my mayor from my hometown, New Orleans, said, our democracy is under attack. It's more fragile than we like to admit. But the attack is fueled by something we know all too well. It is fueled by racism. And I give you two basic examples. One, all these voter suppression bills, they're getting at the ways that we've been voting recently. But here's the irony. We know black folks, we didn't used to vote by mail, absentee. We went to the polls, souls to the polls. My parents would take me to the polls. And if you didn't go in, they would trade off while you waited outside and sat in the car. And when you got to the polls, it was us working those polls. It was the older women, typically, in my neighborhood in New Orleans, working those polls. And so when we found new ways to vote, whether it be a ballot drop box where I live outside of Washington, D.C., whether it be drive-through voting for the mother who's working 2 jobs in the middle of a pandemic in Harris County, Texas, where Representative Al Green represents. When we found new ways to vote, look what happened. Record numbers of people voted. Over 100 million people cast a ballot before Election Day in 2020. Before Election Day, black and brown people voted in record numbers. And as soon as we found these new ways to vote, here comes the limitations. Here comes the trickeration. The threat is not alleged voter fraud, which is false. The threat is us. It's racism. I'll give you another example. Some others spoke about the insurrection at the Capitol on January 6th. Now, what fueled that big lie but racism? You heard Giuliani and these folks talk about, well, in Atlanta, they did this. In Detroit, they did that. In Philadelphia, now what do these cities have in common? This is where we are and where our brown brothers and sisters are, right? It's all fueled by racism. So there's another big lie within that big lie. There's always a lie within that lie. Now, but here are the stakes, though, right? So we're litigating, as Brother Morial and Wade Henderson mentioned, we're stumping the pavement and pushing Congress, especially the Senate. And we're really talking about is the senator from West Virginia and the senator from Arizona, right? Manchin and Sinema. We're pushing them to protect our vote, to honor not just our vote, but our voice, and honor our vitality as black people in this country, so that we can have the self-determination we've been fighting for since 1619. Self-determination. But here's what they're doing. These folks are willing to do what happened after Brown v. Board and in the 60s. They're willing to engage in a new form of what they called at the time massive resistance. And it has all of the qualities of what we think of as movement. They're active politically. They're making new laws. They're litigating in courts. The same folks who funded the effort to undermine the Voting Rights Act in the Supreme Court, they're now funding the cases designed to undermine affirmative action, right? They're active in all the ways that we are and should be. So our democracy is more fragile than we think. But we have to remember it's all fueled by racism. All of it's fueled by racism. So democracy is more fragile than we like to think, but we're more stronger than they ever imagined. We are stronger. Mark gave some marching orders. I know my time is very brief, so I'll just give a couple. So at the Lawyers Committee, we convened the National Election Protection Coalition. There's a hotline number, easy to remember, 866-OUR-VOTE. 866-OUR-VOTE. Call that number if you have a question. If you need to know where to vote, if you have a question about eligibility, if you have a question about how these new laws, whether it be in New York or elsewhere, impact you or your neighbor or your friend in another state, call that number. You can also find it online, 866-OUR-VOTE. So Mark talked about voting and making sure you're registered. Make a plan now for the primary election, for the general election. You got time, make a plan now. But also the most important thing, as you keep your eyes on the prize and remember what's at stake, keep fighting. Don't ever stop the fight. Thank you. I love you all, Nan. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you. Give a big hand. A sister beloved who I've known, we come out of the same kind of movement and spirit and shaping and molding, and she is now sitting in the seat where Dorothy Height led so, and we're honored to have her with us to give her presentation for a few moments. Janice Mathers, National Council of Negro Women.
Thank you, Reverend Al. I know that everything that can be said has already been said, so I'm not going to trouble you long, but I came by here to say a couple of things. See how immaculately tailored Reverend Sharpton is all the time? My mother was a tailor, trained at North Carolina A&T, sent there by her father who could not read or write, but who figured out how to send her to North Carolina A&T. And when she wanted to make you a garment, she could make anything. She made suits, she made draperies, she made overcoats, she could make anything. Very talented with her hands. But the first thing she would do would be to take a measurement. She'd measure your chest, she'd measure your waist, she'd measure your hips, your arm length, your back waist length. Before she ever cut a piece or even sewed a stitch, she'd measure you. And so today I want to offer you just a couple of tidbits about how NCNW is measuring itself. We now have some 330 sections all over the country, Reverend Al. We're trying to go back to where Dorothy left us. We've got 70 of those chapters on college campuses as diverse as Howard University and Spelman and Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where Roll Tide is. We have created something in the same partnership with Reverend Franklin Richland about COVID. You know, they said we were hesitant. We wouldn't take the vaccine. Well, guess what? We have closed the gap on taking the vaccine. Black folk are just as likely to be vaccinated as anybody else now. And that is because over 100,000 contacts were made to more than 1 million families to let them know the information they needed to make good decisions for themselves. We're not belittling. We know there's plenty of racism in healthcare, but if we don't fight it, who will? And guess what? 40 years ago, we didn't have HIPAA. We didn't have patients' informed right to consent. Medicine has changed because we have changed our mind. And when the American people make up their mind, it's changed. We got 38 million food insecure people in this country, 10 million poor children in this country. A black man who was born in the 1970s, real man, if he drops out of high school, got a 70% chance of going to prison. That 7-0. 7 out of 10 if you drop out of high school and you're black and you're born in the 1970s. We have plenty of work to do. And so now think about Mama's garments. She make them so precise that if you gain a half a pound, they wouldn't fit no more. And so most of us don't have the dietary discipline of Reverend Al. And so what we got to do is we got to put hyper-incarceration on a diet. We got to put homelessness on a diet. We got to put hyper-incarceration and all of these ills so that they will fit our communities and be what we need them to be. God bless you all. Thank you for the invitation. Glad to be here. See you next year.
Janice Mathis. Last but not least, and then we're going to bring our choir on and segue into our Youth and College Day so they can get ready. And I am very appreciative that they've been patient because we did run over time, and I'm appreciative that the networks are still running us because we did go over time. But our elected officials, I guess they wanted to take their time, so y'all will go home and tell folk to vote for them. But the choir, and let me say they're going to do a concert, they're performing on something. Many of the victims they're going to be singing about tonight are the families that are here. So I hope that adds to their spirit. Last but not least, president of SCLC, where I started in SCLC, and we are talking about Brother Charles Steele.
All right.
Thank you, Reverend Sharpton. I'm going to be 5 minutes, but it's going to be the greatest 5 minutes of your life.
All right.
Hello, somebody. Amen, church.
Yes, sir.
SCLC, I'm in Dr. King's position. Been here right at 16 years. So I know a little something. I want to thank Reverend Al Sharpton for being my friend for many of years. And I'm just so happy that he called me up south. I heard someone talk about down south and up south. I went to jail with him a few years ago. And that bonding connection that we had with Reverend Al and Nan started with Reverend John Nettles, who's gone on to, oh, glory to heaven. But he said that Reverend Sharpton is a friend to SCLC. And we need to work with him, not knowing that I was going to end up being president, CEO of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. But Reverend Sharpton has been there for SCLC. And I'm asking you, give him a hand. For my next 3 minutes, SCLC has a program that's called From the Streets to the Suites. And Reverend E.T. Cavendish came in this morning from Cleveland, Ohio. He called me into Cleveland. I'm averaging going to Cleveland, Ohio, up south, once a week because of racism and discrimination. Reverend Cavendish, are you here? Stand up, please, Reverend E.T. Cavendish. Give him a hand. 93 years young. 93 years young. Reverend E.T. Cavendish. Still on the battlefield. Still, why did you go? Why did you go to Cleveland? Because of racism. Racism is a virus. Just like COVID-19. We must deal with the racist society of America. Reverend Cavendish, as our local president of SCLC, is challenging Sherwin Williams. Sherwin Williams is a racist company. I'm talking about the paint company. I was behind a Sherwin Williams truck, Reverend Cavendish, the other day, and it said we all over the world. But I told my wife they might be all over the world, but they missed the spot. Oh, they missed the spot because they won't hire no black contractors in the managerial position. And they're using public funds. I'm asking today that we shut them down. Reverend Sharpton the other day, and Dr. Cabinet says, Reverend Sharpton, when you come up with steel, he got some opposition. Folks don't like what he's doing. You know what Reverend Sharpton say? Nothing in the world gonna separate Steele and Sharpton. Nothing in the world. So what I'm saying, we got the endorsement also of Martin Luther King III. We got the endorsement of Ambassador Andrew Young. We are talking serious business about having a national march with Reverend Al Sharpton, SCLC, and all the other conglomerates of the civil rights movement up south in Cleveland, Ohio. Will you go with us? Will you march? Will you eliminate racism? Will you do it today? Thank you so much, because love is what love does. Let's eliminate, let's eradicate racism, because it is a COVID aura, just like COVID-19. Fight up!
Where'd it go? I hope my friend and brother Steele, when he comes again, will try to be a little more passionate and emotional. He's so laid back and soft-spoken. Give him a hand, Charles Steele. As this choir gets ready to come, we have a living legend among us gonna make a quick, he's not speaking, he's gonna make a presentation. Y'all wooed to him and grooved to him, but didn't know he was an activist. I want him to bring his presentation on, and then I want the world-renowned Mount Sac Choir from Sacramento to get ready to turn. Okay, I'm going to introduce y'all in a minute. I'm sorry. It is the renowned Mount Sac Choir. They're from, well, let me do the presentation first, and then we're going to bring them up. And I'm talking about the one and only Al B. Short.
And blessings, kings and queens. No justice. No justice. I wanted to do something really quickly for someone who's a mentor. I look at him as a big brother, one of the geniuses of civil rights. Let the church say amen. So I had an opportunity to get a good word with this busy icon schedule. And he gave me some encouragement, and I won the championship for celebrity boxing just recently. And what's even more important is that the giving nature of this gentleman behind me, Dr. Reverend Sharpton, is just, you know, such an inspiration to me. So I wanted to do something as a small token to say thank you to Reverend Sharpton, Rachel, the entire NAN, amazing family, the entire team, and I'm honored to be a part of the family.
Stand over here with him. He's given $10,000 to the National Action Network. All right, thank you. Let me say, after the choir, we're going into our youth, and I guess they will come forward. Among them, though, I want to take personal privilege. Among the panelists will be Erica Ford, who had her birthday just yesterday. I've known Erica since she was about 16 or 17. We was marching in Queensbridge houses on Richard Luke. Is that right? He lives in Queensbridge. That's the mayor of Queensbridge houses. She was a teenager then, and they met in the community center. And I'll never forget, she walked down the aisle and said, "Sharpton, what are you doing here? And what you gonna do about this?" She started challenging me, and we've been challenging each other ever since. The world-renowned Mount Sac Chamber Choir Chamber Singers, under the direction of noted director Bruce Rogers, is from Walnut, California. They've had the honor of performing at the most prestigious concert halls throughout the world, winning numerous competitions and acclaim. And because of that, they will be performing this evening at Carnegie Hall as part of a national concerts production. They're honored to be able to present this particular piece. The name of the piece, and to show you how authentic Brother Rogers is, they wanted to come and sing here before they went to Carnegie Hall, because they're singing a piece called "Say Her Name," composed by Alicia Lee in honor of those who've been wrongly killed by police. Their performance is dedicated to those who lost, and as they sing this morning in the presence of the mother of Eric Gardner and George Floyd's brother, I hope it gives them the spirit to do what they're doing as Bruce Rogers. They stopped me the other day and talked about it. I didn't know about it, but the more I heard, the more I'm honored that they're here and that they're committed. Let us welcome to the National Action Network Convention the Mount Sac Chamber Singers. Give them a huge hand. Give them a huge hand.
This goes that way. It's okay. Come on. Okay. Let's get the podium up. Thank you.
That to be solo? Yeah. Great. Yeah. No, well, no, let's put it down. She'll be good. That'd be awesome, yes.
Do you want me to take it off or just leave it on?
Just leave it, I think. Everybody good?
Say her name, say her name, say her name. She cannot be forgotten by us. Say her name, say her name, say Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. She cannot be forgotten by us. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. Put her name in the air. Hoo, ha. Put her name in the air. Hoo, ha. Put her name in the air. Hoo, ha. Put her name in the air. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. She cannot be forgotten by us. Say her name. 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 She cannot be forgotten by us. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name.
Breonna Taylor.
Say her name.
Tatiana Jefferson.
Say her name. Say her name. Pamela Turner. Say her name. Say her name.
Conan Lucas.
Say his name.
Philando Castile.
His name. Put his name. Say his name. Say his name.
Eric Gardner.
His name. Put his name. Say his name. Say his name.
Michael Brown.
Put his name. Say his name. Say his name. George Floyd. Say their name. Say their names. They cannot be forgotten by us. Say their names. 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 She cannot be forgotten by us. Say her name. 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 She cannot be forgotten by us. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name.
The Mount Sac Chamber Singers, give them a big hand. Mount Sac Chamber Singers, give them a big hand. Isn't that wonderful? Thank you. Isn't that wonderful to see this diverse group of young people all the way from California? Say her name. Say her name. Wow, that was amazing, wasn't it? All right, let me turn it over now to the National Director of our Youth and College Division, Minister Tyleek McMillan.
No justice. No justice. What do we want? When do we want it? I said, what do we want? When do we want it? How y'all feeling? Give it up for yourselves. Come on. Give it up for yourselves. We're so excited for you all to be here, and we're thankful for you to be here. And we're excited to kick off the ribbon cutting for Youth in College Day. We're excited to be honoring some amazing individuals who are advancing justice in their own right, in their own way, and we're excited to be honoring them. You know, I'm an old soul, and I heard an elder say to me once, some of us have been in the house so long that we have forgot what the storm feels like. The elder said to me, some of us have been in the house so long that we have forgot what the storm feels like, that we have got comfortable to a place that we have arrived somewhere, that we've arrived somewhere by our own merits or our own strengths. But we come here today convening in this place, having these conversations, these important conversations, because we are saying that we still have not yet arrived. And in order for us to arrive, we must have these critical conversations that move us forward. And I'm excited today because we're going to hear from some young people about how we include the visionary and passionate voices of young people in helping moving this movement forward. We're going to begin with our ribbon cutting so we can officially begin. And we're going to roll it out. We just ask all of our young folks come to the front as we get prepared to cut our ribbon. Yes, Life Camp. We're going to go, I believe we have the video queued up. We have Michelle Obama, When We All Votes, wanted to share a message with My School Votes, a program that she's running, and we wanted to share that with you all. Is it? You don't got the video? No? Maybe not? Okay. We're going to proceed. We'll come back to that later. But we're going to go right into our Youth Day Awards. We're so excited, as I mentioned before, to be honoring some groups and individuals who we believe has continued to make their mark in inspiring the next generation of activists, of getting involved in this moment. And I got my sister Ashley here with me as we begin to do Youth Awards. Let's give it up. Let's give it up for our honorees today. Our first person we want to bring up is Usman Diallo. Give it up for Usman.
Okay, so first of all, we need more energy than this. There's not enough energy in here. Let's clap this. It's Youth in College Day. We happy to see y'all. We happy y'all are here. It's the final day of the convention. It's been an amazing, incredible convention. Who was here all 4 days? Raise your, oh, that's good. That's great. All right, clap yourselves up. Clap yourselves up. Who's here the first day today? Well, welcome. Thank you for coming and joining us on NAN's Youth in College Day. For those of you who don't know, my name is Ashley Sharpton. I'm the NAN Youth Huddle founder and director, and I'm so honored to be on the stage today. Usually I don't speak, so yeah. But I'm so happy also to see our panelists, so let's hurry this along. Ousmane Diallo. So much there can be said about Ousmane Diallo. He's our Youth Activist of the Year. Activist, if you defined it, you would come to Ousmane Diallo in the dictionary. Since we met him 2 years ago, he was brought to us by the one and only Folivi Dosa, who you will hear from. He was his friend. He basically did what we want you to do, we encourage you to do at the Huddle. The Huddle is an acronym. It stands for Helping and Uniting Dreamers to Develop, Lead, and Empower. Every Monday, we've been huddling up for the last 9 years with young people in our community, making sure that they are in the fight for change, knowing that they know how to organize, know how to communicate, know how to speak for themselves, and make sure that they have a seat at the table, especially every table that NAN is at. We make sure that young people have a seat at that table. You just clap that up. That's a good thing. A lot of people talk about youth empowerment, but you don't see the youth that they empower. We want our young people to be leaders. They're not our followers. This is not a fan club. This is about leadership. One of our guest panelists on the next panel, on the cancer culture panel, is Brandy Harvey. And it's something that she said on her Instagram about fleet rotation, about how eagles fly. Well, no, how birds fly. And basically the strongest person in the front is not just one person. All of the birds in the fleet are strong. So therefore, the person in the front, when it's time for them, when they get tired, because everybody gets tired, can go rotate to the back and the next one goes up. And that person in the front is just as strong as the first one. So we have a fleet of leaders, a fleet of eagles. And understand that when you see us, when you see one of us, when you see any of us, we represent a group. And we are all under the leadership of the National Action Network, which is under the leadership of the Reverend Dr. Al Sharpton. Now, I know I'm going over, but he's not just my father, that is our leader. Everything that we've empowered the young people to do from the beginning to the end, he has okayed. You might see me, you might see them, but everything that we do has been okayed by Reverend Al Sharpton. This is an intergenerational organization, and everything we do, the leadership is intergenerational, and they let us lead. They don't tell us what to do. He did not tell me to find Huddle. He lets us do what we got to do, and they do what they need to do. One thing, Ousmane Diallo, Ousmane, step up. I'm going to try not to get emotional. Ousmane Diallo, ever since we met him, every time he was called, he answered the call. Every time there was an issue, he stood for the issue. If it was online, if it was in person, if he was here or not. He went to college this year, and it was hard for him. And he ran for senator. He stepped up by himself, and he took to the win, and he learned everything that he learned in Harlem. He's the real general. We can call him General Oos. But basically, don't start. But basically, at the end of the day, every time he was home, if it was something going on with NAN, Katrina Jefferson runs the House of Justice. Every event we had, every giveaway for the toy giveaways, every holiday distribution, Ousmane was there leading the pack. Nobody called his name. Nobody asked him to come. He was there. That's what we do at the House of Justice. That's what we do at the National Action Network. That's a leader. And we honor leadership. We don't honor him just because of your title. We don't do that. He's not on payroll. He volunteers his time. So everybody in this room, please stand to your feet and clap this young man up, because he gave his time and serves the people. Service is power, and that's a young leader. You will know his name. He will be running for office. I say it again, he will be running for office. Remember his name. And all right, I'm done.
No, you got it.
Bio.
Oh, yeah.
Just 1 second for his bio.
I'm going to do my phone. I don't know how to follow after that. I know that's right. Ousmane Diallo, 19, is a political science major and criminal justice minor at the University of Albany. He's a member of the Racial Justice Committee at the University of Albany, Rockefeller College, Cities United Fellow, and a youth representative of National Action Network. And as Ashley mentioned, he is one of a treasure to us, and we appreciate you, and we're excited to be honoring you. We thank you for all your unwavering commitment to this work. You're valued. We just say we love you, and congratulations on your award.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
Guys, take a picture.
go first. You go first.
So, Usman, I've come. Well, I mean, all right, but Usman, I've come to adore you, you know, and as a young black man, I can tell you that I know I'm hard on you every week, and I know you try to run when we try to get preparation together. But seriously, when you look at the world today at our young people, we're losing them by the hour, by the minute, by the second. Some of them don't have self-esteem. You're a young black man who comes to Harlem every Monday when you're here to make sure that you speak to the generations under you, to speak to the generations under you, to speak to the generations under them. I honor you today, young black man. As we are losing y'all, I honor your mom, your father, for raising a great young man. And even if I had to get up here with my crutch or not, and you know, we have a little joke, I'm a Cancer, he's a Gemini, you know, and I say, all right, Gemini, relax yourself, all right, Cancer. But out of all of that, I want to tell you that I'm very proud of you. Continue to soar. The sky is not the limit, it's just a view. Continue to trust in the mighty higher power, because he will never, never, never forsake you. I'm proud of you, Usman. Congratulations.
I've known Usman since preschool. We went to preschool together. We lived on the same block. If I look out my window, his window is literally across the street. So for me, Usman, this is not just a regular friend of mine. This is a brother of mine that was sent from God. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really do see you as literally my brother, my blood. You know, we've been through a lot together. I will never forget how literally I'm walking past from Huddle one night, and I'm like, yo, I need some new people to come with me. And I stopped him on my tracks, said, yo, you need to come to Nan with me. He was getting food too. And the fact that you said, bet, no problem, and was coming consistently to every single Monday, I could just say thank you for that. And so I'm very happy that you're able to do this. We're going to be running for office one day together. We already know that it is. So I'm just glad to have you as my brother on Riz.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So much kind words has been said, and I feel like there's nothing else to add. So I appreciate you all for having my back. I appreciate you all for showing me what leadership looks like. So I will start by saying, good afternoon, National Action Network. How y'all feeling? I would first like to start off by thanking Reverend Sharpton for leading us in this fight for justice, equality, and dignity throughout this nation and in this world. I would like to thank the entirety of the National Action Network staff and volunteers for keeping this convention running. Give it up for them, please. I would like to thank my Nan family at the House of Justice and the ones that are here, starting with Mr. Arthur, David, Goldie, Mo, our OG Derek, Ms. Barbara, Megan, our Auntie Katrina, the mother of Huddle, Mama Kathy. I mean, she reminds me of my own grandma, who always makes sure I'm good. She offers us food every Monday. She has a care and gentle soul. She always makes sure that we have a smile on our face. She makes you feel comfortable and makes you feel as if you've known her for your entire life. So thank you, Mother Kathy. Please give her a round of applause. I would also like to thank Patrice. I think there's a typo here. No, seriously, I would like to thank Patrice the Cancer for always making sure that us as the youth understand that the moments that we are in, understand that being a part of NAN, understand that part of being NAN is a legacy. We are part of a 31-year strong legacy, a civil rights organization that as young activists, we have a foundation and our roots are strong. And that's not something to take granted. I also would like to thank Patrice for giving us a level of accountability to where anything but your best is not accepted. So thank you very much, Patrice. I would like to thank Damo for being flexible and caring. I mean, at times she's the older sister that you need, then at times she's the mother. So thank you, Damo, for having such a big heart and lending yourself to us. And you know, I have to thank my brother, Felipe Dosa, my childhood friend, and his proudest achievement of all, being a Morehouse man. I mean, without Felipe playing his part, there would be no speech right now. There would be no Huddle family. I mean, I live 5 blocks and a couple avenues away from Nan, and I hadn't heard about it. I haven't seen it. I would have never met brothers like Ahmed, Lamine, Vardo, and Trayvon, the big bro, the diplomat, the mediator. I mean, he's the hand that weaves and meshes all of the interesting personalities within that room. So thank you for introducing me to a family that I shall never forget. Please give him a round of applause. And now the MVP, the GOAT of it all, Madam Ashley Sharpton. Everyone, please give her a hell of a round of applause, please. You see, seeing the work ethic of Ashley pushes you to just want to be better and do better. That is why I self-proclaim myself her protege, whether she accepts it or not. But no, seriously, Ashley is the innovator that brought about Huddle, where young people have a space to grow in leadership, have a space to grow in their intellectual capabilities. You see, Huddle does not only teach young people to be ready for that baton to be passed to them, but that they don't have to wait for such baton. Because there is a space for everyone in this movement, everyone who's willing to put in the work, and that's the thing about it. Ashley does all of this while taking a step back and letting the seeds that she has planted in us and watered flourish. So thank you, Ashley, for being our fearless leader. See, we talk about how this movement is an intergenerational one. So I would like to leave us young people with a quote by Mary McLeod Bethune. She said, "If we have the courage and tenacity of our forebearers who stood firmly like a rock against the lash of slavery, we shall find a way to do for our day what they did for theirs." So I ask here, who here has the courage? Who here has the courage? Who here has the tenacity? Who here is willing to put themselves on the line? Because when our forebears did, we got legislation such as the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. And when it was time for the next generation to stand, they did. And they got the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And now it is time for us to stand, not in symbolism, but go from demonstration to legislation, from moments to movements. I would also like to thank my parents for being understanding of what I do. I mean, when I first started, they was like, what is this? What is that? What is this? I'm like, I'm with Huddle, National Action Network. But then as soon as I said Reverend Sharpton, oh, my father was like, oh, him, okay. They used to be at 125th, and they moved. Now the Israelites are there, and he started telling me about everything he's seen Rev do. I would also like to thank them for immigrating here and instilling in me that faith and heart and a good work ethic. I wouldn't be here, so I thank them. And last but not least, I would like to thank the man up high, because without my faith, I don't know how I would be doing such work. Because there is so much heartbreak within this movement that if you're not rooted in your faith, you may not be here long. You see, here I stand today fasting during the holy month of Ramadan, knowing that if he hadn't willed for this moment to happen, it wouldn't. That is the belief in the qadr of Allah, to do what he wills will happen and what he doesn't won't. So thank you, Nan, once again for this award. Peace be upon you, brothers and sisters. No justice? No justice? Thank you very much.
Let's give it up for Usman again. You got it. I want you to. I'm gonna introduce you.
That's good.
Yeah. Now at this time, we want to present the Good Trouble Award presented to Life Camp and the amazing Erica Ford. And we're going to have Damo come up and do the honors.
Thank you. So when you think of good trouble, you know, that is a phrase that was coined by the late, great congressman who thought it not robbery to, as a young teenager, walk across that Edmund Pettus Bridge and risk his life for change. I'm talking about none other than the late, great John Lewis. But we have a John Lewis amongst us, and many of those who took the charge at a very young age, people like Reverend Dr. Al Sharpton, who committed their lives to fighting injustice and committed that to that purpose at such a young age. And we have a warrior sister amongst us who has done just that and who has committed her life to fighting the good fight, to standing for what's right, and to making sure that the next generation has support, they have a voice, they have resources, and they have people who will stand for them and fight for them when they are in need. I'm talking about none other than our very own warrior queen, Sister Erica Ford. Now, Erica is not one who wants, you know, she don't like all the accolades. She's like, you know, just let me serve, let me find my place. And Erica's been doing this work for over 30 years. And so when I say, this sister knows what it is, she is the go-to. She is the one who is called upon. She is the one who's sitting at the head of the table telling people this is what needs to be done to make sure that violence in our city is taken seriously, is accounted for, and those that are at the helm of those who can make a difference and make changes are being held accountable accordingly. I'm talking about the internationally recognized and widely respected peacemaker herself, Erica Ford, who has been at the forefront of reducing youth and community violence in New York City and beyond for, like I said, over 3 decades. Believing in the power of partnership, Erica has championed personal and systematic approaches to conflict resolution worldwide. Through her baby, Life Camp Inc.'s groundbreaking programs, Erica has empowered thousands of individuals and families to break the cycle of violence and promote peace. Erica's concept to increasing safety has been adopted and implemented by New York City, resulting in a 10% reduction in violence citywide. That is truly an accomplishment. Erica Ford is widely respected as one of the most diligent and hardworking activists of our generation. She is uncompromisingly dedicated to improving the lives of Black and Latino youth and the community at large. And like I said, this sister's been doing it for more than 3 decades. She's an outstanding leader, internationally recognized peace activist, and she has truly led the effort to combat violence and inspire youth in devastated communities. But we are proud at the Huddle and at National Action Network's Youth and College Division to call her auntie, and she is one whom we know we can call on at any given time for guidance, for support, and to make sure that our voice is strengthened and heard worldwide. Please stand to your feet and help us to honor the Queen herself, Sister Erica Ford.
Peace, family. Peace, family. And I'm only 30, so, you know, came out the womb fighting, that's right. You know, and I did come out because my father was killed in the Vietnam War, and I was 3, 4 years old. And so I think I adapted that anger, first and foremost, of my father being killed in a senseless war and growing up without a father in the light of America, you know, or the darkness of America, however you want to define it. And I joined the December 12th. I went to a rally, just like how folks are here. I went to a rally December 12th, 1987. And as young folks say, I got woke. And I never looked back, you know, I never looked back. And I decided to commit my life to something other than myself. And that is the key point, right? What are we here for? What does our dash mean? And I think that young king laid it all so eloquently, as well as Ashley talking about him and talking about the work of the Huddle. It is about passing the baton. It is about, as Tupac says, being the spark that can light the fire in somebody else's life. And so, as I see these young kings, and it's not Life Camp, I'm a face, but, you know, we have Kepra, who's our Chief Wellness Officer. We have Botch over there. We got Just. We got Nathaniel. We got Nuke. We got Eric, Jerome, and all our young people. Shadeja, Tracy over here, and Rachel, who's always keeping us in line, and Jada, who makes sure that everybody watches us on social media and tells me to put on lip gloss and, you know, make sure that I look all right to come outside. Because, you know, if it was up to me, I would have a hoodie, sneakers, and, you know, some sneakers. But it is that interconnection of the people bringing their greatness together to give life to an idea, right? And as Ashley said, it is about everybody being that leader, right? I tell my staff and my team all the time, who cares what Erica Ford is gonna say? I'm gonna yell anyway, right? So don't worry about that. Just do what you believe is the correct thing to do. You just gotta justify to me why you believe is correct. You gotta fight for your position. Right? And that's how you become a leader. That's how you be able to stand in this world that doesn't want you to breathe the oxygen that is in the air. It is not an accident that our children are dying. It is not an accident that our children have quicker access to guns than they do to books. It is not an accident that death and this demonic culture of killing is cool and acceptable to our children and not the work that they're doing in the Huddle on Monday, right? It is not an accident. And so let's keep building and believing and breathing life into our children. I'll also shout out to Ruben Wills, my councilman forever, who just walked in the door. Life Camp is celebrating our 20th anniversary, and so I accept this on behalf of Life Camp and 20 years on the ground, and we continue to shine the light and partner with National Action Network to do Good Trouble. I'm glad it's called Good Trouble. That means I won't get in trouble for making trouble. Peace, y'all. Love y'all.
Never too much.
Let's give it up again for Erica Ford and Life Camp. Then last but not least, Cameron couldn't make it today, and we are presenting him the Rise Up Award, but we will give his award to his Morehouse brothers to take back to him. But we have a video with his acceptance.
Good morning, everyone. Let me begin by extending my most gracious thanks to both Ashley Sharpton, Tyleek McMillan, the National Action Network, Youth in College Division, and the students of Morehouse and Spelman College. Receiving the Rise Up Award has been one of the greatest accomplishments I've ever had in my life, but also shows that good work does not go unnoticed, neither for me, the chapter that I am a part of, nor any youth activists around the country. What we do keeps our society moving forward. The community service we engage in, the activism we engage in, the marches, the demonstrations, the protests, the education forums, the panels, all of that comes together to make this move. All of the youth around the country watching and listening and tuning into this convention, I would like to charge you all to think. Think about what you can do or a role you can play to help this continuous movement for not only black and brown people, but for those who desire to have civil rights and civil liberties and not to be abridged by the government. I charge you all to think about what you can do to better those around you and better your community. My freshman year of college, coming into Morehouse, I didn't see myself entering into this capacity, didn't see myself being a voice for the voiceless, engaging in community service, marching, walking, demonstrating, protesting. But something about the abridgment of people's rights does not sit right with me. And so I took it upon myself to join National Action Network, to join the ranks of great men and women and scholars so that we can advocate for not only those who are affected by the countless acts of police brutality, countless acts of voting rights abridgment, but to also educate those around us so that they know their rights, so that people that are our age and in our generation can educate their children in the future and our grandchildren, so that we can make a more suitable society for us to live in the future. So once again, I thank each and every person that is involved in this great movement we are a part of every day. I specifically thank Ashley Sharpton, Tyleek McMillan, Felivi Dosa, and all of those members of my beloved chapter here at Morehouse College for allowing me to serve you and serve our country, but in addition, extending me this Rise Up Award. And know that my work and our work and my membership in this organization will forever continue. Thank you.
Let's give it up again for Cameron. At this time, we're going to process into our panel. We ask our panelists come to the right side of the stage as we set the stage. So our panelists for the next panel, Cancel Culture Forum, please report to the right side of the stage as our stage is being set.
Afternoon again. Good afternoon again. I'm Dominique Sharpton. For those of you who don't know, I'm the producer of special events here at National Action Network and also the National Director of Membership here, as well as being Reverend Sharpton's eldest daughter. Many, many hats. I am delighted to moderate a very important discussion this afternoon. As many of you know, cancel culture has been a really big and important discussion, especially amongst our youth, and especially leading in the millennial phase of the technology era. And so I am pleased to be joined this afternoon by some distinguished intellectuals that I'm going to introduce very briefly, and we are going to have a very open and positive, but very intriguing and poignant discussion on cancel culture. This is going to be an interactive experience, and so if you have a question or comment, we invite you to simply raise your hand and come to the center aisle. We'll have someone with the microphone that will address your questions accordingly. But we want to definitely keep this an open space. So if there's something that you hear that you don't agree with, we respect your opinion, but we will not engage in negative dialogue this afternoon. Everyone agree? Okay. I want to introduce Sister Jasmine Brand. She's the co-owner of the Jasmine Brand. Just raise your hand so everyone can see. Please welcome her. Gugu Atkins, celebrity fashion stylist. Brandy Harvey, author, podcast host of Beyond Her and Beyond Her founder. Kepra Kearse, Chief Wellness Officer at Life Camp Inc. JoJo Simmons, entertainer and entrepreneur. And we got the mighty rapper himself. Let's hear it. Give it up. Tell him that. I wanted you to do it like your special intro. Like, how do you like when you come on the stage? Like, you be like, "This is."
My name Graf, y'all.
No! Welcome our panelists this afternoon. So we all know that cancel culture or call-out culture is a contemporary phase that is used to refer to a form of ostracism, okay, in which someone is thrust out of social or professional circles, whether it be on social media or in person. National Action Network's stance on injustice is a delicate form of cancel culture in and of itself because it challenges the status quo and it brings light to many instances of injustice in the facets and organizations that literally run the world and have a major influence. So I want to pose this question to just get the panel, warmed up, and let's start the dialogue. So anyone can start by answering this first question, but do you all feel that the cancel culture movement is an effective form of activism? Why or why not?
I don't mind starting.
Well, I'm gonna put it on you, Jazz. Go ahead, Jazz. You can start it off.
So I was already introduced. My name is Jasmine Brand. I run a popular entertainment site called the Jasmine Brand, where we talk about celebrity news and entertainment news. And on our platform, a lot of times, we talk about or we report on public figures that have been called out.
Right.
And so I think in terms of activism, I think that it is helpful because I feel like for that platform, that audience is a little younger. They probably wouldn't know about some of the things that are talked about on national news unless they see it on our site or on social media. I don't know if I necessarily believe in anyone being canceled. I was just trying to think, my partner and I were trying to think about, has anyone actually been permanently canceled? All the public figures that we talk about, they'll have this phase of having this controversy. They're being called out for something they did wrong or something they said that was not politically incorrect. And then, a few months later, we forget about it. So I'm not sure if anyone has been permanently canceled.
I mean, I agree, JoJo Simmons here. To piggyback off what you said, I agree with what you said, but I also think about cancel culture, and I feel like it could be a very effective way in activism, but to me it's a double-edged sword because it also could be a group shaming thing, and I think instead of shaming people sometimes, we should educate and we should teach them instead of trying to cancel people and trying to ruin who they are, because we don't know what that person's going through, and people go through stuff and people say things, and sometimes people don't understand what they say and they're not educated on the things they speak about. It brings brings me back to what Nick Cannon said about a certain group of people, and instead of, being strong and wrong, he went and educated himself, he apologized, and he figured it out that, it's not what it is. Sometimes you gotta educate people and not try to cancel people right away.
I wanted to weigh in. So my name is Kepra Kears. I work at Life Camp, and every day I work with Black and brown people impacted by trauma. And we know that trauma begets violence. And so when we look at cancel culture, I think as healers, as spiritual leaders and influencers, we should ask the question, what is our goal? Is our goal transformation? Right. Because to cancel someone might be effective to bring awareness, but does it really shift the culture? Does it transform the behavior? Or does it make people who adopt a lifestyle more clandestine, finding sneakier or more deceptive ways to continue the same behavior? So I just wanted to also put that out there in terms of what is our goal in terms of transformation.
I want to piggyback on that. I go by the name of Graf, by the way, Grafh, don't mind the spelling. I think, in my opinion, cancel culture is generally dangerous because we're human and we put here to transform and to grow and to learn and be better than we were yesterday. So now, to cancel somebody, you're not giving them a chance to grow or learn. All you do is making them afraid to make mistakes, and we're human. Mistakes are inevitable. If you look around the room, if everybody in here was canceled for a mistake, this would be an empty room. It makes no sense. I think it's harmful. And I think if we use our voices to allow people to take accountability, that's helpful.
Exactly right.
And they can learn from that and grow. And I mean, don't we believe in second chances and all that? You can't just condemn somebody for a mistake.
Right.
So that's what I think about that.
I wanted to piggyback off of what Graf said. Accountability is not a cool word like cancel culture, so accountability culture doesn't sound cool.
Right.
But I'm a person who worked behind the scenes, and now I'm more upfront. And like JoJo and like Graf, those of us that are a little more visible feel it can sometimes give people in our position anxiety about being just who they are, because if you say one wrong thing, you're in trouble. My sister mentioned who she voted for, and it all hell broke loose because she didn't realize it was gangs. She didn't realize it was a gangbanging type of situation, and she was going to be bullied because of her choices. And so I think that while we should definitely hold each other accountable, I understand that, celebrities, and we shouldn't just, and people in the front shouldn't just get away with murder. So we should be held accountable, but I think it should be more of an accountability situation. And I would just love if the term was just changed to accountability in reference to moving the culture as a whole forward. It would be better if we held each other accountable to our decisions and choices and making better ones, so that just overall we can move forward and not just beat each other up.
Right.
Anyone else? All right, so somebody sent a note and said define cancel culture, which I did in the beginning, but I will, re-emphasize it just so everyone is on the same page. Cancel culture, or as I like to refer to it as call-out culture, is a contemporary phrase that is used to refer to a form of ostracism in which someone is thrust out of social or professional circles, whether it be on social media or in person. That is the definition of cancel or call-out culture. Okay, now moving on. I'm going to be directed to Brandy. So recent polls have showed that up to 84% of adults consider it a very serious or somewhat serious issue that Americans do not express themselves freely out of fear of retaliation. While cancel culture has been condemned even by the New York Times, suppressing speech, pushback is only coming from the conservative right wing. Recently, Whoopi Goldberg, everyone knows Whoopi Goldberg, she was recently suspended from The View because of using what she called freedom of speech in a comment towards Jews. And by the way, she's Jewish. Is this a smoke and mirrors philosophy in terms of what a pushback looks like when it comes to what is considered cancel culture?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Brandy Harvey. I think the cancel culture, it depends on the demographic. It depends on who you're canceling. I think when we talk about black women, versus Jews or trans or gays or black people, I think the conversation shifts. I think that that's the part that we're afraid to really talk about, is that who's being called out and who's doing the calling. That becomes the real issue. But honestly, I think it's perpetuated by millennial and Gen Z, youth and college division, I think it's kind of perpetuated, and I say that because we're the generation that grew up where we could go off into our rooms and kind of block everyone out. We had these little worlds that we were able to create. We had our own MySpace, So we could determine who got blocked or who got unfriended or whose opinion we didn't want. And I think the problem where that lies is now we've created all these little sub-worlds that we get to live in, these little ecosystems that only we get to live in. And you don't get to have an opinion. And you don't get to tell me that I'm wrong. And you don't get to tell me that there's a problem. And I think what's happened in our culture, especially with younger people, is that accountability has been lost on the culture. Because I think when we talk about canceling, are we willing to open our minds and free our minds to what's available to us? Am I willing to hear another position? Or are we so set on our own beliefs? And I think that when we talk about the culture, we've bought into a system of beliefs. And if we aren't willing to challenge that, how can we stand on them?
All right. Anyone else want to chime into that? And just by the way, according to a recent poll that was taken by Politico, I watch I'm a Politico head, so it stated that 40% of millennials actually approve of cancel culture, 37% disapprove. The rest have basically no opinion.
Of course.
26% of boomers approve of cancel culture, and about half as many disapprove. So as Brandy said, millennials have definitely been primed for this. It's not really political, it's more personal, and they've merely transformed like the mores of, the Wired Team bedroom of America society at large to now, have this accessible entity where they can just come out and say what they want to say, and people literally can have their careers go away. But I want to address the role of the media, and I want to talk to Jasmine and Gugu and others who are very prominent in their, in the media here on this panel. But the role of the media is really essential, and basically why we're all here having this conversation. But in what ways can media experts really become advocates and help to really channel the discussions as it relates to cancel culture in a positive way?
I'll let you go first, Gugu.
I think I want you to go first.
Okay. So the question is, how can the media help shift?
Yes, shift that narrative. So, when you hear cancel culture, it's really in a negative, derogatory form. But how can, media experts, take that to become, advocacy and channel that energy and really kind of shift that narrative to a more positive perspective?
Well, I kind of have probably a unique perspective because I feel like if you say something wrong, if you do something wrong, if we're talking about things like Breonna Taylor, if we're talking about things like George Floyd, be canceled. I have no problem with that. But I think if we're talking about saying things that are not politically correct, I think, as a media outlet, we have to talk about it. We have to report on what's trending and what people are talking about. It's not up to us to insert our opinion. We try to run content that is objective and neutral, so it's not really up for me as a media outlet to kind of shape or insert my opinion. It's our job to report and try to be neutral and try to provide both sides, but I think it's up to us to bring an awareness to all sides of any issue.
Okay.
To play off of that, to be in the position of being, I guess, the celebrity and you being the media outlet, and
Right.
I've seen your brand. Your brand is not like a couple other brands that I won't speak on, so I can't say for your brand.
Right.
But I can say that a lot of media outlets do sway people to believe certain opinions with their
Yeah.
captions and the ways that they attack things and the way that they post things. So, not saying yours, once again, I've seen your brand. I love the Jasmine brand. It's very positive from what I've seen, but I'm just saying I've seen other brands, even with my own life, I've seen people sway opinions about me that may not necessarily be true. So I do think that some media outlets have the responsibility of kind of playing off what you said, Google, is making people more accountable instead of saying people are canceled right away. You know, I don't think we should try to ruin somebody's career right away. Like, if we're going to talk about people saying the wrong things politically, or even what the baby did, yes, it was totally wrong. I don't agree with it. But let's teach him that that was wrong. Let's hold him accountable. Let's not say, you can't make no more money no more. That's still a young black man trying to support his family.
Thank you.
But and I'm not, this is a question in general, because I really was trying to think, who actually has been canceled permanently?
Nobody.
Okay.
R. Kelly, somebody said
R.
it.
Kelly,
Listen, R. Kelly
Bill
has
Cosby,
no, listen.
Kathy Griffin.
All these
R.
people have,
Kelly got out
all
right
these
now.
people
Y'all
have
would go to the
diehard fans that
concert.
protect
Y'all
them and
lying.
stand up.
But have you understand that the only people that can actually cancel people is us, right? We are the culture, right? You know that, right? Like, I feel like if we don't cancel somebody, they ain't getting canceled. But if we say we're done and we put our foot down, listen, you cancel.
That makes more
So
sense to me.
I didn't fully understand the question. That's why I was like, I'm not finna just say nothing, and I don't really get what you asking me. But I understand now, and I think that to he who much is given, much is required. So you cannot get to this space and say, I say what I want to say, I do what I want to do. You can't get here, and we all have to do our part in order to move the culture forward and empower the culture and make it better and make it stronger. And so with me, on my side, like my brand, if you will, is different from my sisters who are married, and they can only get away with certain things, and I'm gonna say and do what I want to do, and you can just take it or you can leave it. But I'm saying that from a place of I try to deal respectfully with with everyone with a certain amount of respect and love. Certain subjects I don't even touch. Now I'm definitely gonna speak out against the black issues, but you have to use wisdom in how you word things. Saying nothing is not an option for me, but wording it the right way is definitely going to happen.
Yes.
Thank you for all them amen, sis. I appreciate that. But what I'm saying is it's all of our responsibility to shape the media. If you have 200 followers or 200 million followers, it's all of our responsibility because we're up here on this panel for a reason. So we all have to do our part, whether that be big or small, in educating one another on how to hold the media accountable. And while I'm at it, Instagram, and I hope y'all looking, Instagram continues to, and maybe this is a question for you, Jazz, or I don't know, continues to mute my page, right? So you guys know that I'm opinionated, and I'm gonna say what I wanna say, and I feel how I feel about COVID, and whatever I said it, and that's how I feel. And so I noticed that they mute my page. I posted on somebody's page, I'ma kill this look. And I was muted. And I'm like, just because you don't understand our lingo, and I said, so somebody said my goddaughter was saying something, I was like, I'm gonna whip you too. And I was like, we just black, that's what we say. You know what I'm saying? So because you don't understand our culture and our lingo, like I'm being punished, and I make money off of social media. That's a stream of income, so it can become really scary, but it's just like, who do we talk to about that? Like, I'm sorry that you don't understand. Can I just be honest? I also put HOE under somebody's page. D.L. Hughley posted this man going crazy. It was a Caucasian man going crazy on the airplane, just acting a fool. However, capital H, capital O, capital E could mean health over everything, right? It didn't. It meant exactly what I meant it, and I shouldn't have said that. I understand that. But I'm just saying, like, how is it that all this sex trafficking, child sex trafficking is going on, but the 20 seconds after I wrote ho, y'all able to shut my page down? So how do we deal with that? Who do we talk to get that changed?
Not my ministry. That's not my ministry. But certain words are flagged. Sorry, certain words do get flagged. But I mean, that happens to us all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to let our mental health expert chime in on this here and talk about wellness and physicality and, how, the form of rejection can lead to a lot of mental health disorders and disabilities and issues, when people are the targets of a cancel culture movement. And so, like I said, rejection can have a negative impact on self-esteem, self-worthiness, which are, really key known factors for depression and anxiety, potentially leading to a worsening of the patient's mental health. Cancel culture is public shaming, and social media has given rise to a particularly, virulent form of mob justice that is negatively impacting our mental health. Sister Kepra, can you talk to that experience and how we can be a little bit more proactive in our targets and in our empathy as we're trying to express ourselves in a cancel culture movement, but not really understanding the gravity of what we could be doing to a certain individual and their mental health?
Thank you. So I think there are some operative words. Culture is a way of life. And we have gone from the information age, where everything is readily available, to an age of energy and spirituality. This is a spiritual warfare. And so consciousness or self-awareness is so key. I'm not sure if many of you know, I'm sure my panelists know this, but the brain is wired to something called a negativity bias, where it is more prone to dwell on something negative, to react to something negative, because it actually comes from survival. So back in the day, our ancestors needed to be more in tune to an animal coming or the threat of danger so that they could survive. But because the brain knows to release hormones to prepare you and keep you in fight or flight, those hormones can be passed genetically to generations. And so now we're in an age where people are more wired to not only respond to negativity, but to believe that it's true, because it has a different activation in the brain. It's like I could say to my sister Brandy, wow, you look amazing, and she might say, but is this okay? Because we want to know what's wrong first. And so the spirit of cancel culture, think about what it means to cancel something, to turn something off, to discontinue. If I cancel a subscription, I'm no longer giving it energy or life. And so how that has manifested in our young people is that they cancel individuals by killing each other. And it's so easy to do it now without even thinking, because it's vibrational, it's instinctive. And so we need to move out of our animal nature. We are no longer in the wilderness where we're hunting and killing animals for survival. We have to elevate and rise to the age that we are in. And so I encourage us to gain more knowledge of self, to go back within. We are so external. We're constantly looking for to be informed, right? When respectfully, knowledge is inherited. We were born with the energy of love and a sound mind. So how do we lose our mind? And so let's pay attention to the algorithm. When the sister talked about why I use a word and it automatically cuts off my page, because the algorithm becomes the government. The algorithm is just a set of rules in a computer. If you say this, then that means. Just like when 9/11 happened, if you use the word bomb in your phone, you might be flagged, right? But it has no consciousness. Right? And so it's so important in our homes. You ask, how do we address it? It's so important that we restore people to a spiritual level of consciousness, to raise the frequency so we can rise above our animal nature and have dominion and mastery over ourselves. That's where we need to be. And so in our communities, when we work with young people who are prone to violence, it's not enough to remove a weapon out of someone's hand. It's about transforming what's on their mind or what's in their heart. And be ye also transformed by the renewing of your mind. And so that is where we need to start. We are melanated people. people. And so we resonate differently. We are on a frequency. That's why we vibe with one another. We say, I don't feel you. We don't even realize how in tune we are just by virtue of how we act with one another. And so all of a sudden, everyone has power. Everyone can actually say something and people react. And people are only reacting based on the trauma that resonates with them. So if your trauma resonates with me, I'm on your page. I'm your fan and I'm following you and I'm giving it more life. But look at what we are doing. In our community, we do everything different, better, the most, the baddest, right? The moment we get the door in, we do it. We just do it the most. And that is a lot attributed to the power of our melanin. So let's do this the most. Let's raise our frequency. Let's eat live foods. Let's actually make our bodies more electromagnetic by putting more greens in life. Let's change the built environment and demand that we have. Look at all the smoke shops rising all of a sudden because we're in they say an Aquarian age, an energy age, a spiritual age. Air is unstable, which is why when you're on a plane, you can experience turbulence, but you can rise above the turbulence. So let's support one another in fighting to make sure that the smoke shops and the liquor shops don't become the norm. There's more greenery in our environment. We're feeding our children more live food. We're drinking more water, and we're starting to mitigate the school to psychiatric institution pipeline because our young people are being misdiagnosed because they're overstimulated with processed food, and then all of the stimulation causes them not to be able to pay attention. So let's take back the dominion of our own bodies in our own homes, bring wellness and knowledge of self to our people and our community.
Word. Give it up.
That's great.
That was powerful.
Give her flowers. Yes. Give it to
So I want to get a little, y'all know me, I'm a Sharpton, so I'm going to get a little, I'm going to go there right now. I want to talk a little bit about triggers, and I want to talk to our entertainers on the panel, JoJo, Graf. So we all know, it's a known fact that cancel culture, people of color are literally the ones that are really pushing this and leading these movements, right? But from an entertainer's perspective, it seems that, you know, certain words are allowed to fly when it comes to cancel culture. The N word, the B word, you know, certain words are, you know, allowed to fly. But in other instances, you know, if you were to get out there and talk against Jews or talk against, the LGBTQ community or other communities, let's just be honest, you know, the cancel culture phase takes a different toll, and people can literally lose their careers or lose, their contracts for saying certain things. But when it comes to targeting people of color, there's a thin line when it comes to that. You're able to get away with certain things. Why do you think that is, and how can we challenge those norms to cancel culture and cancel culture?
I think in terms of something like that, that's when you see the abuse of power with cancel culture, because it's weaponized as a form of control in terms of something like that. Like, we police our own community. We make our own words. We redefine what we want. Like she said earlier, people of melanin, people that are actually the purveyors of this culture, we do what we want in it because it's ours. Anything outside of it, if they want to try to control us or shut us down, then you could use cancel culture. Oh, he said that. He stepped out of the guidelines of this. Let's cancel him. That's why I say cancel culture to me is just a dangerous thing. I don't think there's anything positive in that, because it's also an abuse of the power that the people don't realize we already have. The power lies with the people always. Before the word cancel culture existed, we already had the power. We could build and destroy whoever we want. We could put whoever we want on a pedestal and take them off. We don't need that phrase. We could empower people and make them hold themselves accountable and fixing the mistakes we don't like. But in terms of canceling, it's an abuse of power, in my opinion. I don't see any other way to describe it.
So if I was a rapper today, I can go in the studio, I can cut a record, and if I started talking against, I'm just gonna say, if I start saying, oh, this honky that, you think my record would get, released?
No, definitely not.
But if I go in the studio and I say, nigga this, nigga that, nigga, I'm viral tomorrow. So all I'm saying is, in terms of the cancel culture movement and what we decide to rally against, go for, attack, stand up for? Why is it that when it comes to us standing for our own people in our own community, we let certain things kind of fly?
Right.
Can I weigh in
I feel
on
you.
that?
Because we
Well,
still
then you gotta
scared
ask
of them.
who is
We
the
still
person?
scared of them.
Go ahead.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you. Go ahead, Google.
We still scared of them. We're still letting them tell us what we can say, like, and we're doing
Word.
their jobs for them. And I'm gonna speak on this and get in trouble for it, but I'm gonna say it. The same reason why a lot of our female rappers push, they say, "Pee so wet" in every song. They let you know that's what a vagina does. It does that, but it's promote. No, I'm just being straight up. They promote it in every song, which for all intents and purposes is if you're selling that is what is called prostitution, right? I'm just calling it what it is because it's for sale. It makes you a lot of money if yours is good, right? So that's for sale. So again, if that's your world, cool. But why does every female rapper, whoever the gatekeeper is, why are they only letting the ones that speak on that? That's your world. It ain't mine, and I'm not here to judge. I'm just saying that's the only representation that I see. And the other female rappers and MCs that are amazing, I don't hear them. I don't see them. They don't get the coverage. Why? Because we're doing their job for them. They want us to call each other niggas. They want us to mistreat each other, call women bitches and stuff. They want us to do that. And so we're doing their job for them, not taking into consideration what it is doing to the culture.
Yeah.
I want to weigh in on that. I worked in the music industry for 10 years. So prior to working at Life Camp, I had a career in the music industry for 10 years, and I had the blessing of working in the golden era of hip hop and R&B in the 90s. And what I know for sure is I saw the culture. Once again, culture is a way of life. Hip hop is a culture. A culture had elements, right? The b-boying, the MCing, the DJing, right? The fashion. And we allowed an industry to dismantle the culture. They were like, you know what, we're gonna separate the DJ, call him a producer, remove the MC, call him a rapper, and it's all about ownership. So I watched the culture shift. And the owners, it's about ownership. That's why they call them masters. And so what I saw was that when I entered the music industry, I think LL Cool J had just won a Grammy for Mama Said Knock You Out. And hip hop was about celebration and, feeling good and consciousness and just having a good time. And over time, what I saw was the money was put into the music that was selling. And we took young people out of the community who sold records because they began to put their lifestyle on wax, and it turned into beef, and the beef began to generate more revenue. And the corporations saw this, the owners saw this, and they said, they began to offer more money if your content was skewed a certain way. And because we don't have ownership, a lot of us sacrificed our culture in order to survive. So I wouldn't even blame, because I've seen innocent young people trying to change their lives, but they were actually given money to keep that lifestyle alive and became trapped in that space. And that vibrational frequency continued. And what did we do? We began to cancel people. And then you have the East Coast, West Coast beef. And it continues to perpetuate today with drill music. So it's about ownership. At this point, have we not amassed enough knowledge of self to know that we drive the culture, that if we actually decided to put our heads and our resources together, perhaps we could be the masters of our own product? Because it's really ownership. Our Jewish brothers and sisters happen to have ownership in the entertainment industry. That's a fact. That's why Diddy had to remove, Biggie, they had to remove a verse that said stack chips like Hebrews. It wasn't even a diss, but it was the fact that he said the word Hebrew. If you listen to the song, you know what I'm talking about, right? And so ownership, we're in an age now that we have access to currency, and now we're in a revolution with currency, which is also a form of energy. So let us all educate ourselves in this new blockchain. Let's gain ownership. Let's put our resources together so that we can dictate and fight for when our women are disrespected, when our names are disrespected, because we can use our currency to shift the culture.
Joe, you want us to get on this?
Man, I don't know how I could follow that. She basically said what I would have said in way cooler words, honestly. But I do believe that, they can only promote what we give them, So, and I feel the same way about reality TV shows, and I'm on one, and I was not very proud of things I've done and things that my castmates have done, and I called them out this season, and I said, hey man, let's stop showing these people what they want to see, and let's start showing these people what's inspiring to everybody else, you know? Like I told them, I said, you know, I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys know about Run's House, and a lot of these other shows were not like Run's House because Run's House was positive. It was about a black family that was successful, and my dad teaching us how to be men, and making sure his daughters were straight, and make sure we went to school, and make sure everything was good. So I just feel like, you know, I'm not gonna sit here and lie and say I haven't made rap songs with the words that you've said, but it's also being mindful, like she said, of what we're teaching, because everything's a circle, everything's a rotation. Whatever these kids see, they follow and they do, right? So it's all about being mindful of who's watching us and who's gonna control the narrative 10, 20 years from now.
I think we gotta also fall out of love with their money. And like it goes to what my sister said, you know, if we own it, if we have more control in that area, then we'll be able to control the narrative. And I make good money, but I can have way more money than I have. Why? And the reason why I don't is because I don't take money from everybody. You're not gonna pay me to sell out. You're not gonna pay me to conform to the way you want to do things by dangling your money in front of me. And that started with me saying, I'm not in this rich competition. Everybody is the richest and got the most. I don't have the most. I'm regular, okay? And I'll get there when I get there, but I'm not in love with money. I'm not chasing money, and I'm not going to get money by any means necessary, especially if that means making my race, my faith, my belief look bad. If it reflects negatively on me and on my people, I'm just not going to do it. And so I think we got to fall out of love with their money too.
Yeah. It's about ownership. It's about us owning it. So it's about us owning what we do so we can put out what we want and not put out what they want.
I agree with that. I second that about ownership, because if you think about it, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, any platform you name, the culture makes it cool.
Yes.
If we don't do the music, do the dances, do the fashion, those apps would fail. Those companies would make no money. We run the world. We are the culture. We have all the power. We just have to educate ourselves and really hone in and take control. So I agree with what y'all saying.
Okay, we're going to ask if you do have a question or comment, because we know the hour is getting late, and we want to make sure if you do have a question or comment, you can ask it, so you can come to the center aisle. But before I get into the whole Will Smith thing, because I know everybody wants to talk about that, it's so interesting. I just wanted to bring up. We do. Everyone, somebody said no. So I want to know honestly, do y'all participate in cancel culture? Have y'all ever participated in the movement itself?
No.
I think yes, because I have too.
No.
We do. You know, we're a media outlet, so we have to participate. We have to talk about what's trending, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So yes, we do participate if we're reporting in it in some form of fashion.
Okay.
Sorry.
If you're asking me if I participate as far as canceling people, just to be more specific, yes. But it's like what you said. It's certain, like if you don't, you have to speak out on all these deaths you have to say something. And so for people who don't say what they know good and well they're supposed to say when you're given the microphone and you're given the platform, when you don't stand up for us and you water it down because you're afraid of whatever you're afraid of, I have a problem with that. Yeah. And so I'm not about canceling them. I just want to hold them accountable. And in doing so, I, Google Atkins, go to their page and say, hey, I noticed you didn't say anything about X, Y, and Z. And I do know that people have a tendency to pay attention to what the blue check people say. So I use my blue check power for good, and I go to their pages and ask them, hey, you know, Breonna Taylor was killed by the police. Did you have an opinion on that? You know what I'm saying? So I hold them accountable, but I don't cancel them, but I definitely hold them accountable.
I would like to cancel them.
I want to piggyback on that real quick. I think there's a difference between holding accountable and cancel culture, so I agree with her. I think we have to hold people accountable. When you talk about canceling, the people who need to be canceled, they need to be ostracized from the culture and the planet. Like if you talk about somebody like Harvey Weinstein or anybody that rapes or violates somebody sexually, they need to be canceled from humanity.
Period.
That's outside of cancel culture to me. So when I talk about cancel culture, I'm talking about somebody makes a mistake as a human being and we condemn them for that. I say make them hold themselves accountable versus canceling. But anybody that actually needs canceling, we got to use our voices for that, of course. But that's not cancel culture to me. That's get off the planet, sir.
Right.
Right. It's all about purpose. It's all about what the purpose is behind the canceling, really.
And also, when you hold someone accountable, it also sometimes comes with consequences. So if you do something wrong, you say something wrong, you do something outlandish, we can hold you accountable. That also can come with consequences.
Yeah.
And we can't be afraid of that, and there's nothing wrong with that.
What's interesting to me is that we hold so many other people accountable and we don't hold ourselves accountable.
That's right.
For our decisions, our choices, our way of life, our way of being, how we treat people. You know, last week I was out in the woods, and it was a woman who came with us. She was 32. And we're in the woods. Like, this is the time to check out, to disconnect, to think, to get with God, right? And she was on her phone. And I kept like, you know, she kept doing this like nervous thing, like pacing with the phone, and she kept looking at the phone. I'm like, you know we here, right? Like, you know you can just be with yourself, right? And she was like, yeah, I never really thought of that. And I think that we're so good at canceling other people when we're not even good enough to be with ourselves. We're so good at canceling people when you can't even sit and look at your own life and be self-aware of your own choices and be self-aware. We're talking about accountability. Are you accountability for the 24 hours? Are you accountable for the 24 hours that you have in your day to make your life the best version? Yes. To show as the best version of yourself. And so we put all this responsibility on media and companies, and we have no responsibility in our homes. We have all this responsibility for Target and Walmart and everybody else, and yet you have no authority over your own home, and like she said, dominion over your own body. You won't even be accountable for the illness and the dis-ease that's in your spirit. You won't be accountable for the food that you put in your body that shows up every time you show up. And so here it is, we keep putting the responsibility off on other people, and I just want other people to say, well, when are you gonna do this for yourself?
That's real.
When are you gonna be self-aware? When are you gonna take the time to really hone into the God that's within you? We keep looking for a savior out here. We keep looking for somebody to show up with a cape and rescue us from the miry depths, but we have a choice in the matter. You're the savior. I sat on a panel years ago, and the moderator said, you know, you have to assist in your own rescue. When the life preserver is thrown out and you're stranded at sea, what do they say when they throw out the life preserver? They say, reach up, because you have to assist in your own rescue. And we're constantly looking for somebody else to come and save us. Save our community, save our schools, save our marriage, save our church, save your life, save your damn self.
For real.
Why are we putting the responsibility, which was ours? We volunteered. We said, I'm going to come to Earth School. Sign me up. Beam me down, Scotty. Here I am. So guess what? Every single day, it's our responsibility to make the life that we want, the family that we want, the marriage we want, the job we want. It's our responsibility to do it for ourselves. We're looking at canceling other people. Cancel the BS and the excuses in your life. Cancel those. Make a commitment to yourself. See, a commitment is not a feeling, it's an agreement. And so we make an agreement with ourselves. And so every day, I'm just showing up as the best version of me. I told the man downstairs last night who was about to give some young people some, I said, you have such an opportunity to be kind right now. You have an opportunity to be kind. That's the opportunity that presented itself. We get presented with things all the time. Are you going to stand up and rise to the occasion of your life? Because it's just your life. It's nobody else's. And so here we are looking at who to cancel next. Cancel the excuses and the deprivation in your own life.
Yes.
I love that.
I just wanted
Brandy
to add
Harvey.
I wanted to add one more thing. Just we're also here to educate. Give thanks for what you said.
Seriously, you know, this is my sister right here. We were sitting next to each other for a reason. This was energy.
Yes, absolutely.
That was divine.
You know, something to think about.
Yeah.
It's not the situation One of my teachers taught me, it's how you relate to yourself in the
Yes.
situation.
Yes.
And I think that we can continue to see each other through a lens of compassion and recognize that trauma begets trauma. So we say, okay, these people shouldn't be canceled, but if you rape someone, you should.
Yeah.
Now, I want you to hear this, right? Especially for all my Christian brothers and sisters, my
Yes.
Muslim brothers and sisters, my spiritual brothers and sisters. Trauma begets trauma. You don't wake up and become a rapist. I'm not justifying
Yeah.
it. But what happened to the person that they decided to violate another human being?
Yeah.
Right.
Violence begets violence. Violence is a disease. If a young person grows up in a community where they're constantly experiencing violence, they have a greater propensity of being violent. And so, it's interesting when in the Bible it says, judge not. I'm not about to preach or anything, but that's really hard for human beings because it's like, well, judge not, except if this happens.
Yeah.
Right? And so how do we navigate that? So I just think
Just the word.
Righteously. That's right.
Well, I'll say this, sis, I receive what you're saying and thank you for expressing because obviously I said something that resonated and brought something forth in you. Yes, I can't really hear you clearly. I would love
Let's
to
not
have a
call out.
respectful
Let's-
dialogue because I can't really hear. But just the body language and the energy, I'm going to do this, right? Because love is about expansion and connection, and I'm seeking to understand, right? I'm not here with all the answers. I'm just offering that mindfulness, right? The compassion, because most people who violate someone else have been violated in some way and don't have the tools to heal. And if they're a celebrity, their celebrity often supersedes and allows them for a long period of time to mask their trauma, often rooted in childhood experiences. And so that's all I'm saying, just from my humble experience of working with people who've been impacted by trauma, who've been violent, who have violated others or taken their lives. Usually when you have that conversation, we find out that they've been violated. So I don't know. I just want to save our young people. I want us to save ourselves. I want us to just look at what's happening when we feel the need to draw blood. What is it about ourselves that we might see or be afraid of experiencing or just recognize what's happening? That's all I'm saying. Because fear, it's rooted in the fear,
It's so real. I would say this for the throwing out of the scripture, and Dr. Anita Moorjani has a book, What If This Is Heaven? What if this is heaven? What if this is heaven? And I want to pose that because we look around and we have so many ideas because we bought into a system of beliefs. And so we carry those beliefs with us. But what if we looked around and had the propensity to expand our lives and expand our capacity for more, to receive something new, to hear something new and say, well, wait a minute, I'm willing to challenge that. I'm willing to stand on that. I'm willing to have some dialogue about that, because what if this is heaven? What if we get an opportunity every single day to create our own Eden? We keep looking for something else to appear, but what if you get the opportunity every single day that the miracle occurs, that you wake up and there it is, you got breath for one more day, you're the walking miracle that you are. What if you get an opportunity to create your own heaven? What does that look like? How does that feel? What do you want to see? And so when we talk about judgment, it's like, well, what do I want to see my life? Yours is not for me to determine or decide. What do I get to choose and what do I get to see in my life? It's a real thing, because what if we look around and this is heaven?
We're gonna allow, the hour is getting late, so we're gonna allow these three people to ask questions to our panelists. We want a question, okay? So if you have a question, please ask your question.
They got a question mark at the end.
I think the major question is, can we have a mutual understanding of cancel culture, that everyone has a right to their opinion, but not entitled to their own fact, and we do so civilly, because then otherwise, when we see that a certain person was canceled out of all of social media and canceled out of the White House because of January 6th, he deserved that, and then we should learn that we should be very respectful to one another.
Thank you.
Okay.
The January 6th.
Thank you.
Riot, the Capitol.
You gonna hold them? All right. I wanted to ask, why do we pick and choose who to cancel, who not? Like, for example, why is it that everybody always want to cancel the right-wing conservative or a black person when they don't want to never cancel the liberal? Like, for example, how come everybody wanted to cancel R. Kelly, but yet the president's son, Hunter Biden, is a sexual predator just like R. Kelly was, but nobody wants to cancel the president and hold him accountable?
Oh, Lord.
Nobody is very absolute. You said nobody wants to cancel them, but you're clearly canceling the president's son by your words, so nobody doesn't apply. I think you're saying you want to see more.
Yes, well, I mean that, like, everybody wants to demonize R. Kelly on a right-wing conservative, but don't want to cancel, but don't want to, like, acknowledge the fact how the president's son is also a sexual predator too, just like R. Kelly. So why can't the same thing go for him?
So, and that's, I think, let's get on top of things. I think that one of the interesting things about the cancel culture movement is its fluidity. So, you know, somebody can start tweeting a comment about something, and then it passes on and passes on and passes on. I don't think this is not like a dictatorship where someone says, okay, today we're gonna cancel R. Kelly, everybody chime in. I think it starts, you know, that's the fluidity of, you know, this being a unique situation. And so I don't know exactly how to answer your question. I would say maybe there's not enough traction or interest around, you know, or facts that have been presented that support, you know, that one statement that you made. But I do believe that, right, somebody, and, you know, the media expert can fact, you know, you can check me on this. There's got to be some facts presented, and there has to be like an overwhelming interest from, you know, the community or from people in general that will swarm around making this go, you know, viral or making this go further.
Yeah, not to go down a R. Kelly rabbit hole, but there were there were multiple cases. There was documentation. There were lawsuits. Then there were documentaries. For years, if you worked in the industry, had been in the industry, there had been rumors. So it was a compilation of years of a lot of things going on in terms of R. Kelly in general. With Biden's son, I'm not even super familiar. I don't think there's that much. And it's not an excuse, but I can't, it's not it doesn't sound like it's a fair comparison at this point.
I want to offer something. Just keeping it at 30,000 feet, what I heard from your heart was, what about my issue? What about the thing I'm passionate about? Y'all went hard for this, but what about the thing I think is relevant? And that's what we're talking about, right? People want to be heard, people want power, people want to feel relevant, and so we could be in the weeds about water versus apples versus oranges versus green versus blue, but what we're talking about is take a look at how you're relating to yourself in any situation, and look at where you feel unheard or unexpressed or unacknowledged, and maybe take some time to process what's happening for you, and eventually when you get clear, you'll find a way to create a pathway or a platform for what you're passionate about, and you may find it's not about those people, it's just about something that you needed that's going to give you freedom.
So we're going to do a rapid. We're going to actually just ask you a question, and we're going to get to the next question, and we're going to do a rapid.
I just like to say that the black man is not the poster child for every crime in America. And someone said that it wasn't an accident that this is happening. The question is, how do you see cyber? I think it's less than of a cancel culture, but more of a cyber culture. And slavery started not for anything that they told us that it started for. We're not ugly. We're not. In fact, all of the things that they told us to lower our self-esteem is now being replicated in scientific, in a science lab to get everything that we have. Slavery actually was an economic issue, and how do you feel that the cyber culture has affected gang stalking, which is what it is, surveillance, defamation of character, it's not a cancel culture, it's a killing culture. It's a
cyber.
culture to
Yeah.
actually just take away who we are.
Thank you.
I mean, you said a lot, and so I can only speak to what I think I heard. It may not answer the whole question because there were a lot of layers there. But in terms of social media, you know, I was saying earlier, we've moved beyond the information age. And now the social media platform or the cyber platform allows everybody to have power because people are hungry for power.
Right.
So people who never had a chance to produce or to be seen now can be heard around the world. And if what I say resonates with you, you give me energy, and now we have a movement. I think for all of us, the most powerful thing we can do is recognize that this is a device and I can shut it on and off. And I can decide what to give my energy to give it life. And I also want us to protect the minds of our young people. Our young people under a certain age, let's be mindful of giving our children cell phones and really look at what they're watching, because even cartoons are disguised to draw in our young people, and they are very dark and violent and hypersexual. So that cyberspace that you're talking about, again, it's about navigating the place that we can manage, and we can shift. Look at National Action Network and Reverend Sharpton and this movement, and look at how one man had a vision that perpetuated with persistence, and now there's an entire movement. This is an analog example of cyber impact, right?
Okay, we're gonna take your last question, and then the hour is late and I'm being given the wrap-up sign, so we'll have each of our panelists give some closing remarks, and then we will ask to take a photo. And if you want to talk to anyone outside of this panel, please do so outside the doors, and it will be at their discretion, okay? So please don't run up to the table at the end and bombard our panelists. We wanna make sure they can get out, and then the next panel can start promptly, okay? Please respect that. Thank you so much.
To the lovely Ms. Dominic Isis Sharpton, what is critical race? What is critical race theory, CRT?
Excuse me?
We have no idea.
What is critical race theory?
I think you're addressing the next panel. That will be, the time is now. Young Politicals will be talking about issues such as that. And I am not slated to be on that panel because I can talk about critical race theory all day. But we're gonna leave that for another discussion. But thank you so much for your comment. Okay, let's hear some closing remarks from our panelists, and we wanna thank them all for joining us today. We hope that you've been inspired by this conversation, but furthermore, we hope that it activated something in you to do something more different, inspiring, but also understand that we are the change and we have to walk and be that change that we want to see. So let us hear from our panelists as we close today's forum.
Yeah, just to sign off, I think everybody just needs to keep in mind that we got to lead with love, lead with understanding. Don't be afraid to grow. Don't be afraid to feel free. Try to be inspired and just learn. Learn how to learn and be willing to accept somebody for their wrongs, accept people for who they are, allow people to make mistakes, and the key word is just grow and growth and love. That's it.
I just encourage people to be so excited about knowing thyself. I just want you to be so seduced by the opportunity to know and love who you are that you raise a frequency that attracts only those who are like-minded, so you live in a state of elevated consciousness on this earth. And I encourage you to drink more water and breathe deeply and give gratitude. And as we raise the collective frequency within ourselves, it shifts our homes and it shifts our communities. And the real technology is the cellular tower within our bodies. So activate that. Give thanks.
Amen. Listen, I love you out there. Listen, I want to take you with me. Okay. Final remarks. Eat well, give a damn, move your body. Eat well, give a damn, move your body. And when I say that, I mean eat well. I mean, I am a proponent of a plant-based lifestyle. I think that what goes in is what comes out. So feeding our body and feeding our minds, that's also what goes in, what we put in, the people we're around, what we put in, the books that we read, the television that we watch, what we put in. Eat well. Give a damn about your life, about your spirit, about how you show up in the world, that kindness really can be your friend, that in this season of my life, I am only winning friends. Listen, I don't know nothing about no haters and no enemies. I don't have them. I don't know where they are, because everybody that I bring into my life, I'm winning friends, you know? And so I show up as a kind person, and I expect to get that in return. And then move your body. If you are not moving your body every single day, what are you doing? The body was meant to move. You talking about all these aches and pains. You talking about what you can't move, how you can't get up, how you can't get down. Your life is dependent upon moving. If your blessing was outside that door and you had to run for it, could you go get it? Go get your blessing for your life.
I wish I was deep as y'all. I'm not that deep.
It's okay, girl. Be you. That's it. Just be you.
I just want to say that I want us all to be thankful. God is good, and life is super precious. And we all don't have the gift as much time as others. And I want us to just be thankful with the time that we have, and to be kind to one another, and thank God for every single moment. That's all I want to say.
Amen.
All right, so the minister in me has a responsibility to say this. The scripture says, "Judge not, that you be not judged. For the judgment you pronounce, you will be judged, and with the measure you use it will be measured to you," which speaks more to sweep around your own front porch. Now, if I am your youth leader, it is my responsibility to hold you accountable to your actions. However, if I ain't your youth leader, your pastor, your mama, your daddy, or none of that, I ain't got nothing to say about what you do, as long as you ain't hurting nobody else. And so I just wanted to bring kind of clarity and kind of to that whole situation, to that scripture. And I just want to say, like she said, just be thankful, y'all. Have an open mind, accept others, allow others to be different than you. And we all have more in common than not. We all want peace, we all want prosperity, we all want success, and so let's focus on what we have in common and not our differences.
Amen. Thank you, everybody, for having me. This panel has been amazing. I could sit here and speak with you guys for hours. It's been great. I just want to remind everybody to don't forget the power that we all have. Don't forget how powerful we are in our speech. Don't forget how powerful we are in the way we dress. Don't forget how powerful we are in the way we do things. They all follow us. We are the culture. So when you find your power, use your power. No matter the platform, whether it's small or big, remember that we are powerful and we are the culture.
That's right. All right, and thank you all for joining us. We will be having the Young Politicals panel. The time is now, right here in the same room, so you don't have to go anywhere. We've got another dynamic panel discussion that's going to take place right now with some dynamic people. I see my sister Stacy Lynch in the house, so I know Stacy's about to come and bring the word, bring the message, and Brian Sorfo will be moderating the panel. So please stay where you are. You can go out and stretch your legs for a minute, but come right back. We're going into the Young Politicals panel right after this. Thank you so much.
Where do you want us? Taking a picture, right? Yeah. In the front? Come down, or?
All of those will count.
Right, bro, right?
I'm looking to figure out which way I'm going. Who spelled my man Graf's name wrong?
My sister Ashley, she talks about you and your sister every day.
I said, I'm really here for Ashley. She's my Instagram friend. That's how I'm here. She's my Instagram
every day. She's like, Carly and Brandy said, and Carly and Brandy will be like, who are you talking to? She's like,
oh, you're in the middle, right? You need to get in the middle.
I might be on Jack. Good? Got more?
Hold on, this is my camera, the white shirt. White guy? Yes, white shirt.
We invite our next panelists to please come to the stage. We invite our next panelists to the stage. Our young politicals panel. Yes. And you have my contact, right? Okay. We ask that you please have the conversations to the right of, well, the right of the stage, so our next panel can begin. Yep, you want it? Probably, okay. Yeah, you do.
What's up, bro? How you doing? Good. Congrats on everything. Right.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know. I need the same energy the other panel got. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. So my name is Brian Sarfo, and I have the privilege of being the moderator for this illustrious panel that we have in front of you. The topic for today is concerning young politicals. And so political can be interpreted in a variety of ways, as you'll see with the various panelists that we have in front of you today. And I mean, even though I often try to dismiss it, people will say, I myself am a political, and so are all of you in being here, present, engaged, and wanting to learn more about how you can contribute to the greater good of, the political landscape. But before we jump into the questions, I'd like to have our panelists starting. Who should? I mean, we have a big panel. All right, we'll start to my right, the far end. We'll have the panelists introduce themselves and then share a little bit about who they are and what they do.
30
and
seconds.
Yes, Brian Sarfo. My name is Brian. 30-second cap, yes.
Okay, hello everybody. My name is Aloi Tisor. I'm an advocate, I'm an activist, and I work in the office of Governor Kathy Hochul. A little about me, I started protesting back when I was younger, but also became more monumental and more spoken during the George Floyd protest in New York City. I also protest and help lead the End SARS movement in New York City as well. So that's just a little bit about me.
Hello, everybody. My name is Hercules Reed. I like to say I'm the son of 2 Jamaican immigrants. But I started my advocacy when I was in college. Joined the student government, became the student government president downtown Brooklyn at City Tech. Did that for 2 years, went on to be a legislative director for CUNY's University Student Senate, which advocated for 500,000 students in an academic year. And then I also was an advocate and organizer in the streets. Alongside Aloi, we organized during the Black Lives Matter movement. And now I'm running for the New York State Assembly to represent East Flatbush, Brownsville, and Canarsie. And I'm 29 years young.
Yes. So my name is Delvin Moody. The V&L I switched around, but that's okay. I serve in upstate New York and Utica on the Utica Common Council. Started running for office at the age of 21, and when elected was the youngest black elected official in New York State. I'm the only black elected official in the city of Utica and the youngest to ever serve in electoral politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's not a funeral. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Much better. My name is Dr. Wes Bellamy. I'm the former vice mayor of Charlottesville, Virginia, the youngest person ever elected to the post. And I also serve as the political science department chairman at Virginia State University, national co-chairman of Our Black Party. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stacy Lynch. What's going on, y'all? I grew up in politics. My dad was known as the Rumple Genius. He was the campaign manager and deputy mayor to the first African-American mayor of New York City, David N. Dinkins. Grew up around a lot of folks from Jesse Jackson to Hillary Clinton to Barack Obama, and the list goes on and on, Nelson Mandela. And originally I wanted to be a sports agent. I didn't want anything to do with politics. And after graduating from Hampton University, the greatest HBCU on the planet, I caught the bug. And in 2013, I started working in the mayor's office, and a young man named Hercules gave me hell while I was in the mayor's office, and I'm so proud of him today. And after working in the mayor's office, I ran for city council in Uptown in the 7th District. Lost that race, but it was a great experience, and now I'm working for my brother, Lieutenant Governor Brian Benjamin, as his chief of staff. So I'm so happy to be here today.
Good afternoon. My name is Nadarius Clark. I currently serve as a state delegate in Virginia. I'm the youngest state official in the state of Virginia. But I got my start in activism while I was at Virginia Union University. You know, I'm not going to come from Hampton. But I got started in activism there on campus, and then I translated that energy into campaign work, and I worked on about a dozen campaigns. And then I decided, let's go the next step. Let's look and see who's representing you, and then let's look a little closer and see how they're voting on your behalf when it comes to legislation. And to my disgust, my legislator was not up to par, was not voting his conscience and not voting his district. So I challenged him. I beat a 3-term incumbent. I'm 26 years old, so I'm just honored to be here.
Oh, sorry about that. Stevante Clark, brother of Stephon Clark. My brother was killed in Sacramento, California in March of 2018 in my grandmother's backyard. Since the unfortunate passing of my brother, who was 22 with 2 children, who died in less than 22 seconds. 20 shots were fired, 8 hitting him in his back. Each bullet possessed a fatal capacity, which means each bullet independently killed him. The killers who killed my brother still work the street of Sacramento. The district attorney who failed to prosecute is now running for attorney general. The black chief at that time has now retired, the highest paid police chief in California history. But we have gotten Stephon Clark law passed, signed by Governor Gavin Newsom, which updates the use of force from reasonable to necessary. We have opened Stephon's museum. We do have a school coming out this August, Stephon Clark College Preparatory Middle School. So we've done a lot when it comes to life and legacy, but we have not gotten our justice.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Shalondon Hollingshed. I serve as president of the National Urban League Young Professionals. I'm definitely honored to be here today. I want to make sure that I recognize and thank Reverend Al Sharpton and Talik and Ashley for bringing us together here today. You know, I had the opportunity to listen to Ashley speak during the awards ceremony and got emotional because I saw her heart and passion for this work. And it's people with spirits like that that actually are the reason that I'm involved in this advocacy and political space. I tell people all the time that the Urban League movement has really changed my life, and I've grown at an exponential rate because of my involvement in the organization. Prior to being a part of the Urban League, I wasn't civically engaged. I wasn't voting in midterm elections, wasn't voting down the ballot. I wasn't hosting registration drives and all of those things that we do to try to engage our community. But it's through organizations like NAN and the National Urban League that create platforms for young professionals to grow and to develop their voice and their talents so that we can be leaders in the community. That is the reason that I'm here today, so I'm happy to be here.
Thank you all. So I guess to start off, I'd like to address those who ran for elected positions. I think there is this narrative, or at least not until recently, that politics is not a young person's game and that young people should leave the political process to the older demographic to solve the problems that young people are dealing with. And often, at times, I'm intrigued to think about what compelled many of the youngest individuals who have won roles or run elected seats to run, and ultimately, how did you encourage yourself and doubt the naysayers who may have said that you didn't have a chance against, for example, a 3-term incumbent? So let's start with.
Can I address that real quick?
Yes.
You said something that I really think is important for us to notate initially. A lot of the ideologies in which we follow are byproducts of white supremacy, because there's never been an instance in the black cultural movement in which young people did not lead from the forefront. Yeah. There's never been an instance, literally, if you look back from throughout the history of time, if you will, specifically in America, but even back to the ancestors in Africa, young people always played a role in terms of us leading our culture forward. So the terminology and the words in which we use are important for us to be cognizant of. So that's the first thing. The second thing, I was the youngest person ever elected and only the 7th black person and so on and so forth. But when I was in office, I helped lead this movement to remove Confederate statues in Charlottesville, being the only person and saying, yeah, we're gonna move the statues. But we need to rid ourselves, and I say we collectively, I don't like speaking in generalizations, but for this instance I will. We collectively need to rid ourselves of the thought process that we can't do X, Y, and Z because that's not the norm. And oftentimes the norm are based off of what white society and white people have made us think we should do. I wrote a book. I have some copies in the back I'm going to give away for others who want to get some. When White Supremacy Knocks Fight Back, how black people use their power, how white people use their privilege. White dominant culture in society, although some of these words may make us uncomfortable, has made us believe that we have to dress a certain way, we have to present ourselves a certain way, we have to speak a certain way, we have to follow these particular manuals in order for us to be accepted, when that is not our natural sense and way of doing things. And until we rid ourselves of those norms, then we're going to continue to have these ideologies and these thought processes that we're not good enough. We break glass ceilings and barriers literally every day. Every day, this is what black folk do. So there's no reason why, because you may be younger than some person who is 3 times your years, that you can't not only beat that person, but you can also lead your community in a better sense because you're connected with those who those individuals aren't connected to. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Dr. Bellamy. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll piggyback off of my friend Delegate Wes Bellamy. Running for office as a young person is something that I implore more young people to do. A lot of times, like he said, we don't see it, so we don't think we can do it. A lot of times we think, a politician is a white, older, wealthy person and is not a 26 black youth. So, just changing the narrative by just going out there and doing it. Don't worry about the naysayers, don't worry about the haters or whatever. Just do what you're committed to do. And you're going to be surprised who's going to come along and support you. But it's imperative that we have a seat at the table, because when you don't have a seat at the table, you're on the menu. And it's time that we make sure that the youth is no longer on the menu when we're talking about the problems that we're going to have to live with in the coming years. And we're leaving it up to other generations to dictate our future. And it's time that we have a seat at the table to make sure that we work with the older generation, because we need that wisdom, but we also have to make sure that with the new problems and challenges that we're facing, that our voices are heard as well.
If I can add to that.
I want to say that, I ran for mayor shortly after the death of my brother. I did, because I was upset that I didn't get no justice, and I ran for mayor. And the city kind of turned their back on me, They were supportive a little bit, but they're like, okay, this guy don't know about politics. He's just running because he wants justice for his brother, which is probably correct. So what I did was, I always tell people within our organization, passion without direction is chaos, and passion with direction is purpose. And once I started learning about the city, the problems, the budgets, our districts, how many people were in these districts, start getting over. I was like, okay, this is more of a job than just trying to get justice for Stephon Clark. And I was appointed to be a tax commissioner for a seat called Measure U. And once I became a tax commissioner for the city of Sacramento, it gave me time to prepare how I wanted to run my mayor campaign. And I might run one day, but I think if we as young people get together and like our good brothers say, plot, plan, mobilize, organize, strategize, and all that, I think we can see a lot of our people in this White House, sooner than later, So that's what I'm saying. Yes.
I just want to add why it's so important. I love New York City because y'all have a lot of black folks in office. But you go upstate, it's slim pickings, to be truthful. Everybody in my city elected is number one white or white and Italian, right? And so there are a lot of historical realities with that Italian power structure that being young and black, I had to navigate through and fight against. But the importance about seeing black people on the ballot is because when I was walking to get petition signatures or walking the streets to get people activated to vote, they said, Moody, you're running. That's the only reason I'm voting, because I'm sick of so-and-so running for office every year after year, and nothing is changing, nothing is different. I think the other level of where we need to be is not only having a seat at the table. I stand on the shoulders of Shirley Chisholm in that, but I'm tired of only having a seat at the table. I'm ready to start navigating and leading the conversation, because so many times we're at the table and we become a token to so many people. We're at the table and we're on the council and we think that that's the victory. But until we get those dollars, those ARPA funds and those state dollars going into our communities, and we have community centers and we have programs that we run and we run effectively and efficiently, our work is not done. And so it's one thing to run, it's one thing to be at the table, but I think being in the seat, we got to be able to control the conversation.
I also want to add, because I've seen both sides of the coin, right? Running for political office, but the decision makers and the decisions that are being made in these back rooms, right? And so I think it's, a huge responsibility for particularly those who've been elected that come from our communities to ensure that they hire folks from our communities to really push our policies and ensure that we're investing back in our communities. So it's not just running for office, but also becoming the policy director, the chief of staff, the director of budget, so that our issues and our concerns are at the forefront of the table.
But I think
that's real power.
But I agree, but I think that all right, so like if we're gonna have a real conversation.
We're gonna have a real conversation.
So I think that both of you, I agree with both of you, and let me just say, I'm not saying this to like, this isn't a quote unquote poke our chest out competition. I was in office, I passed something called the equity package. We had $4.5 million specifically to black communities, $2.5 million for public housing redevelopment, a whole bunch of different stuff, right? Policy, legacy stuff. But I think that we have to ask ourselves, if we're gonna do, as you just alluded to, and then what you alluded to, you can't be worried about re-election if you're gonna do what you're supposed to do right now. And honestly, there are far too many of us who think about what I want to do next in terms of, I want to be reelected, I want to run for mayor, I want to be a state assembly member, I want to be the governor one day, I want to do X, Y, and Z. So that guides the way in which we govern in the immediate, opposed to saying that I'm going to extrapolate all of the resources that I can now in this season, and if God wants me to do something later, then he'll make sure that it happens. But in this particular season, I'm going to be as bold and do as much for my people right now, i.e. put us in those positions, i.e. if we're at the table, not placate individuals and not speak to you in a manner that's going to make white people feel comfortable, or dress in a way or present myself in a way that's going to make white people or our elders who also subscribe in many instances to white supremacy ideology, who think that you have to dress a certain way to be in a position or speak a certain way to be in a position. If I'm not, that's what I'm saying, the real. So if we're not going to placate those who are already in these positions, and because I'm younger, I'm gonna do everything that I can now, then we can be effective and do as you just too alluded to. But if you're not gonna do that, then you can be black and still push white supremacy. You can be black and still be an individual who upholds the same institutions that have left us for naught for years. This is why we see in some instances, in some localities, you have black-led city councils or black-led leaders, elected leaders, and that so forth, black-led organizations in which you see very little change. That is a byproduct of us saying that we have to do what is done before because this is how it's done. We have to make this person feel comfortable because that's who holds the purse strings and they're going to donate to our organization or to our community. But if we say F that, and I'm being respectful because my eye is here, Rosa Jackson, who's a member of NAN, who I love. But if we say, no, we're not going to play that game, and we're going to do everything that we can for us right now, I firmly believe that our communities will be different. But when we have not been trained to do so, or we don't have the grace with each other to teach you how to do so, then we see the same cycles repeating. So let's have a philosophical shift in not only how we govern, but how we communicate, how we show up, and how we authenticate what it is that we're trying to do.
And one thing I want to add. One thing I want to add. Yes, he's going off. He's on fire. We might as well let him just run this whole show. One of the things I'm dealing with right now as I'm running for office is I'm hearing I'm too young.
Right.
Right. And it's crazy because I think politics has a trend on being very hypocritical.
Yeah.
Because as I go into the community and I'm speaking to folks, or over the years if I've been doing this advocacy, the only thing that I've been hearing is young people need to step up. Young people need to be the next leaders in the community. Young people need to be a part of the solution and not the problem. Then we go ahead, pick up that clipboard, collect petitions to run for office, and all of a sudden, oh, you're too young. And I have to say to them, well, what age is the right age, and or what do you have to do to qualify? Because here I am sitting here, I've been a part of my local community board, I was a part of the student government, I've been to Albany, I've been to DC, I've been to the city council to advocate, doing the work of an elected without the title. And yet, my level of experience, somebody's gonna say, well, somebody that's 30, 40 should have this seat right now, and you should wait your turn, young man. And to that I say, no, we're here to knock the door down and say, look, if you're not ready for us, that's your problem, but we're coming.
Right.
Powerful stuff. They don't even need a moderator anymore. But I guess to those who are not operating in sort of the direct well, everyone is operating in the political arena, but I guess to Shalondon, like, how are you working to galvanize young professionals, young people, through the different, activities and activations within, the greater community? Like, what are you doing to reach those young professionals or young people who don't see themselves as like operatives within this system?
Yeah, so one of the things that we try to preach in the Urban League is that there's a place for everyone in the movement, right? Some people's place is the elected role, some people it's the administrative roles, some people it's sitting on the panels. Everyone has a place in the movement, and one of the things that, we try to remind people is that everyone has been given a God-given talent that can change somebody's life, right? You don't have to have a title, you don't have to be in leadership. Everyone has a gift that can change someone else's life. And I always tell our team, there are people out there who are struggling, right? And they're waiting on you to step up and use your gifts and talents to help them change their lives. There are people who are literally waiting on you to use your gifts. And we can't be sitting on our gifts. So whatever that gift is, and it may be someone who says, I don't know what my gift is, right? And for those individuals, I say, start volunteering. I tell people all the time, there's a saying that says you can find yourself in losing yourself in the service of others, and I've experienced that. When I came into the organization again, I wasn't very civically engaged. I didn't really know what my purpose or my plan was in this movement, so I started to volunteer. And I started to help people, and then people started to give me assignments. And I started to realize that my role in this movement is creating spaces to develop the leaders who can be these elected officials. And my role is to encourage and train and prepare individuals to be the next leaders of our community. I don't always have to be the face. And so in the National Urban League, we have chapters all across the country, a little over almost 60 chapters across the country, thousands of young professionals who are engaged in this movement. They're hosting voter registration drives. They're hosting voter education events. They're meeting with their CEOs at the state, local, and national levels with elected officials, letting them know about the issues that are important to our communities. And they're leading, right? So one of the things I love about the National Urban League is that they're not just giving us a seat at the table, but they're giving us a voice as well. And I think that's extremely important when we talk about engaging young people in this movement, giving them a voice at the table instead of just giving them a seat at the table. And so we're fortunate that they've given us this place, and we encourage our young professionals to use it. We're in a unique position that as the Urban League is serving us, we're also serving the community. And so we're growing in the process. And what we're seeing is that our young professionals are running for office. They're joining the administration. They're leading in their community. And so that's something that we'll continue to push moving forward.
I would also like to add on to that, just to touch on something that Stacy said. It's important to run, but it's important to also cultivate that village around you. So to me, it's very, very important for staffers to be just as young as Hercules. Like Hercules is someone that I would highlight because his campaign manager is how old? 20 years old. Mel, great human being, but he's 20 years old. He didn't know what he was doing when he got into this, but he knows that he wanted to do that. For me, I'm 25 years old. I work in the governor's office. I'm not looking to run for office anytime soon, but I know I can change things by what I do daily. I got into the movement because I wanted to make a change. I didn't have a voice before that, but I knew that I had to start opening my mouth, basically. So I think it's very important for us to run, but it's also very important for us to know that activism is ageless. I'm a change agent, whether I run or whether I'm a chief of staff, whether I'm a director, I will forever be a change agent, and my voice will be here as well.
Right.
To add on, when we talk about building black political power and building that workforce, a lot of times what I've seen in working in Virginia, working on about a dozen campaigns, is not a lot of people that look like us that works on these campaigns. Virginia, we still have a big issue of a lot of times when it's time to get reelected for people, they bring people from other states that don't even look like us. So you coming in a city like Portsmouth, where I'm from, we know that you ain't from Portsmouth, and we're not gonna take too kindly to you coming in our neighborhood trying to politically tell us how to influence our vote. So if we have that workforce development, which is something I'm doing in Hampton Roads in Virginia, is having seminars with high schoolers and college students, even having intern programs. My whole staff is younger than me, and I'm 26. So like I said, it's important that we create these opportunities for the youth, because so many times it's who you know, and those jobs aren't put out there like other jobs are. So I've been blessed to work on so many campaigns, but so many of my colleagues are like, how do you know about these things? And I'm like, you know, you kind of got to be plugged in, but we got to start changing that narrative to say, hey, if you don't have to be the politician, you can love math and finance, you can like fundraising, you can like, putting things together, event planning. It's so many pieces that goes into a campaign, and even to elected office, being a chief of staff or a legislative aide and different things. But it's first by letting people know that those opportunities exist for people of color.
And I think one cool thing about running for office, which is what everyone's talking about, is you can bring people with you, right? Like, as Alawai mentioned, my team is full of young people who we've been doing this work together, and I think that's one of the strongest ways to make a continuation of energy. That's a movement. There's a lot of people on my team that they may not have voted before, they may not have petitioned before, they may not have done a lot of things within the political process, but because they trust me as a friend, as a peer, they're like, you know what? For you, I'll do this. I'll knock on that door for the first time. I'll go into the parking lot and collect signatures. And I think that's a beautiful story as well, because we don't know whose life may be changed in this process. And bringing them with you into these rooms and these spaces, they say, okay, so we do belong here. But if you leave them in the back on the side, I'm like, no, they coming with me. They coming through the same entrance I'm coming through. They're gonna get the same access because this is my team. Right now, my team, which is not here with me, is in Albany, working around the room, speaking to legislators, because we've had conversations and we've shown them what that looks like, what the conversations look like. And now it's about empowering them to do it on their own.
You know, man, I really wish that members of the last panel were here to see this panel.
Yeah.
The thoughts and the notions of quote unquote what we don't do. Yeah. We literally are breaking those thoughts and those perceived barriers about what's not happening in culture. Yeah. The representation is right here, right now. Yeah. And when we talk about like what's not happening or the culture needs to do X, Y, and Z, the influencers, if you will, like I got a blue check, whatever, I have an Instagram check, like whatever, like, okay, that doesn't really mean anything. But as the last panel, as I was listening to them, and it's not a shot at them, much respect to, I know a few of them or whatever, but like, there's this thought that entertainers, if you will, speak for our people in our communities. When in fact, it's these individuals who may not have the quote unquote same following who are really doing the work and leading the change. So how do we find the intersection between those who may be influential on social media, who can tell you everything about what's popping with Nicki Minaj and Cardi B or Offset, or what's the beef between Durkio and NBA Youngboy? How do we connect those individuals to get them to say, yeah, that's one part of what we do, but the real stuff, if you will, is what these individuals are doing up here. And that's what I challenge you all who are in the crowd. When you see these persons who are talking about what's not happening, make sure you uplift those who are doing X, Y, and Z, even if it's not glamorous, even if it isn't getting a great deal of attention, because it's a lot of us who are leading the culture in this way.
And can I just add to that? Politics is not the end. It is a means to the end, right? I didn't run for office because I wanted that honorable in front of my name. I ran for office because I got tired of seeing my cousins and them on the street corner saying there wasn't nothing to do after school. I ran for office because I got tired of everybody else's community getting their streets paved and my streets looked like a war zone. And so it's not about the title or the seat alone. It's about the means to the end. And the end is we need to coalesce, and the bigger question is using our political power to coalesce around an agenda. That's why what Doc's work is so important about our Black Party, because we need a national agenda. I think NAN is doing that, NAACP, Urban League, all of them. But that message that is held in the older generation, we need to continue communicate that to the younger generation and amongst ourselves. And when we communicate it, yeah, it might not be in your words. We might say a few explicit words or a few cuss words every now and again, but we need your backing and your support, because we're trying to save a generation that while we're standing on your shoulders, you're not articulating it in the same way that my cousins can understand it. And so until we come together around an agenda, that's when our rubber will meet the road, because it's not about politics. It's not about the title. It's not about just being elected. It's about what are we going to do? What is that agenda that we're coming around? It's a means to an end, but not the end itself.
I agree.
So I'm just going to make a quick point. You, I think, said something really important. We're lacking the workforce development, right? And I'm probably the oldest individual on this panel. But, you know, I definitely have the resources. And I'm not the type of person that just comes to panels and talk and then leave. You know, I'm about it. So here's my commitment. I will use my resources to help develop that workforce development, right? Let's start developing our bench, y'all, because it's serious out here. Decisions are being made on our behalf, and we're not present. Come on. Right? And so these group of individuals all have access, resources, right? Connections to young adults. I've outgrown that age group, 18 and younger or 18 and up, right? But I do know folks in the mayor's office, in the governor's office, at the DNC, in all different spaces where we need to really start developing future campaign managers, field directors that look like us.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm here to make that commitment that I will use my connections and resources to do that. And I'm sure some other folks on this panel are willing to do the same thing.
Right. We done took over your whole panel, bro.
No, that's, like I said, free-flowing conversation, engaging with one another. But I actually would like to present to all of you, what are you seeing as the most pressing issue right now pertaining to the community that you serve, respectively?
I would like to start with that one because too many politicians are putting profits over people, in my community at least. They're putting that perfect look over the people, that facade. They're putting the popularity over the people. They want the blue checks and all that. And when I'm sick of the circus, honestly. And if you're not coming up with actionable items, I'm like, get out of my face. You know, and within our foundation, I don't believe you have to be a mayor or a governor or a council member to affect change in your community. My brother was assassinated in my grandmother's backyard, and we got a law created a year after. And we opened his museum, his resource center, his rec center, and he has his own cannabis line that bridges the gap between social justice and social cannabis equity, all between 3 years. So I think if we demand these actionable items from these people, yeah. We have to demand it. So we have something within Sacramento called the SAC 6 that we created through Stefan. And number one is to bridge the gap between community and law enforcement. But before we do that, we have to bridge the gap between community and community. Number two is to inform and educate on policy and legislative change because we believe that is legacy on paper. Number three is to provide resources and healing spaces for those that need our community because we believe that give a man a fish, eat for a day, teach him how to use the internet, he might never call you back. Number four is commemorate the life and legacy of my brother Stefan. And number five is to spread the gospel of love. Everybody love everybody. These are six simple steps that can help do everything that we need to do to get justice and accountability on not some levels, but all levels.
I live in Brooklyn, and one of the most pressing issues right now has been, there's a couple, but right now we're facing an exacerbation of issues because especially the pandemic we just came out of. Issues
Still
that we
in.
had.
Still in.
Well, we're still here. My apologies. The issues we had before the pandemic are twice, 10 times worse now. So the safety of our streets, the cost of housing, food that is going to nourish our bodies and not take away nourishment from our bodies, but most importantly, our education system. And I'm going to stop there because I believe education is the greatest equalizer. And I'm not just saying like in the classroom, in the institution of a setting, but also what are we teaching our youth outside of the classroom? What are we providing for them? When I think about what kept me out of the streets, not having a gun and doing certain things, it wasn't like it was a lot, but it was people who invested into me. From my spaces in the community to a family to school, after school programs, opportunity programs. And it's crazy because you think about things like arts and culture, which in this city and state is one of the greatest revenue sources, and especially for people of color, is a way of releasing expression. But they keep defunding it. They keep taking away funding from programs that we know actually give people outlets. And even in the education space, like, kids don't want to go to school anymore because they're learning the same things that their grandparents were learning in a time where so much has changed. And so I think that if we, one, focus on education and reinvigorate, revamp it, make learning fun again, or change the way that we've been teaching people again. My brother said it earlier, Mr. Bellamy, we are still using these structures that have not served us for so many generations. And the first thing they did to us when we came to this land was, or just in general to black people, was take away our education for a reason. So if we don't recoup that time, we're going to continue to see a lot of the problems that we have.
I would say for my community back in Hampton Roads, education is definitely a key thing in Virginia. As I don't know if you all have seen, but Virginia has banned critical race theory, something that was never taught. And then we also have a hotline to basically call out teachers that teach divisive concepts about race. And that is basically all up to that parent to determine if their child was taught something that could have been divisive. So these things are things that worry me because it's so much history that I didn't learn in public school, and now there's an attack to erase more history. So when we allow someone to control the narrative in our textbooks, which has already been happening, and now they're trying to go even further, we have to make sure that we have a plan in place and that we are trying to combat that. But then when we also look in healthcare and the disparities there, I had a bill this year to combat the rate of black and brown mothers dying at a higher rate, and even childbirths dying at a higher rate than any other ethnicity. And that bill was killed without a second chance. They voted it down. And they know that these are problems. They saw that it would cost the state nothing to implement implicit bias training, and they still had no appetite for it. So you have to know who you're up against, what you're dealing with, because the other side, they are tactical. And they are using plans to make sure that we are left behind and we stay down. So we have to make sure that we get into these rooms, that we run for office, and not even just run for office, but even the things that Stevante is doing and everyone on this panel is so imperative because it's a movement, and a movement isn't just one person, it's all of us together. So those are the biggest issues for me: education, healthcare, and definitely workforce development, because so many times an idle mind is the devil's playground, and we have to make sure that we're giving the youth something to do. We're coming out of a pandemic. Mental health is a huge thing that we sadly don't want to talk about, but we have to address it because we are seeing it time and again. Just in Norfolk 2 weeks ago, somebody spilled a drink on somebody. He came back and shot 14 people. 14. So we have to address mental health in our community so we can prevent these senseless acts of violence.
If I can add two things that I think that are important, one is ideological and one is practical. The first is that I feel that we have not fully recognized the power that we have as a people, united and collected, and we need to do that because so long we have been dependent upon structures that are still in place that have not benefited us the best that they could. We've depended upon one party that has really sold us out, that appears to be socially progressive during election time, but is fiscally conservative the rest of the year. And so they'll come to us, even in this state right now. And I mean no disrespect, but even in this state right now, we've seen $1 billion in the budget go to Buffalo, not for education, not for health care, but for a football field that we can't even afford the tickets to go to, but they'll appear come November as a social progressive to get our vote. And so we need to recognize the power that we have. Now, I'm a Democrat all day long. I never supported Trump, not a Republican, but we need to call and hold accountable our own party and let them know that we are not satisfied with the way that they treated us. We put a man in the White House, which led to a sister being on the Supreme Court. And so while we're thankful for that, there's so much more that we leave on the table. So that's one. We need to recognize our own power. But the second thing, I agree with education, but housing is a major thing in this state and all across so many areas. I serve on the city council, and I see that only thing being built in our city are high-end lofts and low-income apartments. And I don't want you to conflate the difference. I don't mean affordable housing, which they'll tell you. I mean low-income housing. And what that means is I I see sisters who have to decide about taking more hours at work to run the risk of being put out of their home because if they make more than over the 90% average middle income, they don't qualify for their house. And so I see people that have to be stuck in poverty because they don't have affordable housing options. They have low income housing. And so what the state advocate for, they say, well, we're building all of these new constructions and they're giving developers pilot programs that way they don't have to pay taxes. They build development, they build low income housing structures, and you think it's a shiny new thing that's going to help your community. But what you fail to realize is if you start making real money, you no longer qualify for those housing subsidies, and so you are average out of your own house. And so if we don't deal with the housing crisis that we have all across the state, from Utica to New York City to Rochester to Buffalo, people are literally scared to advance socially because it means that they won't be able to live in their apartment.
Yeah, so I would.
Let me just
I would
say
just
no
add that-
disrespect, brother. We here to talk.
I would just add that one of the important issues of today is voting rights. And I think you guys have heard it all day long, right? All these issues that we're talking about today hang on voting rights. Voting rights is a foundation, right? Because that's our power. And in 2013, the U.S. Supreme Court struck down major provisions in the Voting Rights Act that essentially gave states the ability to use their legislative power to disenfranchise millions of Americans. What does that mean? That means that the Supreme Court made it easier for states to make it harder for you to vote, particularly states that have a history of discrimination, right? And in 2020, we had record turnouts in voting, and they didn't like that. In the state of Georgia, we had 2 senators that were Democrats. They didn't like that, right? And so now they're trying to do everything they can to prevent us from voting because they don't like the idea of a government that's led by a diverse and inclusive group of people who respect and protect the rights of every human, right? So one of the things that we've got to do is that with all these voter restriction laws that they're putting in place, that we've got to make sure that we turn out to vote, that we register to vote, that we make sure our mamas and our cousins and our kids are registered to vote, that if we sign up to be poll workers if we need to be poll workers, that we help people get to the polls if they need people to drive them to the polls, that we help people get voter IDs because now we got all these voter ID laws in place. Whatever you can to make sure that your community gets out to vote, it is extremely important that we go out to vote because your vote really is your voice, and that's the power that we're going to be able to use to address all of these issues that were just mentioned.
So I firmly believe that each and every single one of you are absolutely right. But then I would ask the audience, hearing all of these issues, how do you pick which one you're going to be able to address?
Exactly.
It's absolutely overwhelming in many instances. So then I would offer, in agreement with what each and every single person have said, a couple of caveats, or thoughts, if you will. If we don't have collective grace with each other, that when we mess up, or when our leaders don't do what we want them to do, or when we feel as if someone has let us down, if we don't have collective grace with each other, how will we be able to move any of these policy issues forward? If we don't have collective patience with each other, for us to, one, be able to learn the systems to create the change, because no one just innately knows this stuff out the blue. If we don't have the patience with each other to be able to understand that someone may have to work more hours than someone else, so they won't be able to attend a meeting, or they won't be able to be as in tune with some of the other policy issues that you all have brought forth. And if we don't have a collective support for each other, then how will we move anything forward? And when I say a collective support for each other, unwavering support, because like I have a PhD, but my education isn't going to negate a white person or stop a white person from calling me a nigger.
That's right. That's right.
My education, my financial status, I own 3 laundromats. My financial status isn't going to stop redlining from transpiring in my community, nor will it stop my brother or even me, in some instances, from unfair practices from a bank providing me a loan. We can get many of the things through policy that individuals have brought forth, but if collectively we're not willing to fight together, to support each other, to be patient with each other, to be empathetic with each other, then over time we will just become the oppressor. So inwardly, in addition to the policy measures, I got to lead it's called Our Black Party. Some of you may have heard Puff come out a couple years ago say, we're starting our own party. That's not necessarily how it went, but like we're starting our own political party to empower our people, because I absolutely agree with Honorable Brother Moody. The Democrats aren't here to save us. We can't be beholden to any one particular party. White folk are gonna white folk. We know that. Yeah. Let's not pretend as if this is something different. But if we don't collectively, again, be patient with each other, be empathetic with each other, and support each other, love on each other, then how are we going to accomplish these policy goals? Our people were not created to just solve policy. Our people were created to empower not only each other, but change the world. That was our first mission from God. That is what our true calling and our lineage is to do. So on a rudimentary and elementary level, can we do those things first, while also agreeing that we're not a monolithic group? Right. Yeah. So because we're not a monolithic group, you gonna work on housing, you gonna work on finances, you gonna work on education, you gonna work on whatever. You gonna do it a little different from me. I'm gonna dress differently from you. I'm gonna speak differently from you. My language, my diction, my verbiage, the way in which I show up, the way in which I present, it can be different, and that's okay. But can we root ourselves initially in these characteristics that empower ourselves first? Then we can deviate and really present ourselves or allow ourselves to delegate to do the other work next. I hope that we can move in that direction.
So now I would like to afford the audience an opportunity to ask any questions. Brother Talik is stationed over here with the mic. If you have a question, you can line up.
And we're going to do rapid questions, and just so our panel can wrap up afterwards. So.
Yeah, this isn't a profoundly deep question, but I am engaged in doing the work. We have a group, it's called the Flex Dance Program. We work with youth in juvenile detention in the city for like 5 or 7 years now as volunteers. We turned it into a nonprofit, and the simple question for anyone in this room is, where do we go to find the funds to keep doing this work?
Great question. That's a real good question.
Have you researched your city's budget?
Yep.
Let's talk after the program.
I just want to say, don't downplay your question. You started out saying that this was not a profound question. That's a very profound question, my brother. Okay, and we're going to give you that answer. So go ahead, Stacey.
No, I do have some options available for you. In the essence of time, let's talk after the panel, and I'll give you my contact information and we'll follow up. I'll make sure that we can identify some ways.
But can you share some of it though? Because I'm sure there's other folks who also want to know, where does the money reside and how we get the money.
Amen.
How we get to the money. Like, let's start, I ain't coming at you, sister. I'm just saying.
No,
we act like we got these damn secrets. like nah, hell no. Like,
no damn secrets.
Ain't no secrets. Where is the money?
No.
He is one brother representing. Honestly, though, it's a bunch of organizations in here who have to fight for crumbs. We have to sell fish dinners. We got to do GoFundMes. We got to ask for Cash App.
Absolutely.
When these other organizations, these white organizations, are getting multi-million-dollar grants from cities, municipalities, and so forth. Like, that's another thing we talk about in the book. Like, share these secrets. So, sister, where is the money?
No. Listen, no secrets, right? We just passed the budget, right? And there are agencies throughout the administration that have received funding, right? What I'd like to do specifically with you, brother, and some other organizations in the building, and I'm not hiding, I will stand here until the last person comes talk to me, and I will give you my information. I just want to direct you to the proper agency and shepherd you through the process, right? I'm not the person that's going to say, we passed the $2 billion budget and then leave the room. No, I want to figure out with each and every one of you how to foster you so you can apply for grants, right? Talk to the right people, do the same things that these white organizations
Right.
are doing,
Right.
right? And be self-sufficient.
So on an elementary level, knowing the budget cycle,
Yep.
knowing when your municipality first, when does their budget cycle begin? Where I live, our budget cycle ends in April, it starts in October. Knowing how much your municipality's budget, their annual operating budget is, having an understanding of how much your municipality and your state for that matter allocates to organizations that are similar to yourself on a yearly annual basis, understanding then how or whom do you speak to in terms of a contact speech. Do you need to be registered with a municipality? Do you need to be, do you have to follow and attend a certain class? Are there certain requirements for you to be on the quote unquote grantor list? Understanding, studying, and spending that time initially will help you then have more poignant questions when you get to her. See, that's the next part. Like y'all, it ain't that these white folks smarter than us, because I can damn sure attest that they not.
It's not.
They aren't.
It's the information.
It's just information.
Yeah, it's just information.
But we have to share. Not saying you're not. I'm not coming at you. I'm just saying we have to share.
You coming for me right now, brother. You coming for me.
No, I'm just letting folks know, like, we have to share where you find this information and then how you look. It ain't just going on Google and then just typing something in like, oh, well, I mean, I can't find it. No, like, how do you look? And understanding your local budget first will make a world of difference.
I mean, I will say this, like, when I was in the mayor's office, what we did, we had like community conversations across the city where we provided this information, right? You know, maybe we need to re-engage that with an organization like, you know, NAN, right? Or Urban League, so that people are informed about the process. And not left behind.
In the essence of time, we have to get through these questions so we can proceed.
But can I answer that real quickly? Just 2 seconds. Two seconds. We got to also call to task this nonprofit industrial complex that uses our demographics to get our money and don't support our community. And so while we can go to the city and the mayor's budget too, it's a lot of money in these community foundations that they share out to the big fat cats every single year, and we let them get their money with their $200,000 CEOs while our kids still don't have things to do. And so while we need to support you and learn how to work the municipal process, we got to also as a community call out some of these nonprofits that are using our real life experience to get millions of dollars and helping us with nothing.
So don't kill me, I promise. There's a term called non-discretionary funding.
Exactly.
You should know this one, right? Non-discretionary funding is at every level of government, city, state, federal level. So wherever your organization is, find out who your local representatives at city, state, federal level, and you go to them, knock on their door, and say, I want some of this non-discretionary funding.
So we're gonna go down the line. Everybody ask their question quickly, and I mean quickly. If not, I'm gonna pull the mic and I'm gonna go to the next person. So ask your question quickly, and then we're gonna proceed. I can't have you.
Oh, my bad.
Just in case I gotta pull it.
All right, it's cool. Ellen McCancy, I'm a housing organizer in New Jersey, so I'm a little biased towards housing. But I have a question about integration, and I first want to provide some context because.
Quickly.
Yeah, all right, just quick context. In New Jersey, we have a state requirement that requires our mostly suburban municipalities to build inclusionary affordable housing. And what we're trying to do is use that as a foundation to create beloved communities and communities that have historically denied people opportunities to thrive. And so my question about integration is just, I want to present to y'all, like, do you see that as a path to creating beloved communities, especially in communities that have been hostile to the idea that we are all one people and we all deserve rights to thrive?
Hell no.
Take note of that question. Next question.
All right.
All right. First, you hit a lot of my questions, and I'm with Elam. He's not fair. Fair Share Housing had the biggest housing push throughout the state of New Jersey, and is on still millions of dollars in his foundation. So we're saying this, that housing is exactly where we are. We have to be stable to be able. The question: how can you come together? The information is, if all of you out there can share and then pass it on, right? There's billions of dollars right now. And also, we have to do in working time. Can you sit together and make a committee in a working time for the plans that they're already making 30 years ahead? Because if we reacting right now, we are going to miss the boat for the next 30 years.
Amen.
Can I say, if you got to build a committee now, you already missed it. Those ARPA funds is gone in many cities, and so we kind of got to know where we need to be.
Hello, panel. This is about the vote. You know, my understanding is that Texas, all down south and all this, they gerrymandering us and stuff. How are we going to be able to navigate and stop all of this when it comes time to vote?
Great question.
Amen.
No answer? Oh, I thought they were going to answer. Okay, great. Hi, I'm Flowers from Vocal, New York, and I want to know all that money that's given in the budget every year that's not used, how do we get it back? Like the money given to Charlene McClain for Thrive, $500 million, the money given to governors for Sandy still hasn't been given out. The money that the government sends to New York for New Yorkers not given out, and is that because it's compounded daily? And who's got the money and how do we get it back, and who's going to hold them accountable for the money given to us and never received or used for us?
Amen. And last but not least.
So my name is Latrice Cook, and I'm from Austin, Texas, by way of Chicago. I just want to say to this panel, you all are phenomenal. I have enjoyed every aspect. I have to catch a plane, but I made sure I was here to hear you all. And I just want to tell you, Texas is one of the most racist states. When we moved from Chicago, I thought my mother we had died and went to hell. And I will tell you, because Texas is a different state. It really is. They have a fellowship here. It's called the Nathan Cummings Foundation, that has sent more than $300,000 to people in Austin, Texas to be a fellowship, and that is based right out of here in New York City. Apply for those fellowships in your nonprofit organizations. I'm a radio talk show host there, and I'm also a 19-year nonprofit leader for people who have previously been incarcerated and their families. Stevante, I want to say just one thing to you. I watched your video when you went in front of City Council and and did your thing.
Put all my business
Sometimes we have to be radical. That's what they understand. And we have to be radical sometimes to make a point and to get things across. We are the movement as an independent individual. We are the movement. And I just wanted to tell you all that. I love this. You all are great, and God bless each and every one of you.
You are great. Let's give it up for her. Safe flight. We wish you a safe flight home. And last but not least.
My question is, since this is a political panel, we have talked about the Democratic Party is not a party for us.
Discretion.
So in the midterms 2022 and then furthermore the presidential election 2024, how do we get our people to come vote for a party that when we voted them in, most of us voted to get Donald Trump out of office? How do we get people to come back and vote?
How would you? Or why would you? Why would you encourage, I'm just asking you this rhetorical question, or not even rhetorical, I'm asking you, what would be the policy measure for you to go out and mobilize black folk to go and vote on a federal level, not talking about state or local, on a federal level for institutions? I know Chuck Schumer was here the other day, he's full of stuff, something else. On a federal level for individuals who have perpetuously shown you that they will push our issues to the background. What would you say to them? What you gonna say?
What issue is important
exactly
to you?
Why I'm discouraged, and that's exactly why I'm discouraged, and I'm asking y'all, who do we come out to vote for? Our black party, is there somebody that there's putting up for office that we vote for?
I encourage everybody to vote state and local.
So if I may, to answer your question, my brother, you are the solution, and I think that's what the doctor was trying to allude to. Because even as I'm out there knocking on doors, I'm hearing from voters that they don't want to vote Democrat. They actually want to vote Republican or not vote at all, because the Democratic Party has put them on the sidelines time and time again. And so what I tell them is, look, that's why I'm at your door. And either you can support me, who's trying to bring the change that we all know we need, or we can live in the same systems. So your job is to give them the solution.
Now let me say this. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just real quick, Usman, because he does know the answer. You are the answer. We are all the answer. You bring a friend to Nan. Your friend bring a friend to Nan. Your friend bring your friend to Nan. Come to this convention. Ask those questions to each other as well. Don't only ask it to 8 people on a panel, because you have the answer and you know you do. That's what he was really alluding to. Right, each one. Say it again real quick. Each one bring one and teach one. There we go.
And register them to vote.
I mean, everyone has their thing, right? And I want to first applaud you for standing up and asking that question, right? Because that took courage in itself. Obviously, you know, your community, your country means something for you to even ask that question, right? I would say, you know, figure out who do you want to represent you, right? And let's not even start on the federal level. Start on the local.
Right.
Figure out what issues are incredibly important to you, and then go up from local to state to federal, right? And become fully engaged. The process is open. You just need to step in, okay? And I appreciate all you young folks like stepping in. You know, I'm 40-something years old. You know, I'm no longer young political. I guess I'm young at heart and young at mind, but I'm really encouraged with the next generation. You're smarter than I am, stronger and quicker. You know, we just need to come together, and it's our job to make sure that we are grooming you properly and being, you know, the best mentor that we could be. So I appreciate you, young man, for doing that.
And I'll piggyback as well. What some of the panelists said is, you know, encourage your friends to get out there, but also making sure that as a community that we are putting people out there to run for office as well. So that way we're not waiting to see what's offered and then we got to pick the less of the two devils. So we want to make sure that, you know, we have our own candidates, but we're also, when it comes to youth engagement, sometimes it's about issue-based. Sometimes when I talk to some of my friends, they're like, I'm turned off, I don't want to vote. And I'm like, well, what's important to you? Yeah. And you can start there. And then if you have a candidate that's, you know, also passionate about those issues, then you can encourage them to vote for that person because of X, Y, and Z, not just because they have a D by their name or R beside their name, but because they actually have a plan and they want to, you know, make your community better.
Pause that. Brother Savante, right?
Yes, sir.
Brother Savante said, yo, I ran for office. My community didn't support me.
Yeah.
Individuals from there. Obviously, we've seen what's transpired with his brother. We know he cares about the issues. It's not just, with respect, this brother here know I love him, so he's like, should I raise money from everything? Like, it's not just about us finding a candidate to run for office. Supporting that candidate means giving them money.
Come on.
Supporting that candidate means volunteering.
Yes.
Supporting that candidate means sacrificing some of your time to ensure that they get in the office. Right. And then when they get in the office, don't just throw them away because they make a decision that you don't like. See, support goes along with those things we were talking about earlier: empathy, patience, and love. Support, oftentimes when we hear voting process, oh, let's find somebody to go run. But if you go and run and you can't raise money, you're not gonna win.
That part.
We talk all this stuff. Sorry, Ashley, Dominique. We talk this stuff. I hear the talk about Reverend Sharpton all the time. Oh, he doing this, he just show up, or he getting money, or these people, they just getting money, they wasting our money, Black Lives Matter, they got our money, blah, blah, blah. Yo, it takes money to be able to support the cause. It takes support from the community in terms of volunteering, showing up, encouraging, for us to be able to have policy change. So y'all need to ask yourself right now. Y'all heard a lot from all of us. Heard a lot from people been here all week. What does your support really look like?
Yeah.
Because if it's just talk, then it ain't nothing.
Yeah.
If it's just hot air and typing some words on social media, then it ain't nothing. Are you willing to sacrifice your time, your talent, or your treasure for our people to truly be where they need to be? Are you willing to sacrifice those negative thoughts that you have about those same people who are sacrificing for us and represent and support them when people are bad-mouthing them in order for us to be where they need to be. If you don't, some of the most chaotic 4 years of my life was when I was in office.
Amen.
And people did not truly appreciate me until I said definitively, I'm not running for re-election. And now that I've been out of office for 2 years, every day, Wes, man, we wish you were still there in office. Dang, man, we appreciate so much you did. Man, they need to get it together. They ain't do X, Y, and Z. You got us that part. You got us this. You got us. But when we're in the line of fire and doing the work, i.e. Al Sharpton and others, we always got something slick to say. What do you think that does to the psyche of a person who is currently elected? And then, what the hell would make you think somebody else gonna go run after we've seen how you treated those who are currently leading? So be cognizant of how you show your support on the outside and what you do now. Y'all want this brother right here to go and run and represent us, and y'all want him to ascend. I want him to ascend and go higher and higher and do everything that God has called for him. But how bad would it be that if after he wins at 20, he's burnt out at 24 because people were so negative towards him or turned their back on him or stopped showing love to him after he was in? Why you think Brother Moody said, when I started talking just now? Because he knows firsthand these scars and these arrows that come at us when we're leading. And y'all just get to go home and go to the grocery store and live a regular life. Ain't donated a dime to any campaign, ain't made one phone call, ain't supported in any NAM faction, as my family down south would say. Not NAM way. You ain't helped out, but you got a lot to say. But then you want us to continue leading? Hell nah. And so think about that.
I mean, brother, let's be respectful. I mean, people show up in different ways, right? And I hear what you're saying. Sometimes, we need to have that initial conversation, that talk, so we can draw people in, right? I don't want folks to feel like if they're not contributing to a maximum level because of probably a million other things going on in their life. They have to pay rent. Yes. They have to put food on their table, go to work, that they shouldn't participate.
$5.
In the process.
$5.
I'm just saying.
$5 ain't max. $5.
$5 may be too much for.
True.
I just want to say, can I say something real quick? I just want to say, because I know we gotta close out, no final thoughts and all that. But I just want to say, transparency without accountability means nothing. It's true, but solidarity without organization is useless. So if we're not coming together and organizing in solidarity, then we're really not doing anything. Right. I just want to final thought with that, and everybody love everybody.
Yeah. That's right. There you go.
But I think it's the spirit.
Let's give it up to the panel.
Right.
But I think it's the spirit that he's trying to get to.
One last comment.
No.
Oh, okay. So, again, applaud for our illustrious panelists again. Thank you for your time. I believe they want a photo op. So yes, you can approach, ask questions at some point.
No, you cannot. Sister said, no, you cannot.
I got to catch a train to Albany.
Never mind.
Thank y'all for having us. Thank y'all for having us, man. We appreciate it.
Make sure you check out my website, HerculesReid.com, HERCULES Reid, REID.com. Thank you. I got business cards too.
When I get mine is in my bag. Okay. Nice to meet you. No. Nick Perry seat. How you doing? I'm gonna take this picture and then come down. Yeah, I'm gonna get out the way. So don't get me in trouble. Because you're at the hotel. Huh? You're at the hotel. Yes. good convo. Y'all been reading up on the All Black Party. Great move.
Yes, man. Much love. Y'all keep it going. How about you? Let me know.
I'm gonna go get a business card.
Oh, okay. I have it in my bag. I don't have any cards. We got social media. You on social media?
No, I'm on the other channel right now. You gotta see, thank you.
Congratulations.
See, this is the divide, okay? Social media, good group, no social media, right?
So what's the common ground?
The common ground
Is what?
you have to take into consideration
That you don't have. The elders may not have.
that's right.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to politely ask that everyone at the front of the stage exits the auditorium unless you're planning to be engaged with the next panel. But we are clearly behind on time, and we want to respect the time of the next panelists that are set to arrive to the stage. So I'm going to politely ask one time. I'm politely asking one time. I'm politely asking one time for everyone to exit the base of the stage so that we can get prepared for the next panel. This is the last time that the request will be made politely. Thank you so much for accommodating, and we look forward to you being a part of the next panel.
This was sideways. This is somebody move. Okay. It's at y'all discretion. Is Taylor here? Is Taylor coming? Okay, so Usman. Usman is gonna sit here. Okay. Where is?
Where do I sit? I sit right there?
Sit right here, because I'm gonna go grab your. Yeah. Where?
Christian Matthew. I'm just sitting over here. Aaliyah's coming. She's coming. She's out there.
I don't have a card for him. I don't have a card for him. I don't know who that is.
That's from Life Camp. He's from Life Camp. Tell the position. Which baby? Ask for me. Literally. Baby. Baby.
No.
Go ahead.
Usman.
Thank you. In the chair.
Text Aaliyah. Text Aaliyah.
She's coming. She's coming.
I am aware, but she's late.
She's right there.
Is she? There she is.
Ready? Everybody ready? Everybody ready? She's coming up right now. Yeah. Hello, hello.
Don't stop.
Huh? I'm not starting with y'all. Don't worry. I'm gonna let everybody introduce themselves from the left. Ask her where Lewis is. All right, we're getting ready to start it. We're getting ready to start it. Everybody ready?
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Felivi Dosa. I'm a sophomore business major from Morehouse College. I also serve as National Action Network Youth and College National Field Director, and I'm glad to have all of us here. Let's get a round of applause, can we? We have a broad panel today. I'm going to let Tyleek start introducing himself, and we go around from there.
Evening. Good evening. I thank everybody for hanging tight with us. Tyleek McMillan, National Youth Director for NAN. Excited to be here.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Tay El-Hindi. I'm assistant to the National Field Team here at National Action Network, and I'm an activist and organizer for Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cameron Barnes. I serve as the National Youth Director for the Rainbow Push Coalition, as well as the assistant to Reverend Jesse Jackson in Chicago, Illinois.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Usman Diallo, and I serve as the National Action Network Youth Representative.
Hello, my name is Aaliyah Guillory Nickens. I'm the lead youth rep for NAN's Youth Huddle.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Christian Matthew, the lead representative of Guns Down, Life Up.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, for my first question, I'm going to start from my left. Most people have a reason why they got involved. What was yours, and why did that inspire you to get involved? Anybody can start.
Well, sure, I'll start off. So for me, I started off at a young age. I remember sitting with my great-grandmother. She loved watching like CNN and C-SPAN for a living. Like, I watch reality TV. And I remember, talking to her, and it was like, are these the people that run the country? And it was in those moments of that exposure to her, and just sitting and talking to her, that I became interested in politics. And at 13 years old, I was introduced to Reverend Sharpton and National Action Network, and the rest has been history. And I'm just been grateful to learn under his leadership, to grow and get more involved. So that was my reason.
All right, anyone else?
I would say I was really I was thrown into it, I guess. My stepfather was he was one of the exonerated five, Yusuf Salam. My father, he was impacted by community and gang violence. He lost his brother to it before I was even born. And then I was impacted. I was getting arrested a lot for fighting. So that's what made me start. I was really angry about what was going on, how we were being negatively impacted by the system, and that anger turned into passion, and that drove me to do the work that I do and the advocacy work that I do.
For me, I would say that I feel the same way as the two others that spoke. I felt that it was always something that compelled me, that something that resonated with me yesterday that one of the pastors said was that it was a charge. And I've always felt like ever since I was younger, people would always tell me that I was destined for greatness and stuff like that, but I've always personally felt like it was a charge to take action over some of the things that I'm seeing, gun violence, gang violence, police brutality. I've always felt like it was my responsibility growing up that I would learn and be under people that would make change, so that when they are retired and they're mentoring me and shaping me, so that I can one day take their place in leadership in that role.
All right. Question I have next is actually for Usman. Usman also has a SGA position back in his university. So I want to ask you, Usman, why is it so important for young people to start getting into political power, even now on a collegiate level?
Political power is something, like I said in the previous panel, it's not the end. It's a means to an end. So having that political power, it gives you the power to pursue your purpose, and then overall enact the change that you wish to see.
Oh wow, good. All right, now my next question is for Tyleek and Cameron. Both of you have great relationships with your leaders. For you, Jesse Jackson. For Tyleek is Reverend Sharpton. Can you talk more about how important it is for the movement to be intergenerational?
Well, I first got to Reverend Jackson as a 16-year-old in Chicago to go on the college tour that he fosters, the HBCU tour, every year. After that tour, of course, I just stuck around Rainbow Push, and Reverend Jackson and I became close. I went to Central State University. I pledged Omega Psi Phi, and of course, we became closer since then. And during my time at Central State, I was registering voters, which is something that Reverend Jackson taught me, and of course, a mandated program also of my fraternity. And students told me that they did not want to vote. They did not want to even register to vote because the political system was rigged and that they were going to choose who they wanted to choose anyway. And so I wanted to shine light on the intergenerational portion of it, the fact that back in the 60s, it was the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee that did the freedom rides, that did the sit-in movements. The sit-ins at Woolworths is what helped integrate the lunch counters. It was the freedom rides that helped register voters and help break up segregation in the South. There has not been any movement at any point in time that was not fueled by the activism of students and young people who were out front. And if you want to get biblical, the reverend is a reverend, and Reverend Sharpton's a reverend, and I'm a minister myself. It's already said that the older people are made for wise counsel, while the young person is made for battle. We're supposed to be the ones doing the footwork and then listening to our elders. And I think that that's where me and Tyleek have found our roots in doing the legwork, but we've not forgotten that we still must listen to the Reverend Jacksons and the Reverend Sharptons, and I think that kind of fuels what we do.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. And Reverend Sharpton often says to me, it's not about a generation that knows it all or a generation that has all the energy, but it's our synergy that makes this work possible. And so a lot of times we have this mindset that that just because, you know, the older generation experienced it, that, you know, it only relies on them. But as you know, Cameron pointed to, it's our job to do the footwork and to receive that wise counsel. And I think that's what that relationship, it says working in the tradition of Dr. King, we're young people working in the spirit of civil rights. And I think it is that context that has grounded us, and that has kept me motivated, especially in my relation as it relates to working with Rev. So.
Gotcha. All right, my next question is for everyone. What issues do you think is the most pressing right now when it comes to young folks?
Okay. Right now, okay. I come from Minneapolis, Minnesota. For the last 2 years, it's been heavy protesting, and what we've seen is a major overfunding of police and underfunding of communities. I would say the most pressing issue right now is the redistribution of wealth that's very necessary to create resourceful, strong communities. When we look at policing specifically in Minneapolis, we have students who are in lunch debt, we have food deserts, we have an underfunded education system, we have teachers who are on strike because they're not making enough to support their families, to support themselves, but then at the same time, our police forces have time to come out to a protest, bring a tank on the highway, and arrest 464 of us at once. So there's really no reason for students to be in lunch debt. What I'm trying to say is there's no reason for students to be in lunch debt, for children to be in lunch debt, when we have all of this funding, all of this resource, and it comes from the same pool, but it's not being distributed into our communities because police don't prevent crime, they don't stop crime, but we have an over-policing in our most vulnerable communities. We have an over-policing in our communities that are most vulnerable to policing, where police cause the most harm to black and brown bodies, but in those same communities we don't have accessible food, we don't have accessible healthy options to our students, to our kids, to our families. So yeah, I would say the redistribution of wealth is the most pressing issue right now, but as well as on a person-to-person level, we just need to find more love, we need to find more support, more compassion for each other, because in the eyes of the law, supposedly we are all created equal, we are all equal, but we don't see that in person-to-person interactions. We don't see that in the way that we interact with each other. Thank you.
I want to build on to what she said. I believe, back to the love and compassion thing, I believe that that a pressing issue that we have right now that is constantly coming back, something that I see every day would be dealing with the cyber. And then when you go from cyber, it turns into bullying, and then that comes into violence. And I feel like violence is something, especially gun violence, is really a major issue right now that is pressing. And I do agree that there is a disparity of money and that there's a disparity of all those things. And yes, we need the resources to come in, but I believe that gun violence is one of the major issues. For right now, gun violence is the leading cause of death between the ages of 14 to 24. And yes, we do deal with the police and we deal with racial disparities, but we are also dealing with ourselves. And we're killing ourselves, we're killing our brothers, we're killing our sisters, where you have to be concerned about walking out of your houses, walking into your communities. Not every day you have to worry about, am I gonna get shot by a police officer? But every now and again you have to think, am I gonna get shot just for leaving out of my building or leaving and going into a certain community at a certain time of day? Why? Because that is the norm, that is what has been normalized for us to do. So yes, it is racial disparities, we're not getting money. I believe we need the funding. That is correct. We need better education, we need better housing, we need better food options, we need all of those things, but we also need to talk to our legislators, and we also need to figure out a way to combat the issue of gun violence and bullying. Those are some things that are leading, and those are some issues and trends that we're seeing now.
All right. One of our panelists just joined us. Do you mind if you please introduce yourself?
It's not working. Hello, everyone. Thank you all so much for having me. It's always a pleasure to be here with the NAN family. I think it's my third year joining for the convention, and so really excited to be here. My name is Luis Hernandez. I'm the co-founder and executive director of Youth Over Guns. And so sorry for being late, everybody. Was running here from Parkey.
In this work that we do, sometimes we meet a lot of people when it comes to activism, have their own roles of how they do it. You know, not everybody wants to be outside. Some people just have a big social media presence and they like to post and they will call themselves an activist. So my question is, how do you believe young people should join activism? Should it always be outside yelling and protesting, or is there a way they can do it through social media?
I mean, I believe that this movement is multifaceted, so wherever you want to fit in, as long as you are dedicated, there's a place for you in here. So if you want to post on social media, be sincere about it, yes, that is a way you can affect change. If you want to be outside and protest and scream, there's a way you can do that. If you want to work on policy changes, calling out to your legislators, there's a way you can do that. If you want to just increase the awareness and how people dress and get into the fashion side of this, there's a way you can do that. As black and brown people, there's activism in anything we do, because we are out-legislated, we are out-voted, we are out-anything. And the way to fix that is by infiltrating all these organizations and pushing our ideals. And once we push our ideals, that's how we can increase diversity. That's how we can increase inclusion. That's how we can have a space that's for black faces that has black ideals. Thank you very much.
Can I add on to that? I think when we talk about social media as a form of activism, it's a really great starting point. It's an incredibly powerful tool, and it can raise a lot of awareness. I genuinely believe that the way that we have seen this movement expand and grow in the last 2 years wouldn't have been possible without the presence of social media. However, for those who are activists, who are social media activists or whatever we want to call them, we have to understand that if you're not putting in tangible work behind the screen, behind the keyboard, that you are not qualified to be speaking on it. You have to be doing more than just being on the internet. You cannot just be on Instagram. It's not the revolution.
Yeah, I was going to say it needs to be a company and. You know, Reverend Sharpton talks about it all the time. You can be woke and you can be woke up laying in your bed, but when you're awoke, what do you do after that? You got to get up and do something about it. And so I think social media activism is a layer and it's a start, but it has to be accompanied with the ands. Posting and what? You know? And so that's.
I think that there's a whole lot to be said with that, Talik, especially on that last comment. I like to always say a lot of people are quote unquote woke but still sleep, of course. You call yourself woke, but you're very much so still asleep. I think that if you're going to be a youth activist in today's day and age, the first thing you have to do is understand what you're going to stand for. You have to have an opinion. You have to have something that you are passionate about, that you are going to talk about and do something about. And then the second piece of it is activism. So you have to act. You can't be an activist if you don't act. I don't understand how you think you're an activist and you tweet from your bed. That's not an act. You didn't get up and do nothing. All you're doing is retweeting and you're talking. You're not acting at all. And it goes into that, the former question of the different things that affect us, the issues that are important to us. There's student loan debt. There are people graduating with trillions of dollars in debt. That's something you can act on. The president on the campaign trail promised to eliminate student loan debt. And he also promised to nominate a black woman to be on the Supreme Court. He did that, and I'm glad that he did, and I was glad to be with Reverend Al and Reverend Jackson on yesterday at the White House. However, you also promised student loan debt, and that's what is important to us young people. So we have to have something. I know I graduated from Central State, and I still owe them some money. So I'm glad that Judge Brown is on the Supreme Court, but that student loan debt elimination would have helped me a little bit more, a little bit quicker. There are different things, criminal justice reform, different things that keep us the prison pipeline that young black men are in. I mean, young black men are being killed. There are so many different things that affect young people directly. And if you're going to be an activism or activist, you have to get on the front line, have your issue that you are compassionate about, and act on that issue. Register your people to vote. Do like him and go and get your brother and bring him to National Action Network. I'm not going to plug Rainbow Push. This is National Action Network's convention. So bring them to the National Action Network. If you're in Chicago, you can come to the Rainbow Push Coalition.
I like how you did that right there.
I just want to piggyback off of what everybody was saying. Everybody has a different lane when it comes to activism. Everybody's not going to be outside. Everybody's not going to be working with policy. But just find your lane, and you have to understand what you're doing. Understand the work that you're doing. Rev always says that in our generation, there's a lot of microwave activists. They think that things are going to happen overnight because they don't really understand what they're fighting for. They want to fight for something because they see it's mainstreaming, but they don't even understand what they're fighting for, and they think that it's going to happen overnight. And when it doesn't happen overnight, they're angry and they're upset, but they haven't been putting in the work. They've been on social media posting about it, screaming and chanting outside, but they haven't been putting in any work. I feel like you have to understand what you're doing first. You could post on social media if you want. Nobody could tell you you can't, but you got to do something when you get off social media. You can't post on social media all day, then put your phone down and go back to doing nothing, then come back and see that nothing changed and keep complaining about it. You got to actually do something. If you're going to keep on complaining about it and you're not doing anything, that makes you a fraud. And I feel like in activism with the social media activists, there's a lot of frauds that we need to point that out and hold them accountable, because this is something serious. This is not something that we should be making mockery of, and this is not how you get your fame or your clout.
So let's start talking about actual solutions. I know you just spoke about student loan forgiveness. So as us right now, what steps can we do so that our government actually is able to push and be able to give us student loan forgiveness right now? This is open to everyone.
Can you give us the name? There are 3 people sitting there that I don't know the names.
Don't worry, at the end we'll then say their names again. But like I was saying, what steps can we take now so that we can start pushing our government so we can get student forgiveness for our loans?
I think that the number one thing that you can do as a student is each student should take a student and bring them to these different kinds of things, these rallies, these conferences. You must educate yourself. How much student loan debt is in the world? How many different demographics are affected by student loan debt? Who has the most student debt? Is it black kids? Is it white kids? Is it Latinos? Who's affected the most? And then what is the outcome of being so downtrodden, if you will, by this burden of debt before you even get out into the workplace, and then you can't find a job because you're black or you're a minority. And so then now you have the bills of your life plus the student loan debt, and you just begin to continuously go down a downward spiral financially. So you've got to first educate yourself. Obviously, what is the pertinent issue as it pertains to student loan debt? And then, of course, begin registering to vote. Begin holding these political officials accountable. I've been saying this since I got to Reverend Jackson. I don't understand why we let people tell us anything on the campaign trail to get our vote, and then we turn around and let them do anything that they want to do when they get in the office and turn their backs on us. Hold these folks accountable. If you told me you was going to do that, and I voted for you for that, when I'm protesting, I know there's an issue going on with George Floyd. I know there's an issue going on with Stephon Clark and with all these different people, Jelani Day in Illinois. But you told me specifically that you was going to get rid of my student debt. And so therefore, my activism is fueled by not what I'm hoping for, but what I was promised. Yeah. You told me that. I didn't ask you to tell me that. You told me because you wanted my vote. So you have to educate yourself and then stand your ground. I'm not talking about them stand your ground laws. That's a separate thing. I ain't talking about no guns here. But stand your ground on what you believe in. Hold that person accountable. And when they don't do what they said that they would do, then you let them know the same vote I got you in with, I can get you out with. And the next time, you can fool me one time, that'll be shame on you. But the second time is shame on me. If I know you had 4 years and you did everything else except what you promised, you're not doing it in the next 4 years.
That's right. I would like to add on to what he said about holding government accountable. I think that is something that is very major that we should continue to do, is holding our government accountable, especially when they promise us things and they do not fulfill their obligations that we gave them. And I feel like most of the times our government neglects youth. And they neglect our voices because maybe of our age. You know, as African Americans, we say that children are to be seen and not heard. And that is how a lot of us was raised. That's how my mother and my family, they raised us. When grown people are talking, you don't speak. And, you know, in some occasions that is true, but in other occasions that is not. Because sometimes you need the voices of the young people, and you need the voices of people that are coming up behind you. Because after you're gone, who's going to be the next people to take over? And that's why holding your government accountable and displaying that young people are now going to be the leaders and that we're going to be taking over, I think is a major key point in doing things, is allowing the young people to speak and holding government accountable at the same time.
Any other responses? No responses? All right. Where do you see youth activism in the next 5 to 10 years? Well, what are the new issues that you think we will be facing?
Hello? I think that youth activists right now are engaged in different ways. In the last 5 years or so, I think we've had serious conversations about what it means and what it looks like. And for many, it was sexy. I think we need to call that out. For many, they found opportunity and activism. Many folks did it for a year to have something to write about when they want to get into college. And these are the honest conversations that we as long distance runners and activism need to have, right? It's why intergenerational relationships is important. If we're not guided and grounded by the lessons and legacy of elders like Reverend Al Sharpton, who's done the work for decades, we're disconnected from the root, right? From the root of what history has taught us, right? We're disconnected from the MLKs and the Harry Belafontes of the world. And so we need to start having serious conversations about what youth activism is and what it looks like in our communities. I always say that change starts at the dinner table. If we're not having these conversations with our parents and our friends and our siblings, we don't need to be out in the streets chanting. We need to start having these transformative dialogues in our own homes, figure out how we transform things from the inside out. It's why I think policymaking is one of the key things in which young people have been opted out of, right? It's no coincidence that elections and election cycles prohibit certain ages from running for these elections. It's no excuse for the same Congress people to be running for 6 and 7 terms, holding office for 3 decades at a time. That's the reality that we see right now. I think the next wave of youth activism looks like political mobilization. It looks like voting out people out of office. It looks like a complete shift, a shaking of the ground here in the United States. We need to see young people not just on the front lines, but holding office, running for election, holding people like Biden's feet to the fire, right? We were talking about these critical issues that are so important, but so often we forget to hold these people's feet to the fire once you're elected. We hold responsibility in that, and I think the next 5 years or so looks like transformative change. It looks like an opportunity for us who are on this table to bring in and elevate other young leaders who are looking for a lane in this movement, who are looking for an opportunity to do the work, and not just training them and providing them with the skills, but making sure that they're grounded and connected in the legacy of what activism and organizing is, because it's not just showing up to one protest, it's not just signing one petition, it's about putting your body on the line and willing to take a risk, right? It's about the principles of King and nonviolence and understanding that all of us have to sacrifice something for this work.
Any other responses? All right, we want to start opening up the floor to questions. So can we get someone with a microphone, please? All right, so can we create a line over there?
While we get that microphone, I wanted to add on, youth activism has changed a lot. Throughout the years, we have seen many things redefine what activism is. For example, now there's a heavy push on environmental change. So what we have to do is everybody go in your lane. You want criminal justice reform? Okay, that's your lane. You want environmental change? Okay, that's your lane. You want stricter gun laws? Okay, that's your lane. And once everybody figure out how as individuals first we can do this, then we come as a collective. And once we come as a collective, we can then hold ourselves accountable. Once we finish holding ourselves accountable, there's nobody else we can hold accountable. So that's how politicians get to come in our communities during election cycles and tell us anything we want to hear, and they come back again the next 4 years, and we hear the same thing and nothing changes. So we have to educate ourselves, and once we educate ourselves, transform. Once we transform our mind, there's nothing they can do. And once we unite, there's nothing we can do, and we cannot allow them to divide us.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can't hear her. Good afternoon. I'm a retired teacher from New York City Public School System, and I've worked with emotionally handicapped inner city youth. Okay, and a lot of times our youth have been mislabeled, and so what y'all are doing is wonderful, and you have great ideas. But what I would like to know is, since there is a separation of understanding of what youth, of how young people can get involved in being proactive in voting, I'd like to know what type of program or could you all put together that would help to stimulate young people in your area, individually and collectively, that will cause them to know more about the movement and that will inspire them to get involved and vote.
Oh, very good.
I would like to answer that question. NAN Youth Huddle does exactly what you said. It's located right in Harlem on 106 West 145th Street, right there on 145th and Lenox. We open every Monday. We're there from 6 to 8 every single Monday. We don't miss a Monday. We're teaching young people about civil rights, where they get introduced to Rev, they get introduced to a bunch of other leaders in this movement. They get introduced on how to vote, why you should vote, etc. All the issues that they might feel is important. We talk about it every single Monday. I just feel like it's bringing them to these forums, bringing them to these rallies. Like Cameron said earlier, if you know a young person and you know of something like this happening, it's just about bringing them, because things like this are happening. We have huddle every Monday, but people don't know about it. And when people do know about it, they aren't bringing their young people. So it's just about grabbing them and making sure you're bringing them to these spaces so they can get involved and stay involved.
To add on to that, it's not just we also want to empower the youth, which is something that you brought in. When you bring them into organizations like NAN, Guns Down, Life Up, where we meet every day of the week. It used to be just on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Now we're there every day of the week, constantly empowering the youth. That is something that is very key that you need, because you don't want to just bring them somewhere to just bring them and that be a hangout place, but you need something with substance. You need something that will keep them wanting to come back for more, not just, all the fun, the glitter, and the glamour, but what are they taking away when they go on beyond from being at NAN Youth Huddle, when they're going into college and when they're going into all these different places and fields in life? What are they taking with them? So I think that is very major and it's very key that we are constantly and consistently empowering our youth at the same time.
And if I can just add on to that, if you don't have a NAN Youth Huddle in your area, I don't have one in my area, I didn't grow up with one, but if you don't have one, if you know students, if you're an educator, if you work with youth, you can create spaces just like NAN Youth Huddle. It doesn't have to be the Youth Huddle, but you can create similar spaces in your area, because the most important thing is that youth needs to connect with youth. We need to be able to validate each other, relate to each other, grow together, collaborate, and that's how we make change. So if you are looking for a program, start a program in your area. The most important thing is just youth collaboration and bringing us together.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we can only take one more question. We got to get ready for this afternoon in just a few minutes, so I'm sorry, we can only take one more question. Come on.
Hello everyone, my name is Miles Hollingsworth, NAACP Youth State President for the great state of New York. My question for all you panelists is, what are some ways in which you see resources showing up for youth in deprived communities to allow them to show up stronger in their youth activism, whether that be educational resources, social resources, economic resources, or what are some ways in which you think we could be creative in those resources showing up?
In Chicago at Rainbow Push and some of the other things that I do, I also work at a housing complex on the south side. It's 297 units and 700 residents, and I'm their service coordinator. I found that when you offer an incentive, you gotta just call it what it is, be black and white. When you offer an incentive, they really come for the incentive, but they get the information. They come for the incentive, but they get the agenda as well. And you have to just begin to spark the interest of those of which you serve. Of course, if in Chicago, when Laquan McDonald was killed, that sparked a youth movement that had never happened before, because it was 16 shots and a cover-up. And it sparked the interest of all of those that were involved, and when you begin to talk about what young people are interested in, that brings them into the door, but keeps them in the door as well. Many times we bring young people into the door or into the room, but we can't keep them in the room because we can't keep their interest. And I think that different things like this, and the Sharpton family knows that I love them, National Action Network knows I love them and everything, but in a space like this, we need our own conference. The young people need their own conference with their own agenda and their own issues to be talked about. And I love this space that's created for young people. Reverend Jackson and Reverend Al have always created a space for young people and will always. But it's at some point the young people have to get together and say, this is what we're interested in. Yes. This is what we need to move forward. This is what we're going to need for the next 3 or 4 decades. And this is what we're going to work on.
I just quickly add and say that there's programs that exist nationwide that support young people, and I think that's exactly right, understanding that a lot of black and brown youth don't really have the time or capacity, right? They're trying to work a 9 to 5 to keep lights on and keep food in the table, because oftentimes their parents are struggling to make ends meet. And so the reality is that a lot of young people don't really have time, can't afford to sit at a program that doesn't offer any monetary resources. And it's why those incentives are super important. It's also important that we continue to push legislatively to create programs for young people, right? And so in New York City this year, we saw the largest expansion of SYP. That didn't happen overnight. There were students organizing day and night to make that happen because they understood the reality of their peers, that young people needed programs that offered them monetary resources to keep food on the table, to keep their parents afloat, to keep the household going, right? And these are the resources that we need to put in every community. Economic investment is important. It's how we drive young people. It's how we pull the lever on change, and it's what we need to do, not just in New York City, but across the country.
Yep. All right, you want to say something? One more response, last response.
Wrap it up.
Ma'am, we cannot take another question.
Look, ma'am, after this, maybe you can come and speak to a couple of them after, but after, let's let him respond, please.
one thing I would also like to add that we say that there are resources, but we need to find a way to streamline that information where it can get from point A to point B and it's clear. A lot of people don't have the time to cut through the red tape, or sometimes there's other important things that they need to get through. Like some people are on the block. They're worrying about their safety. They're worrying about this. They can't go to the other side of the hood to go get that information because they worry about how they're going to get back home. So what we have to do is find a way to streamline that information, and then also ask the young people what they need. The same way we go into election cycle, petitioning, door knocking, boom, boom, do the same way with the resources. If we do that, then the people know, and then we can move forward.
All right, can we get a round of applause for everyone? All right, I just want to end off with just one thing. Can everyone just, from you, just say your position again, maybe your age, and just who you are, and we'll end it off like that.
Sure. My name is Luis Hernandez. I'm 20 years old, and I'm the co-founder, executive director of Youth Over Guns, and the national campaign director at the Gathering for Justice.
I am Christian Matthew, the youth leader for Guns Down Life Up. I am 16 years old.
I'm Aaliyah Guillory Nickens, the lead youth rep for NAN's Youth Huddle, and I'm 19 years old.
My name is Usman Diallo. I am 19 years old, and I'm a leader at National Action Network.
My name is Cameron Barnes. I just turned 24 on April the 3rd, and thank you so much. I'm the National Youth Director at Rainbow Push. I'm the assistant to Reverend Jackson, the service coordinator at that apartment complex, and the associate minister of the New Faith Missionary Baptist Church in Chicago.
My name is Tay El-Hindi. I'm 24 years old. I'm the assistant to the National Field Team and Reverend Divas Toon here at National Action Network.
And my name is Tali McMillan. I'm 25 years old, and I am the National Director of Youth and College for NAN and Policy Advisor in our Washington Bureau.
All right, thank you, everyone. Oh, my name is Felipe Dosa. I'm 19 years old, and I'm NAN's Youth and College Field Director. Thank you.
Come on, give it up for our young folks. Y'all got to, come on, give it up for our young folks. Folks oftentimes say that this is the lost generation, and my question is, if they're lost, then who lost them? These folks ain't lost. Come on, give these young folks another hand. Have you enjoyed the convention so far? Have you enjoyed this convention so far? Reverend Sharpton always wanted us to leave out of here with an agenda. There's two things that we want to point out this afternoon before we leave. We want everybody to leave the room in a minute because we're getting ready for the fashion show. But listen, there's two things. The George Floyd bill, we must contact our congresspersons, our senators. The John Lewis bill, we must contact our senators to make sure that bill gets passed. The Next Action Network will be putting out an overall agenda coming out of this convention. All those who have registered, you will be receiving that information. If you have not registered, you're going to miss out. So before you leave here, please stop at the desk and register for the convention. Thank you again for coming. We do need to clear this room for a few moments so we can get ready for the fashion show. We need everyone to please take your belongings and clear the room for a few moments so we can get set up for our fashion show. And again, thank you so much for coming. NAN Convention 2022. God bless you all. Please clear the room as quickly as you can. We are running behind schedule, so please clear the room. Thank you so much. Please clear the room. If you're still sitting in your seat, that means you're not making your way towards the door. Please clear the room. Thank you again.